Ah. The infinite annoyance of them not being able to let me use what I want to use is pissing me off. Aggressively so. I have to lower the sound of the game. Alright. The day has finally arrived for the final one. An Indie Game Showcase is already showing up the worst show a part of this year's lineup by actually having a groovy fucking soundtrack. Hello, Sidwin. Hello, Master. I see we're starting off strong with singing narrative reactor piece. And it's a card game? Dash Appa. I don't know if that's how I'm supposed to read that title. So we've got ourselves an interesting, and this is what I was saying about the last time when we were going through that one card game with the Art of Solitude. Here we have an interesting art perspective roguelike with specific art design. It's not exactly clear what the plot of the game is, but it's very clear whatever the fuck they're doing, they know exactly what the fuck they're doing.
Welcome to the very first India Games Showcase, Summer Game Festival.
I mean, like, when one thinks of India, you don't necessarily think of washed beauties. There's this one girl on TikTok whose name is Sue, S-U, and basically she's like a picture-perfect version of what you'd expect an Indian to look like. Those of you who have been inside the server and have watched home showings of Triple R knows exactly what I'm talking about. No, you're not looking for them to be movie stars. Not a bad spread. Although, just laser targeted!
I'm your host, Indrani.
And I'm Vijay.
Hi, I'm Avichal.
Over the next hour, you'll be watching exclusive footage and announcements from over 40 different games from Indian game developers. Whether you're into paranormal...
Can't hide that accent. That is an Indian! Those of you who wish to play the home game can play the game of Guess the Cast system. Your prize is nothing. Nothing but shame!
Horrors, addictive roguelikes, friendship-ending friendslop, or heartfelt narratives, we've got exactly what you're looking for.
I'm so happy that you are proud enough to say it with its exact name description. I'm so glad that we were able to get past that point. Clearly, the people who consume the most shit are the ones that are the most honest. Yes! Call the genres what they are. Call it Finnislap. Call it roguelike sins. Call it the bullshit that you have. Yes, yes indeed. Please, thank you. I appreciate your honesty, and I will give you 2 points. However, I will have to take 2 points away because you are Indian. I'm just playing. Regardless, it's so much better that you guys do it that way.
So I was right.
Sir Hendrik.
And it really have been so many years since that fateful night, Princess. To see you alive and well, you cannot imagine how much this pleases me. But, should you choose...
Look, I know how you feel about duty, Hendrik. How could I forget? You don't understand how important this is. Please.
You would ask a sworn knight of Heliodor...
Not long enough for the years to have changed you. Still... But it has. Yeah.
Yeah! Impressive, Princess. The spirited young girl of old has grown into quite the warrior maiden.
Oh, please. I'm not a child anymore. It'll take more than a pat on the head to distract me.
And what will it take to convince you that I am deadly serious? That if you stand on the side of the Darkspawn, I will have no choice but to Yeah!
Hendrik!
Princess!
I'm sorry. Get on. Now hold on.
Princess, what have you become?
Jailbait. And now that we're done with the cutscene.
These games are a glimpse into the groundbreaking talents emerging from India and the Indian diaspora. We're honored and excited to be introducing you to the best of the best.
Now, if you like what you see, make sure you check out the India Games Showcase Steam event page and be sure to wishlist your favorites.
So buckle up, it's showtime.
Why are we playing music that clearly belongs in a version of Legend of Zelda and a minigame?
There you both are. In one piece too.
Ah, yes, that's exactly what we need. Chibi Indians.
So it was old Hendrik, was it?
Are you Kayan?
I thought it might be.
I don't think I read that
I
correctly.
would have liked a wee word with the rascal, but I doubt he'd have told us. Well, if even he's out for you, it wouldn't be the first time out. Many years ago. Mordegan. His story is all but forgotten, but the more I find out about him, which is why you're the luminary after all. You were born to defeat the Dark One.
I gotta remember to turn off autoplay. Alright, let me read that title again. Aikya MN. It's either Aikyam or some letter that I don't recognize with an N and an R on the end. I'm pretty sure that's an M, so Aikyam. Yes, that's an M. Because Carl can't read and didn't look at the blog post underneath it. What? I will be right back. I need to go do nursing duties. the show. So, Aikyam, assuming I'm pronouncing that correctly, because I researched it while I was doing my job. Too far forward. This is what? Chibi Rabbids? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like Chibi / Pikmin Rabbids. No idea what the context of the game is. It looks like it's a turn-based game that involves what? Perfectly hitting on beat? Possibly a music rhythm game? Various different characters with various forms of combat? Various stages of combat, rather. Yeah, so it's effectively what? A dance sim? So we're looking at what? A chibi Bollywood dance rhythm game. Close enough. Welcome back, V-Ribbit. Welcome back, Parappa the Rapper. Indian edition. And then we have another pixelation game. Detective Pixelation. Oh boy, it's esoteric even. Abashed. A walking detective. Is it too bad to say... What is that game called? It's the one with the little girl. And she has to travel to various forms of dimensions. Franbo? An Indian point-click Franbo-like. Where part of the game is flipping the dimensions that you're investigating. No idea what the story is. But we are already miles ahead of what was inside of Gaming Pride. It is so bashful how even with the weakest shows and the weakest showcases in community spotlights, they are miles ahead of what fucking Gaming Pride was doing. And it's got a demo already out. Another pixelated tearjerker. I'm pretty sure I just saw some vitiligo there on the opening scene. Experience and story-driven walking sim. Four out of 5, 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8.5, 10, 4.5 out of 5, 8.2 out of 10. I saw several 4 out of 5s and 5 out of 5s and 9 out of 10s on the transition. This is not a game made for me. This is obviously a pedigree farmer. But for the people who are actual cozy game sims, they're going to probably like this, especially if they like narratives. And it's called Fishbowl. And technically, it's a wholesome game presentation, but I guess it was made by Indians. Hashtag Telugu Pride. And it's out now. And then another game called Project Fox with two X's. hack and slash, shoot 'em up, beat 'em up. You know, there's got to be something to the effect that there is now enough evidence to create proof that no matter what context you put them in, African Americans and furries just seem to understand exactly what the character action and shmup genre is supposed to be. Someone has to have put together enough data to prove this corollary as true. Because there's too many data points. There is no causation equals correlation here. There is a fucking parabolic line from niggas and furries to understanding how action and responsiveness fit together to make good games. It's always the niggas and anthropomorphic creatures in character games. Always understanding perfectly the assignment. Someone is going to put this shit together, and they're just going to find the black furries, and then it's a wrap. And we'll never have to worry about this shit ever again. It even has platforming in 3 dimensions. Once again, I repeat myself. Oh, it even has XYZX axes. Oh no! Oh, somebody's been studying the Jack and Daxter. Somebody's been studying the Ratchet and Clank. That is the second game from Studio Shora. So far, technically both of their games hit for the genres that they're designed for.
Take pride in helping
And then another Studio Nori.
you see the world better.
Yeah, what is it? Well, he's your son. Why don't you take him? Ugh, fine!
Hey there, buddy. Welcome to Sequel Clinic. Why don't you hop up in here? Don't blink.
So we're looking for survival horror based on optical illusions and or occlumency.
It'll just take a second. Now look straight ahead at the blue.
Farsight. Palm Sugar. Once again, I'm seeing a lot of pixelation, although I am appreciating the stylization. Is it possible to be spiritually Indian, and what does that really mean? And I'm not talking scammer Indian. We're a poo-pill tier. They ran him over on the fucking train. I'm sorry, I'm flabbergasted by what I just witnessed. I see he didn't have enough cultural izzat to avoid being executed via train run over. Palm Sugar, A Village Story. Coming on Switch and Steam. It'll probably make $1 gorillion on Nintendo Switch. Guaranteed. It's probably going to make $1 gorillion. And by gorillion, I mean like maybe 300,000 to 1 million. Getting a game like this that feels like something that would be like actual Indian Earthbound with extra like engagement probably makes it that more interesting. The fact that they just watch a person get ran the fuck over and basically you're a kid fighting for what seems to be the culture and the is out of your village based around agriculture, it's probably going to be an agriculture sim of some kind with story-based elements. Maybe 20, 40, some amount of gameplay. But like, spiritually, it doesn't feel like what most people would colloquialize and also stereotype as Indian. Like, stereotypically, in the sense of, like, culturally respecting and representing itself, the characters are obviously Indian-coded. But this is above the quality of what most people would expect out of Indians, if your assumption is all Indians are scammers. Which is obviously not true. Those are caste systems.
Hi guys, my name is Meera Srivastava and I'm a professional artist and a cosplayer from India. And some of the favorite games that I've cosplayed from are from World of Warcraft, Dota 2, Valorant and so many more. I cosplay from the gaming characters because I feel that this medium has this unique ability to transport us to a distant world while making us feel that we are still a part of a greater story. The games in today's showcase all do exactly that. This is why I'm honored to be a part of India Games Showcase and would like to extend my support to all the Indian indies out here. This next game blends fantasy, survival and political intrigue, all told through beautifully hand-drawn illustrations. Check out Bhatika by Glassjar Interactive.
You see that, Game Pride? You see how they presented a person who clearly does the work, and instead of it just being like vibes, standing in an office space, empty, with nothing on the walls, or sitting in a specifically orchestrated space that probably is the streamer's broadcast room, you instead just show examples that you can have a person be a fan of multiple things and a cosplayer of multiple things while still being professional and not basically looking like a woke Judd. You see how easy that was? And then they either teed her up and they said let the game say what it's got to say, or they actually put shit on the side to present the game what it is. Like, they're not wasting time. Yet again, a showcase that understands we want to see the games! And not people yapping about who they are to get a soft presentation of, I was on the Game Show Awards. Come be a part of my broadcast on Twitch. And every character looks like an aesthetically pleasing version of a character and not being uglified like somebody has a fucking hate boner against Pretty Cure or Cure Live. Potentially Prince of Persia coded. Combat is looking a little thin there, but you know, you can only do so much in 2 dimensions when you're playing on a 2D walker. 2.5D if it looks like you can go up and down in those paths. And it's possibly going to be a grand strategy game by the looks of it. If it has dungeons, more than likely you're going to be exploring them, you know, as close as you can get to Darkest Dungeon without directly copying it. You got armor, you got weapons, potentially you have abilities and skills that go with that armor. Unique to the character or unique to the attack style and the weapon style when welding in the hand of the character. You get to micromanage where they go, what they do, how they fight, when they fight. Castle Crasher-like, so instead of just turn-based combat, you get to actively control. Gatika. Making itself look good. All artwork presented in this trailer was hand illustrated. +2 bonus. These clips are shown or recorded in-game from an early alpha build and do not represent the final product. Fair. That means that the art is subject to change for final release, so it won't look like this when it comes out. So rather than looking like a game that was programmed in Unity, it's a game that's going to demonstrate what happens when you give people the ability to experiment and to then present the idea without necessary polish. So instead of having a final version for the build, it actually is good. I don't know what you're talking about, Carl. The only thing worth paying attention to on the showcase is the people with permanent foot and mouth disease. I mean, there are plenty of times where people bite the fucking foot and obviously overspeak and or yap way too fucking much, said the presenter. But I think the biggest sin is having boring games and a boring showcase and boring presenters that are way too eccentric to the point that they become lolcow jokes. Again, gaming pride. I don't even have to explain it. Just look at the input of day 5 and just notice that it took us like 4 to 5 hours to get through what was supposed to be a 1-hour presentation. Because there was that much to talk about. I present again the Carl exception. If Carl is not interacting with the game meant to keep his hands busy, it means he's not. It means that he's engaged with material. If Carl is looking over and making passable jokes while constantly playing the game he has in the background to focus his hands, it means that he is disengaged from material because it does not engage his mind. Another detective game. Point and click adventure. In order to discover things, you have to use context clues in order to continue your investigation. So it's not just click, 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 click. Now that right there looks like an actually deeply engaging detective game. Because it's more than just clicking around until you find the evidence. This one actually requires you to think and actually use your common sense as well as using a little bit of operant thinking. The fact they make it look like a kid's storybook helps too. So you got stylized art, you've got potential, you've got actually interesting methodologies, with the text point-and-click adventure getting you closer to Zork and closer to adventure than most people would be used to. And you do it in a way that doesn't make it look like it's being coded in DOSBox. Cosmic Race Galactic Showdown. So a pod racer. You can fight back utilities and weapons to be able to operate, so basically, pole position with guns. Not bad. It's just the demo version. But they have the demo version up. They have a Discord. If you can be better than Hot Wheels Turbo Racing, you have my vote. Next game. Boomer Shooter. Kill Flow from Cluster Fame Games. And it does not appear to be dripping with True and Shine. This is a good sign. So, does anybody remember that game that was being shown around on the internet early on this year by the name of Tamashika? It's currently available on Steam. It's basically gun in one hand, knife in the other, and your job is to basically counteract, reflect, and stab and flow kill. If you get hit, you get sent back to the beginning through all the levels that you ascended through, and it's basically monk mode mentality. This feels like it's based on the same game flow. Although, if this is all that there is, it's got the art aesthetic, and it's got maybe the shell shading and tracing and interesting methodology of what the guns in the environment look like. A gun version of Mortal Sin, if you will. I don't know what the gimmick is. Is the gimmick that you can only walk forward and you have to flow kill from one stage to the next? Chromati, cleanup games. Best mobile game finalist. So, Alien Invaders with a touch of Dance Dance Revolution, potentially in omnidirections, maybe played with the mouse and or keypad, maybe the number pad. You must match the color in order to shoot the color. Sometimes you'll have to mix the colors together to get the color you need to shoot. And you'll have to keep the flow up so you don't get overwhelmed. So a little bit of Tetris, a little bit of columns, a little bit of Dance Dance Revolution, a little bit of Space Invaders. The question is, how deeply addictive is it? And you have different modes of gameplay too. Chromati. And it's out in early access. Spookaboo, Wallet and Active. We were not going to get past this without seeing some friend slop. So, Luigi's Mansion, but it's isometric top-down. And then you have to do it throughout the mini levels where you have to capture the ghosts. So you need to discover them, scan for them, set up for them, and deal with the environmental destructibles and interactables that may or may not help or hinder you in capturing them. And you have to do so with the intention of doing it in the time allotted. And the better you clear, the more stars you get, and you need to have a certain number of stars to continue to the next level in the top left corner. You get a number of ghosts you have to capture, and it looks like the environments are procedurally generated. Now that's a friend slop game you can actually play without having people potentially sabotage each other. Carl said, hopefully. It even has a boss system. It's being sold multi-platform. It'll also probably make $1 grillion. But it'll be one of those games that people forget exists unless they play it a lot. Chiclets, Human Products, YK Games Videos. Human murder simulator. You have a social security number at the top. Oh. We all know what jokes we want to make in our head. No, do not say them aloud. Keep them to yourself. Yes, Avalon, that includes you. We all know it. We're all thinking it. Do not say it aloud. It's basically Ape Escape, but it's Indian men. Animal cannibalism. Oh boy. Oh. I'm impressed that they could get that put onto the fucking broadcast. Holy shit. Yes, indeed, sir. I do believe that that is something that we cannot actually illegally put onto the test. I believe we do not get to make jokes about this. But damn, I wonder what his ESAT score must be. So, a cultivation sim where you're hunting, exploiting, and harvesting human resources out of Indian men. Woo! Woo! Harvest Moon, eat your fucking heart out. Shit! Oh, you even have different types of people you can capture. So yes, it literally is a cultivation sim that is designed like Harvest Moon, but your goal is to basically do ape escape against the various types of creatures you can capture, creatures, air quote, creatures, you can capture, and you exploit the human resources of the things that you're killing and capturing. Just like any other cultivation sim. Fucking bold. That's a bold type of game to put out there. I have to give him a +2 just for the audacity of doing it. Mechanical Fury, Arian Hearts. Another boomer shooter. Seemingly completely removed from the True and Shine. Literally a not Killdozer, not Killbot, Ultra Kill clone. So basically, Bionic Commando, but as a boomer shooter, and copying directly off of Ultra Kill. You could probably do worse. Oh, and it's also gender swapped. Instead of a man, it's a woman. Gallic Entertainment, Radio Heart, Lo-Fi Hours. So an incremental. I see a progress bar in the top right corner, and assuming that it's not just a gravure simulator. You basically are setting this up and playing in the background and using it like an incremental. The more time you listen to it, the more you unlock. So it's like a Tamagotchi. A lo-fi event and life planner? in the form of a video game idler. I do believe that is a new niche I've never seen fulfilled before. House of Heists, absurd game. So, a tower defense slash exploration dungeon crawler, possibly in the same tongue-in-cheek nature. Not by the same studio, because that game that I'm thinking of, which is Boyfriend Dungeon, was made by Kitbox Studio, designed for the queered audience. Where this just seems to be possibly a tongue-in-cheek joke game, with the same design energy. All for the purposes of getting through a run and getting to the throne. House of Heists. Okay. Appetite of the Abyss. Mighty Tide Games. Card game deck builder. Working a little bit like... Ironically, the title that I received for one of the first campaigns I did for Dare Drop, the Deadly Path. You have generators, and I'm assuming you put them on the field in order to combine them together to give yourself a starting deck sum of resources to then play a deck space that fills as you go. So, the Deadly Path, but designed more like Weather Studios' various board game-esque designed adventure experiences. I'm not quite sure what you call them. They are obviously in the simulator type, but Cultist Simulator, Traveling at Midnight, or Traveling at Moonlight. No, it's Traveling at Midnight. Yeah, Traveling at Midnight, the House of the Hours, or the Book of Hours, etc. And you're cooking for monsters.
Hey everyone, Ankita here. I'm a video game streamer who loves cozy and wholesome titles. The indie scene in India has jumped leaps and...
I'm noticing that we decided to do a smart thing here, and we have put a filter over the background that is what she is broadcasting from. I don't think she's on a green screen. I think they put up a filter so that it completely pixelated out and focused outwards and focused specifically on her. We need to do this more. How do you prevent people from insulting the backgrounds and the spaces of the influencers and the presenters that are coming onto the camera to present new games that are a part of the broadcasts? You focus it on the presenter and have the presenter dress like they're gonna get criticized for their appearance. Somehow, the Indians can do it, which means we have to learn how better to do it in the future. This is good. I'm so happy we're learning.
Bounds in recent years, all leading to the India Games Showcase. I'm eagerly looking forward to all the titles, and I hope you all enjoy the show. Coming up next is Dodo Ducky by Bond Monkey Studio, a very cute, reality-bending puzzle platformer which switches between 2D and 3D perspectives.
So this is just like that other screen-bound game.
I've always felt
Shutter Story, Frostwood Interactive.
it. Like something is watching me. Even when I'm alone, there's a presence.
Liminal Space / Anomalous Detective.
But now I see
Yep.
it. It's in the photos.
So blending the, well, it's not necessarily point and click, but the anomalous, what's the word I'm looking for? Uncanny Valley detective style game with a story narrative. Shutter Story. They really do like themselves some fucking stylistic horror games. And here we have our second recent game of the showcase. Shotgun on Wheels, Fender Shot. So it looks like when you run into the terrain, you have a chance to potentially pick up the terrain as a weapon, and you then get to use that as a method to pull back other racers to take over the pole position. That is the kind of game that's going to make a fucking racing team of people literally want to fucking crash out. That is not a game you play with your friends if you are trying to keep your friends. But, that's a good party game. Gallic Entertainment, Silk Grove. And this one is basically a fucking Studio Ghibli film.
She never needed much. Just a little light and a lot of heart. The war's over, Eddie. This world belongs to you now. What's left is more than just metal and dust. Look after it.
So, Solar Punk?
And let it grow again.
Ugh. Go back to the original 2D design. Damn, that looks horrible. So, Solar Punk Cultivation Sim, potentially open world exploration, cozy vibes, character and object customization, boom, clap, boom, clap, boom, clap, boom, clap, boom, clap. Ironic that they make games like this, and that we haven't mastered making VR that doesn't feel like VR bait. But then again, this is going to be made for a normal audience, so it doesn't have to be specifically VR. But boy, am I glad that we got out of the VR craze. And then you have character dating. Probably still has a story mode. Yep, Solarpunk's crazy game. Rakasha! Odd Compass Studio. RPG, where every choice matters. Explore a dark fantasy modern India. I mean, we just call that India. But shh. Brutal turn-based combat. So I see we're going for a more spiritualized concept, where we're using the idea of Dharma and Indian spiritualism as a combat system. I can fucks with it! Create a build to fit your playstyle. So you're getting an actual real RPG. You're not getting one of those other shits. I hope that means that it has deep influential concepts based on the 12 avatars of Vishnu. Definitely worth a pickup for me. The Last Nighthawk, Bare Metal Games. Our best weapon is you. A shmup. Technically shoot 'em up, beat 'em up. But it looks not great because of the pre-alpha footage. Hopefully it feels better because there are many games that actually do this concept, but much better. Because it seems like it wants to be a bullet hell, but bullet hell, bullet heaven, I refuse to use bullet heaven because it's called bullet hell for a reason. But a bullet hell beat 'em up, shoot 'em up that doesn't seem to have a lot of dodging through pixels and dodging through shots, which doesn't seem very interesting to me. Excuse me, I'll be right back. My food is done. I made sriracha-based sauce tandoori chicken, but without rice, and basted in its natural juice. Not joking. It's delicious, but my ass is gonna be on fire in 36 hours. Yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough bullet-based combat for me. Okay. Hold on now. Wait a minute. Go back. Okay, now you're talking. Actually showing that it's not just a game of runaway, but you actually have to dodge, parry, impale through the bullets. Okay, now you have my curiosity. You're gonna have to improve it, but I'm gonna look at it later. Pravim Nikam, loop, beginning of a never-ending journey. Wake up! Wake up! Tell me a little alien! Loop. Beginning of a never-ending story. Fuck. They're still playing sound? Somehow it opened it inside the window while putting it outside the window. That was weird. Fix that? Because I was reading that. So, loop. Beginning of a never-ending journey, a world that watches you back. It looks like it's just another cozy game / procedural. Designed for story. Not my tea, but somebody might like it. At least they're inventive and they change it up every time. So even though there are games like it that exist, like this might as well be Indian Limbo. This does something different that Limbo does not do. Supercharged from Team Supercharged Games. That is the fourth boomer shooter so far. And it's movement based. Use your gun to create your own path. So you're not defeating enemies as much as you are parkouring infinitely around the maps.
Coming soon in Steam. Wishlist now. Supercharge. Field rush.
Orbital Outbreak. Code A Gameworks. Isometric roguelike, but instead of a top-down area map, you made it a planet. That's gonna definitely get hard for people to get used to. And they're really swarming you. There's a game called Death State. This is basically that, but you use the isometric top-down view of a planet. This has a lot of potential. Nominee for Gaming Con Player Choice Award, second runner-up Unity Play Showcase. Nominee for upcoming PC Game Title of the Year, IGDC 2025. Nominee Indie Game of the Year, TCG 1 ECIC. I don't know why this eye is different than this eye, but IGCD 2025. So, a game developed using Unity that actually looks like a standout game and not a reused asset machine.
What's up guys, Animesh Agarwal here, or as some of you may know me as 8-Bit Thug. I'm the co-founder of SATL Esports and a streamer. As someone who has watched the rise of India's gaming firsthand, I've also been aware of the game development scene and the many artists and developers who have contributed to its growth, which is why
I'm loving the energy. I cannot help but to notice your AI-generated logo for your team's identity.
I'm incredibly excited and honored to be here with you today for the India Games Showcase. These developers have worked really hard to be here and represent the enormous talent from across our country. I, for one, am glad to highlight the developers and give my support to Indian indies. Thank you for watching, and on to the next game.
Superior Mike, Aman Javidi. Look! It's Indian from Veladaku! Reverse Kirby. So, Reverse Kirby, Donkey Kong Country platformer, utilizing stylized designs, and a min-maxed character system designed to give the player ultimate player expression with how they choose to challenge the challenges. This is going to make $1 grillion. Make it Steam Deck certified and it will definitely make money. And it's hand-drawn. Very exciting. Barely Breathing, Parishta Gupta. So basically the escape sequence from that one section of Finding Nemo. You have a limited amount of time to get from object to object in order to not drown. And it is designed like a rage bait platformer. Yeah, this is going to be popular with the broadcasters. Durag Sangha, Norwegian. Early development build. We've got 3D in 4 dimensions. Indian Eco. Indian Shadow of the Colossus / Eco. Dwarven Brothers, we are so cooked.
Room service.
Shit! Oh,
No, thank
no,
you.
no, no. Okay, how do we get rid of the body? I've got it. We grab him, take the elevator to the 3rd floor, and dump him in the trash chute.
Or, hear me out. We take the service stairs straight to the ground floor.
What about the guard?
You distract him, we sneak past.
Now, we do things my way.
We are so good.
So, a party rage bait sim where you try to smuggle a dead body without getting caught. Again, $1 billion. Redimension, Sojourn Past. $2.5 sim. Probably Metroidvania. And it's beautifully polished, too. Fast-moving combat. Now there's the platforming bullet hell that you should be playing. I wonder if this is what encouraged the creation of Soros. I wonder if Soros kicked off a indie push of making games that follow in this footstep. I haven't seen a lot of them. But if that is the case, then at least that movie game had something good inside of it. Featured on GOG and Steam. Description Studios, The Misadventures of Spaceman Biff.
Salutations, doomed astronauts. You've reached 7th cell support. Press 1 to be connected to a customer service agent. Press 2 to accept death.
I see you've crash landed on Tartarus, the worst place in the universe. Congratulations. You have finally reached the people who can help transfer your call to another department so you can explain your problem from the very beginning.
Hey you. Still climbing? Still the strong stereotype? Morale. Can I interest you in our annual subscription plan?
Okay, Mr. Gifford Gifford, I've got your case right here. Oh no, you're falling really fast and really deep. Okay, you're fine. People survive this. Oh sweet heavens, do they survive that?
So, a voice acting comical Getting Over It with Bennett Foggy / Jump King with Rage voice acting.
Oh god, I'm panicking. Are you seeing double? I'm seeing double. I hate this. I'm gonna transfer you to someone more qualified.
That's so cool. We can thank you for attending.
It might make $1 billion too. Destroyer Doggo, Bao Bao's Cozy Cleaning Service. I'm pretty sure we've seen this one before. No gameplay, but obviously designed for the cozies. Pariah Interactive, 1,000 deaths. We have seen this one before. We saw it probably at one of the last State of Play events for PlayStation. Surrealist, absurdist platformer in general. But they're pushing for us to buy it on Steam and PlayStation and on PC for Steam Deck. Possibly going to make $100 million simply because they're going with a good method. Shapeshifter, flip-flop free. It's the Batman Arkham series Boomerang, but it's the entirety of the game instead of just one minigame. Or, if you really know ball, that one section out of Tasmanian Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, first game. Back in time from Omnia Games. You know, I'm surprised. That last one, I would have expected that to come out of the Latin American showcase. Another good planned Pixel Sim. The game changes as the time changes. Fucking Mecha Hitler. Back in Time. Sold on Steam, PS5, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch. So you're just going through... Oh, that one kicked back. So you're just traveling through time to notable events in history, like what if you went back to kill baby Hitler, or turn Hitler into a baby, or like what's the context? What's the setting? What's the setup? What's the story? Now, they made a COVID joke. Halt. Rahi. In Magiligo in 1992, nobody tells the secrets to the priest. They tell them to him. You're the traveler. He knows you. He knows your destination. But do you know his? Customize your car. Experience the Goan culture. Basically drive around like Indian Rocket League. Take a second to breathe around the times. Have a love letter to the simpler times. Make the bonds with beautiful women. Fall in love. And try to be the best engine you can in Rahaji. Please wishlist soon. We are setting up the Kickstarter.
Hi everyone, Zaya here. I'm a variety streamer.
I see we didn't use the filter on this one. We have Pokemon, Funko Pop, Goofy Goober, SpongeBob, SquarePants Movie 1 opener, a stand with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bitch, how many goddamn PlayStation controllers do you need? Jesus! Silk Song, a nondescript pistol that from this position I can't tell exactly what it is, a potted plant, and various different box sets and or video game boxes in the background. And I can't read what's on her chair because I'm reading it backwards. Hashtag VFOR Victor. What could that possibly be? Is this a vitality chair for the Vitality org? Okay, she does esports and pick'ems, or she's a big fan.
From India, I started playing games from demo CDs from my dad's tech magazines, and today it brings me so much joy to see just how Indian indies are going global. We get to share our art, culture, and history with people across the world, which brings me to the final announcement of the night. You played and loved the era-defining originals, so now please enjoy the first gameplay reveal trailer of one of India's most anticipated titles, Raji Kalyuga from Nodding Heads Games.
And we all remember this one from the last opening.
The visions. They're getting clearer. No matter where I look, it all leads to the same end. He's not just coming. He's already part of everything that's breaking. He always was, Raj. Didi, this isn't a place meant for the living.
Then why does it feel like it remembers us?
Because Betala isn't just a ring. It's everything the world tried to forget.
Honestly, we made the jokes before, but Indian God of War, the new kind of God of War, is not a bad concept. It's just that after years of watching absolute dog shit roll out of the American industry, and them constantly subvert expectations, and effectively tell you that you cannot question the way that they tell stories, but then they design some of the most piss-poor bullshit gameplay. This game has a lot, giving it itself a potential to have itself a niche in which it fits into perfectly. Rather than using already pre-established characters to explore a different pantheon, you tell an original story. You tell an original story using art and stories of that era in order to fill in what is in between. We already know that it has character action-like combat. I don't think it dug very deep into the mechanic systems behind what creates that combat. But as long as it does better than the Unknown Undying Awakening series, that was supposed to head and voice star that one actress from the Witcher series, the one that they casted to be Yennefer. Her name is slipping my mind, but you know the actress I'm talking about. If it is better than that series of games, and that's a very low bar that they actually have to pass. That's a 3 out of 10 shit game bar that they have to pass. So, if they can be better than that, if they can be better than Forspoken, if they can rise above a 7 out of 10, this will become a kinetic narrative movie game that hits above the bar of 8 out of 10 and deserves to have its flowers. But that requires people giving it the space to be that, instead of trying to meme it to death. Look out for the fucking media grifters, both left and right, that are going to talk shit about this game without ever having given it a chance.
afraid of what's broken. You should be. I've seen what happens if we fail. Then stop looking at the future and fight with me in the present.
I can't tell if they're playing shitty on purpose or not.
Yet I have no life, just form afar. Unpolished surfaces, so have no fear.
Though I cannot speak, I always reply.
Mimicking your movements, as truth cannot lie. Tell me, child, what am I? Tell me.
The elders spoke of this long before we were born. When the heavens are opened before their time and the balance is broken, the one who sees all.
Now, the kids' combat seems to be the most exciting part of the game. Oh boy, they did not make the melee combat look good with the woman. But this kid's combat, it looks like the most fun. Now, make his combat energy chakrams. Make it as close to, say, fighting on the fly in Metroid Prime between your beams. And you have right here some really good ranged combat. Has anybody seen that bullshit they put out from Wolverine featuring the combat of Jean Grey? Yeah! If you make his combat look better than hers, automatic 8 out of 10. Combat-wise. Mechanics is yet to be seen. Have to figure out how you do that. And obviously that means playing the game first. But if you can make his combat, and you can refine and polish, or you show us better examples of actual combo mad-worthy combat from the melee character, and you have here a better game than what you're probably going to get out of LaFay, and out of any other fucking kinetic narrative that's going to be on the market during this game's time in its release date.
Will stand at the edge of creation and chooses what survives.
Oh shit! Actually, I just realized what his combat system is. His combat system is the combat system of Project Number 5! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a second! Let me get this shit on without dumb thing. Project Number 5. GameCube. Am I thinking of the wrong title? Project Number 5 GameCube. Project Number 3. Wrong title. Mistakes get made. Product Number 3. For people who don't remember, inside of the section that belonged to the extras menu inside of Beautiful Joe for the PlayStation 2 and for the GameCube, and maybe it was also on an Xbox, I can't remember, there was a list of product details and upcoming titles that were going to be released as basically tech expo demonstrations of experimental content that you would have expected, like The Bouncer and Oni, and one of those things being featured was a game called Product Number 3. Product Number 3 featured a Gravera-esque buxom character who basically did acrobatic flipping combat. For those of you who remember Anna Williams' game, Death by Degrees, think of a spin-off title like that from the Tekken franchise. But this is an original content, an original product, that is responsible for the body movements that would be inspired from Team Clover that would eventually get introduced into Project Platinum, then known as Platinum Games, that then would release Bayonetta. This combat system is basically, if you ignore the fact that it is in fact a woman who is gyrating her hips and thighs, every single combat style and movement system corresponds to a different type of ammunition that you're using to fight the enemies in the game. The system, as rough as it was at the time, effectively was a very deep in-hand character action system where utilizing the weapon that the character could use meant understanding how to properly dodge in between and past bullets and melee attacks while being stylish as you do so. It is a very hard game to play. Basically, imagine a female version of God Hand with a focus on projectile combat with very minimal with projectile combat with a focus on very minimal interactions of melee combat, but doing so with not necessarily a Hideki Kamiya Lecher's view, but enough that it was different. And so, because it was experimental and different, some people were like, that game won't make money, and they never made a sequel of it again. But they obviously took the bones that came from this experimental design and put it into Bayonetta, and now you have the Bayonetta franchise as it exists. But, what would it look like if it was performed perfectly? What you basically get is this. The art is the framing is very bad because the video only has it in 1240p, but this is the minigun. Jump down, still using the minigun. Change direction. She changes position and animation. Then change the weapon, and then by changing the weapon, she changes into something that uses the beam attack, dodging, flipping, quartering around while changing through the guns. This is basically what this kid's gameplay is, but with less sexuality, of course. Let me get you a better version of product number 3, probably from the demo of the game. Let's not use a long play. Let's not use that. I'd rather just have the fucking GameCube commercial from the thing in the game. Would you believe if this shit was actually produced by Capcom? Let's see here. Let me just get the product number 3 fucking cutscene. Beautiful Joe. Trailer. There we go. Here's the original trailer that came from the GameCube in 2003. The character's name was Vanessa D. Schneider. Excuse me, Z. Dyslexia. If you're thinking to yourself, Carl, isn't this much like that Neon Death Drop game? Yes! But the go-go dancer is a female, and it's a lot cleaner in design, and it had a lot more polish, and it was produced by Capcom in production with some of the people who then became a part of Team Clover, and then Team Wonderful, and Team Platinum. you know, Wonderful 101, Beautiful Joe, Team Clover before they had to basically reform themselves under new title, and then the team that made Bayonetta. Or if you want, if Samus was a go-go dancer. Now, take that gameplay concept and apply it to this kid's combat.
Then why me? Because you're the only one who can stand there.
It's truth. What am I? What am I?
The elders spoke of this long before we were born, when the heavens are opened before their time and the balance is broken. The one who sees all light will stand at the edge of creation and chooses what survives. Then why me? Because you're the only one who can stand there and not turn away. I hate that it's you, but we don't get to decide that anymore. When it happens, you choose what becomes of you.
Is that a representation of Hoonbots? No, I don't think so. I think that's Mayan. He suplexed the pillar and kicked that shit at you. That's crazy. Hello, Marcus. Don't think I didn't see you slide in.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I mean, that game did look actually really fun.
And that's a wrap.
Yeah. Like, even if people only ever remember it as basically Indian God of War, it has a lot of potential behind it, and it deserves to be more than a meme. There's lots of different concepts it's obviously pulling from, and the designers obviously played a lot of these games that I'm talking about, or at least took inspiration from them. Now, his combat is nowhere near as smooth as it was for product number 3, but this is one of those things that if you had released this during the GameCube era, like this, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, Eternal Darkness, and a 2003 GameCube remake of Raji Kali Yuga, you quite literally would have had something that people would have also then referenced just as much as they want to reference Panzer Dragoon, whatever the fuck, and all those other titles from the Drakengard franchise, or all the other things.
It kind of reminded me of Zurich.
Yes, like all the things that people like to LARP about on Twitter, but don't know what they're talking about. That's one of those ones that they would actually be able to simulate the content from, and it would have to stand on its own, because if it comes from Indian artists, this is, again, is the Apuification. Move things, it sounds like it's an insult, but it's not. You move things in the direction of being so uniquely Indian, and so uniquely removed from the hands of Western thinking, even if it does follow Western video game pejoratives and projectives, especially in terms of kinetic narrative video games, and you have produced a show, let alone a genre of games, that you could never take away from them. So, if it does well, they can't claim that it came from the Santa Monica mines. And if it does poorly, but only commercially, and then becomes a sleeper hit, they can't say, well, why is it that you can't ever find this? Because y'all motherfuckers don't play it and you don't support it. Because y'all ain't watching the shows, and it's obvious. That's what I think, at least.
Makes sense.
One more case example of why does Carl know ball.
Thank you all so much for joining us with...
And what a tight fucking show. An hour and 2 minutes. And I only produced, what, an hour and 49 minutes out of that content? See, that's how it's done, Gaming Pride. Don't embarrass yourselves. You should have been here. I don't know if you looked at the broadcast. I'm just going to fill you in. The Gaming Pride, that's G-A-Y, mean Pride, showcase was such a smorgasbord of cringe. If it wasn't the presenters, it was the fucking advocates for the games that were being presented.
I'm not surprised by that.
The particular director of... Go ahead.
My mind has been more focused on the literal getting fucked over fighting games scene.
I mean, look, I don't know what to tell you. What Riot Games should have done is they should have waited for somebody else to design the game design and stolen it off of themselves. Just like everything else that they fucking decided to make a video game of. Video game fraudsters, forever fucking losing.
I had a discussion about this last night and this some friends of mine, and they were like, well, they wanted League of Legends numbers for fighting games. It was like, that's never going to happen, so why didn't make it in the fucking first place?
But Carl, what are you talking about? People inside my fucking chat room, inside of my audience, already said inside of general chat in the server that, damn, I can't believe that Carl called it before it happened, but it still sucks that it happened, Fancy said, with a tear in his eyes. And it's like, no. Like, stop, slow down. Grab the wall. Who does Riot Games make games targeting? They've made technically 4 of them. I say technically because Auto Battler Chess inside the League client isn't a video game, it's a mini game. It's a cozy game distraction to decompress after people have entered your matches. But the games that they've made, a mobile version of League, a PC edition version of League, of which both of them have different concepts that are not applied across the patch. Basically, Wild Rift is a better, refined version of League, but you're never going to fuse these concepts together, because if they did, they would have to drastically rebalance characters. Included with League Classic, which isn't really Glory Days League. It's a recreation of what they think would have been Glory Days League, which means it's the equivalent of Smite Classic, it's the equivalent of WoW Classic, but not the private server version, the retail version. Which means it'll never be balanced. You lick my fucking dick, David Turley. You will never balance it. You will never balance it. Because real balance around old perceptions means bringing back the real original version of the character. You're not bringing back classic Scion. You're not bringing back the classic kit of Warwick, because as disgustingly simple as they were also disgustingly unbalanced. Same thing with all the characters that you gave character UI kit remakes and kit refreshes. You did it because they were unfun. You're not bringing back original classic League. You're only going to bring back certain visual examples of the character, like original classic Singe. Shout out to my nigga Minish Cap! You know who should have been a presenter in this game? Minish Cap 1! Why was he not included in the India showcase? That nigga is Indian as fuck! I digress. League Mobile, League Classic. That's all one game. Auto Battler, Teamfight Tactics, technically, inside of League, second game. Valorant, clone of CSGO, third game. Legends of Runeterra, copy of Hearthstone, fourth game. You have a League MMO that's in development, and then Project L, as you presented it, 2XKO. You had how many FGC legends working with you as developers? You spent how much time developing it? And you originally started with a platform fighter that would have been in the case of Smash, called Pool Party. But you chose to give up that design because you were scared of what happened with Multiverses. You were scared of what happened with Multiverses, where they decided to take a slow and steady approach instead of dynastically blasting out progress and blasting out character designs. And then, when you decided to hone in on a two-stock, two-character system backup fighter with various levels of design and control, similar to the Augment system of League's redesign from Runes Reforged, you could use 2-on-2, or you can embolden your single anchor character with extra power comparative to an X Factor in MBC3 and all the other bullshit you added that you shouldn't have put in the game, because it's not a fighting game at that point. At its core, a 2 versus 2 fighter, similar to a 2.5D fighter, similar to DNF Duel, or similar to Injustice / Mortal Kombat, with DNF Duel style combos, but a fucking cast of characters that are as crazy as DNF Duel. That is not me giving them a compliment. DNF Duel was spawned from the fact that PC-based PvP in Dungeon Fighters Online, whether it would be the US edition that happened in the tenure which it was served by Nexon of America, or the reindustrialization of the revitalization phase that came when Neopol moved its offices to Jeju Island, and then brought us Arad V2, which was the secondary remake version of DFO, or DNF Duel, and brought it to the States to be played under their titleage. They made that game knowing that characters like the male and female fighter and various other sword-based, fist-based, or shield and block-based character classes were just outright the best in the game. And fuck you highly to the female witch characters. Oh my god, I hate elementalists, but not as much as I hate actual battlecaster witches. They made DNF Duel for those characters because seeing the actual potential of a 2.5D fighter, where positioning and footsies are everything, didn't make much sense in the PC space, but made perfect sense for an actual fighter. And then, of course, that game died because people already should know that the fighting game genre, #1, message, die very quickly. And as soon as the game becomes solved and or boring, they will move on to something more exciting. You, in your infinite fucking knowledge, whoever was on the project, decided, no, let's not use the characters that obviously feel like they belong in a fighter set. Let's design it around...
Like Kali makes sense.
The kings and queens of top lane, everybody! No, let's not design it around those characters. No, let's not let it be a setting where it's basically Tekken / Street Fighter in the fucking League universe. No. We're gonna get dumbass fucking bullshit characters that are basic zoning setup. Alawi, come on down! Where's Braum? Fuck you! You get Darius! Come on down! Echo, come on down! And let's not forget the fucking bullshit that we just sat through, as in watched it happen, and then they did nothing else with it because we're gonna hire a company like Pastiche. This is not a shit post about Pastiche. We're gonna hire Pastiche to finally do what League of Legends was based on. Geopolitical struggles in the countries, the characters, the myths, the heroes, the legends of the characters come from. Let's put them in an environment that allows us to build their character. What are we gonna do? All of the world? No. Let's do it in pieces, in cultures. Okay, which ones are we gonna do first? Are we going to do Noxus first? No, we're going to do Noxus second, because we have to build up to go to the next show. So, you can't always have the characters reappearing. In the case of the Game of Thrones, even though League of Legends is literally PC Game of Thrones, no. You can't have Demacia, you can't have Ionia, you can't have Noxus, you can't have the Freljord, you can't have Ikarin, also known as the Void. You can't have any of those places, or any of the other places where other characters come from. Hell, even with the design of fucking Lil Nas X, we can't go to places like the newer zones made around the zones of Shurima. No. Not even Bandle City shit. No. We are going straight to Zon Piltover. And what characters are we going to premiere? That's right, our lovey-dovey characters that we just got finished writing stories and characters about. But suspiciously absent of Mel. Unless she is in the game, because I did not pay attention if they added Mel to that game, because that game's... Yeah, because that game, it would have been fucking retarded, because, what, you want to deal with a zoner who has the ability to fucking counteract your fucking skills on cooldown? It would have to have a fucking timer. It would have to be a charging mechanic. Oh, what a fucking dumb design. But, back to the shit I'm fucking yapping about. You decide to include the lovey-dovey characters from Arcane, Seasons 1 and 2, just like you did, to try and onboard people from Season 1 and 2, and it didn't work. You had a giant drop-off of people who started playing the game, because surprise, surprise, the #1 toxic game in the world has high turnover! So what the fuck made you think that by not making popular characters, not making the interesting characters, and not making a better system of design would have led to a game played by casuals who actively shit their opportunities up and don't play for the team and only play for themselves? Why the fuck would those people who are looking to blame everyone but themselves ever play a fighting game where you can only blame yourself? Hello? Hello, McFly? Are you thinking? Is it on? Is the brain on? Why would those people ever play that genre? Why would they ever play that genre? If they can't play their lane by themselves with a deafen tool where they can ignore everybody in the world, why would you then include gameplay of basically 3 zoning characters and a brawler in the form of Jinx, Vi, Caitlyn, Alawi, and whoever else you added to the titles, including Darius and Echo? Why would people ever want to fucking play this game? Why? How would they play it long term? They already don't take responsibility. How would you hold them accountable?
They would say, that's a cheap-ass character, and probably move on from there. The thing for me is just like, I feel so bad for Dax, because he said, man, I want Samira in the game. Samira gets announced. The game fucking dies.
It's fucking it's so fucking disgusting. And the reason why it's disgusting is because they already had a workshop concept for this. Do you remember the God Eye tournament event?
No.
The one that featured the God's Eye skins for the characters. God's Eye Samira, God's Eye Shaco, and more importantly, God's Eye Viego. Basically appearing as literally King of Fighters, but it's actually League. It was a browser game inside of the launcher that you played to unlock shit.
Oh, Soul Fighter.
Yes, Soul Fighter.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was the game, right there. That's all you had to do. Start with those character skins and that story as the basis of the game. But instead of trying to make it, like what they made it as, make it a 2D Soul Calibur. That's it. That's all you had to do. Granted, it would have played more like King of Fighters because we basically Soul Eye Viego is Orochi, which is to say one of the three sealed cursed characters that carry the god spirits in the game. Orochi, Kaio Kusanagi, and Iori / Leona.
There's also what's their name? I can't remember. Shermie.
Yes, Shermie. But that was the basis for what should have been 2XKO. All you had to do was do that. That's all you had to do. You already workshopped the concept. You already perfectly had skins and characters that fit in that universe. But instead of starting off a game with Samira, who is clearly made for a battle series, she might as well be League of Legends Ivy Valentine, you decide instead to insert your fucking fan-favorite fucking franchise characters and put them in a genre they don't belong in. A genre that your players aren't going to play actively because FGC players don't play MMOs and they don't play MOBAs, and mobile players do not play games where they don't get to blame anybody but themselves. It can't be a casual game, because by its nature, if you're playing it as a fighting game, it has to require them to take accountability in lab. They already don't practice in League. They already cheat off of other people's videos, concepts, and video ideas and builds already. And League right now is in the worst meta it has ever been in. Supports running all over the map because they're not challenged to be in the bottom lane. Because, surprise, surprise, the Americans finally realized, wow, to actually play the Korean APC bottom. Oh, do you not like watching a mage easily clear and jailer your bottom lane for 15 minutes while the support rapes the mid lane, rapes the jungle, rapes the top lane, and does it on cooldown to the point you can sit in the brush and not move while not taking the XP? Just sitting outside the range of the lane, just waiting for the opportunity to dive your ass? Ah! You know what that person's going to do when they're tilted? They're going to go play a game where they're going to get even more tilted when they get combo mixed up 50-50 on meaties by a character that literally screams, "I win!" when you fall for the counter parry. Oh! 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 Because the worst part is, in order for that game to be successful, in order for the soul fighter in this parallel dimension to be successful, guess what game is going to play like? It's not going to play like Street Fighter. It's not going to play like Puff. No, it's gonna play like Fatal Fury. Oh boy!
I can barely hear you because you peaked.
Always, but no, it's gonna play like Fatal Fury. It's gonna play like Fatal Fury. Enjoy getting just guarded 26 times on your block string, only to get mixed up aerial OTG into a 56-hit combo, only for the characters that get really good at their combos to be screaming, "I win! I win! I win!" Oh, they're going to throw their controllers and or mice, and they're going to flip the fuck out. And then they're going to go to Valorant, already tilted, and they're going to tilt in their games, and they're going to get probably banned from that. They're going to tilt inside League, get banned from that. They're going to get tilt inside of this hypothetical soul fighter in this dimension, get banned from that. And then the only game they can play, assuming they can even matchmake for it if they get banned in League, would be the tabletop auto chess and Legends of Runeterra, which might as well just be a single-player card game.
I mean, it is considering.
It's trying to copy Hearthstone, so I have to assume they have the ability to buy packs, but I have never heard of a person seriously playing that game competitively.
I mean, the game's in forever maintenance mode.
Which means it's a
You
dead game.
can only play the single-player version of it.
Yes, which means it's basically a dead game.
Yeah.
Once again, the MOBA / platform fraud thieves stay fucking goddamn fraudulent. Because I know that I was celebrating and shitposting on it because the monkey paw curled. But you know who else was? You know who else was, chat? Actual real games journalists. Oh, it was delicious. Oh, it was delicious. Because they couldn't claim that it was anger. They couldn't claim that it was jealousy. Watching the three hosts of Last Free Nation, which is to say, Richard Lewis Esports, Monte Crisco, and Thorin Shields shit down the throat of this fucking title was fucking beautiful. Because if you have any temerity in your soul, you know for a fact that this game was never going to be successful on that paradigm. But they really went for it. They really went for it. Because they're already coping about it from Riot Games, from their presentation, about what's going on and what's going to move on from its closure. With a heavy heart, the Play X2KO team shares an update about the future. Active development will end in December. Final content patch goes live in October. So they're going to go ahead and pull a high guard as the game dies. Hilarious. Still have Play 2XKO in its title, by the way. Servers will stay online. In-game purchases made before August 20th will be refunded. And inside of it, people shitting on the game, shitting on the game, shitting on the game. Yes, sir. It's delicious. Boy, yes, I do. Love that shit. Yes, delicious. Yes, yes, yes. But at the same time, Richard Lewis can't wait to read the lengthy blog post about how yet another failure wasn't actually their fault, but was in fact due to a set of circumstances that could not have been seen or foreseen by anybody, at least of all, the community that told them in advance. And then over...
You want to know something very interesting about 2XKO? Believe it or not, this was actually one of the most entered and most viewed fucking fighting games at EVO.
Because they bought the space, but that's an entirely separate, fraudulent exposure. It was. They literally had 6 fucking screens for this game. All the games that could have had those screens, they had 6 of them for this fucking title. So they couldn't say they didn't get exposure. This literally is their high guard. Literally, this is their high guard. And of course, Thorin, my goat, Dota, Hearthstone, auto chess ripoff merchants, stay fraudulent. Yes! 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 In the debt? In the debt? There's no pretending out of this. It's that big a failure.
Yeah.
Do I feel bad for them? No, the fuck I don't. Because they deserve it.
I feel bad for the players.
I feel bad for the players. I don't give a fuck about the developers. I feel bad for the players that were going to commit their time to the game. Because not only is...
Like, Diaphone, like, it was, like, this game was actually, like, genuinely good, and, like, just needed more time, and they probably would have actually had, like, their whole... Like, they would have probably got what they wanted, but for some reason, they're like, oh, yeah, hey, 8 months, that's enough time, kill it. Which is mind-boggling to think about.
You spend how many years did they spend developing this? 8, 10? 7
years. 7 years of developing it, where they gave basically what was effectively a blank check and made sure that this game was actually really well balanced. And it is well balanced. In fact, it's probably one of the most fun, well balanced fighters I've actually ever played, because we don't have to deal with the bullshit annoyance that is fucking Fighter Z and their 17 different iterations of Goku that are just differently flavored. But you also don't have to deal with the bullshit fact of, hey, there is now, like you don't have to deal with the bland Street Fighter 6. You don't have to deal with Tekken's horrific balancing. You actually have the developers actively playing the game, and they're actually really good at it, and they actually know what the fuck they're doing, so they can actually dictate everything.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong, and it all went wrong because the philosophy that the Santa Monica members, because they are fully owned by Tencent, Riot Games at this point. There is no Riot Central. They are just one of the many distaff subsidiaries that exist in the dossier of Tencent. But Riot Games needs to be looked at as a company and as a suite of people who did development. The Riot Game philosophy of, we know what we're talking about, and our dicks are so big that we basically are kept afloat by the egos of David Turley, and yes, there's a reason why I'm using the writers' names, between that of David Turley and August, with maybe the common sense people like Endstep and Wick being the ones that actually understand how League should be, versus the two people who have designed a majority of characters for the game and keep doing this whole thing that when they do get fished and their content gets clipped by He Who Quacks, and you see the shorts of their ideas about how they would do things. The two good things that I can say about August is he understands how the mages should function, and he is the reason why the Amptome now actually costs $400 instead of $435. And two, that the systems behind what makes for broken, glitchy, objectively fun gameplay also makes for horrifically balanced content and can admit his mistakes. The people who are behind the executive decisions that led to the failure of this game are the same fucking egotistical maniacs that is David Turley. Somebody who would tell somebody, like myself, that, oh, you're being harassed by racists who are stream sniping you in the game, stream sniping you in the lobby, stream sniping and talking shit about you in the lobby, in the post game, in the action game. Oh, bro, you should just laugh about it. We're not going to punish those people. You should just laugh. It's funny. Is the same idiot attitude that led to the foreclosure of this game and the failure of it as a premier project. Because they just said, it's so big, we could never fuck it up. And then they fucked it up, just like everything else they fuck up. There is no one to blame but themselves, and they will not take accountability, because if they have to take accountability, it means that people like myself and Richard Lewis will get the thickest hard-on in our existences. Because there is nothing more that I love than watching Santa Monica jackasses eat shit. Just as much as, even though they come from my state, watching Hi-Rez and Titanforge for Smite 1 and Smite 2 eat massive hog shit. Because the reason why people chose to leave Smite and Smite 2 and take up Deadlocked, despite the game being still in active development and behind playtest doors. Despite, FineOK deciding to go back and play with Haddix and the rest of the people who are still inside that are contractually bound to, because he's a part of an actual pro team, it is because that is how bad the development is. Like, this is not a case of weekend warriors ruining games, which is also a part of that too. So there's an unspoken part of this that hasn't been addressed, and that's something that will come up later that I might cover after this broadcast, because what time is it? 5:51. Technically, if I make dinner afterwards, assuming however long it takes to get through that, that's an entire broadcast by itself. But the basic idea goes like this. There is a designer. There is a person on TikTok, if I can find it in my favorite saves, that was talking about how people were shitting and pissing and crying and bemoaning the fact that a lot of the concepts that brought games to be good were ruined by people that are basically weekend warriors choosing to pick up, put down, throw away, and abandon the titles Arc Raiders and obviously Marathon, but mostly the free-to-play or $40 lockbox video games. Lockbox meaning this game's environment belongs to people who choose to play the game and pay for it. Like Battlerite was before it went free-to-play, and then it was subsequently ruined, and then they tried to make a fucking Fortnite-like drop version of it, which was called Battlerite Royale. These titles were effectively abandoned by people who no longer found it fun to get NA paintered. And for those that have not been watching the broadcast and missed what it's about, NA Painter is one of the people inside of Marathon that was cheesing and shitting up the game by actively refusing to play the game correctly, and by correctly, I mean fairly, because he was abusing bugs, abusing glitches, abusing shit in general, and after abusing the fuck out of it, he got into a position where he effectively was able to shit down the throat of every single person who was playing the game, and just made a point of abandoning the title for everything it was worth. They had all the chances to do things correctly, they refused to do it, and because they kept abusing the literal mechanics of the game, up to and including when he chose to enter into a close after opening vault door to the Lose Everything Factory, which is Cryo Archive, and then instead of saying like, damn bro, I didn't expect for this to work, I theorized that I'd be able to get in there, but he was doing the whole tongue-in-cheek, I owned this kid so fucking hard, bro. I made this kid go home and cry to his mother how badly I fucking robbed him of his victory. Complete with the, hey buddy! Voice comms. The worst NA Painter got was a temp ban. Not a permanent ban, because he should have been permanent banned. A temporary ban from Season 2. Which then led to the score numbers for the current environment looking like this. Where you have numbers as low on days of maintenance going down to 3-figure numbers like 405 to a roaming number scale of as low as a little over 1200 to, in its peak during the days of the week, 4.3k, and then on the weekends, looking back for a month, a steady declining number that ebbs and flows maybe close to 4,000 at its peak. Because the 24-hour peak is 3.7. Today is a Friday, which means today would be the opening of Cryo Archive for the next rotation, including all of the PvE, PvE light content and the actual experimental zero-to-hero faction-based loot box only starts that require you to use a, what's the word I'm missing, Marcus? The free kit. The crate.
Yeah,
yes. The free kit for the factions. 2, and you're gonna be shocked when you look at the number for Arc Raiders. A number that is as low as 31. When you had a all-time peak of nearly 500,000. Putting that in perspective right now, if you look at the numbers for Helldivers, who is currently in the patch for Devoid of Liberty, their peak was also, but keep in mind this is using multiple players, so this isn't even the entire player base. What was also close to a peak of 500,000, but it was literally almost 1.5 million between PC and PS5. What is currently standing at a much more healthier peak of, on playtime, 100k during 1400 UTC, to lower peaks being about half that number, 42k, on weekdays. And on the weekends, looking closer to 110k, with a peak loss into Monday looking at 45 to 50, but much more healthier over the weekends, looking at a standard deviation of 6.2k. So, the majority of the players that are playing this game basically got all the investment they wanted out of Arc Raiders. The game doesn't change. It's the same 90 hours of gameplay. And then you do your expedition, you put in your resources to carry over, you fresh wipe for prestige, and then play over again. Those players, within the time period in which the game launched, to where it opened with that 462,000, dropped at minimum from November to December to 330, peaked back up again to 466k, and then started dipping. At the time of Shrouded Sky, that was 252k, because that was first Cold Snap, first Steam release, then Cold Snap, then Shrouded Sky, and then by the time of Riven Tides, we're already down to 135. All the way peaking down, where we went from 6-figure numbers to 5-figure numbers to still low-cutting 5-figure numbers. So, better than the shit that you would have expected from Marathon, but yeah, those games are dying. And the reason why, as it will be explained by this African-American black man, who I saved the clip of, from the 31st of July, is that the PvE players left Arc Raiders because of the NA Painter crowd, of the PvP crowd inside the game. He's got several TikToks explaining this. Video game products are products. People aren't obliged to give Marathon a chance. Marathon is no exception. That's why it sucks. Just because the game has PvP does not mean that it's a PvP game, because some people want to chill. The uncomfortable truth is that people have already shown that they will pay $1,000 on a new console, so they'll fuck off from other games. They will frequently show that adding a PvE mode to Arc Raiders would benefit the player base, because the only thing that is keeping Marathon alive right now is the fact that they had to make those PvE adjustments, and I mocked it, rightfully so, when the announcements were made, and I mocked it the day that it was implemented. Black Ops 1 and 2 really have people asking why nobody talks to the microphone, because of the NA paintering. At the end of the day, video games are supposed to be fun, so the people who are there to basically be casuals will always run away from the audiences of people who are going to try to make it into something that it's not. People get annoyed, not because of player versus player combat, but because of the people who go out of their way to target people who do not want to PvP, because they do not respect people who do not want the smoke. The skill window means that people will get exploited and get exposed, and they don't like being exposed, so why the fuck would they like playing a fighting game if they already are running away from the FPS experience? And even if they added Marathon to games, if they added PvE to games like Marathon, the guys like this that want to play Arc do not want to play it. So, everything from the tension, to the attitudes, to content creators that are actively trying to justify the reasons why they can talk shit about certain levels of people, this guy paints it all together in a perfect picture, which is the same shit you have heard from people like myself. You can't get away from it. It's the same shit that I've talked about with Deadlock. Why are there people that are getting upset and mad when I expose them and I call them out about their toxicity inside Deadlocked? It's the same fucking answer. They don't actually want to be there. They want to friend slop their way through PvP content that is designed to get you to give a shit. They don't want to give a shit, they just want to have the last word in edgewise. And with this, you don't have the ability to have a better experience and create a better context and create a better expectation, because the expectation is, I can shit up your experience, I can shit up your game, I can ruin your game quality, I can give you low quality matches, I can rage bait you, I can pretend that I didn't provoke situations that I actively provoked it, and I can hold you hostage in an environment that requires us to play more like Dota and less like all the other friend slop Battle Royale-esque titles out there. And instead of being annoyed about the fact that you got fucked over for 5 minutes straight for the last 25 minutes from 3 different matches that you jumped in, got wiped, jumped in, got wiped, jumped in at the last 15 minutes of a match, and you were able to clear, but you lost more than you won. Instead, now you're being hostage in an environment with people who clearly will not actually log on the microphone and live in an era where they are forever tied to the Riot expectation of what they say when they say toxicity. So instead of toxicity means the constant shit sniping back and forth, talking shit about a person behind a block. I can't talk, but you can talk to me, or I am actively talking shit to you, but I won't talk back, but I will only accept the confrontation on my terms and no other terms whatsoever. That entire space, that's what 2XKO was designed inside of. Of course that shit was gonna fucking fail, bro. Of course that shit was gonna fucking fail.
It's a damn shame because, again, like I said, it was one of the most watched games there. It wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily like they bought the space therefore people just had to go. I think that if you're going to have a game that is like the most entered game there, on top of that, that's a pretty damn good indicator that this game can work. But because they have this weird fucking thing where it's like, oh yeah, if the game doesn't work out, where it sucks the dick of Tencent's main fan base, which only play on fucking mobile, and only play on mobile because they are required to, because that's the only way that they can actually actively play games, because, you know, the laws in the other countries dictate it as such.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They instead are like, no, we have to can it because this game doesn't fit the vibe. And I found something that was incredibly funny that somebody said, like, Riot got upset because a black man or black people started taking home trophies instead of Korean people. Therefore, they had to shut it down, which I thought was kind of funny.
It's funny.
But again, that it could have worked. They had the people that could make it function. They had experts. They had everybody there.
Literally had everything. And the worst part is that the demographic that would have played the game are the same demographic that keeps Riot Games afloat. You know what demographic that is? There's 2 of them.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say niggas, but you know.
Yeah, you're half right.
And competitive people, the competitors. Unfortunately, even though you could say like, oh, they need a casual fan base. For fighting games, the casual fan base is competitive. They're one and the same.
I usually explain this a very simple way. I'll put together a basic, simple demonstration for this. Open my Obsidian files, scroll down a little bit, and then get a window and paint you a picture. So, I always use a basic corollary that I call the Riot exclusionary principle. Why is my shit not changing? Go to 4. Come on, there we go. There's a very simple concept known as the Riot exclusionary principle, also known as the toxicity quotient. There is a number of people inside of a Riot game that basically has this number of the player base exactly. You take a number like this, and then you cut that number in half like this. 333. Although you've got a half circle here, you've got it split up into several equal parts. So instead of looking like this, it'd probably look more like this, like a morph ball. But I simplify it by drawing a line, cutting the circle in half, and then cutting that half in half. On this side,
streaming it if you're showing it.
I'm showing it on the stream. on this side of the graph, you've got toxic players. Half of the league player base are actual toxic people. And when I mean toxic, I don't mean the struggle session design created by Jeremy Lin, I beat my wife light. I mean constant tit for tat, back and forth, victim blaming. You fed my lane. You didn't gank when I told you to. You won't stop taxing my camps. You keep pinging the map. Ping, 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 ping. That's half the player base. This side of the player base are the actual pariahs, the actual paragons. The support players that after 50 games of straight ass cheeks, wins, losses on a 55% to 60% win ratio, get sick and fucking tired of people, but have to bite their tongue in cheek because they are technically the pillars of the community. These are the program users. These are the partnership program representatives. These are the well-known streamers. And then, in this number, the jaded player base. Doesn't matter if they're new players that are weekend warriors. Doesn't matter if they are long-time series veterans that have been jaded over years and years and years of being burned by the philosophy. They are true believers. They can play the game completely straight. They can play the game to perfection even. They understand their end timers. They understand all of the basics and all of the advanced knowledge that is necessary to play a MOBA to its perfection. But they are fucking sick and tired of the toxic players. Guess what makes up the majority of this demographic as a whole? You already said one answer. You said competitive players for the second answer, but we're looking for a demographic. Guess what other side of that demographic it is?
What is it?
Niggas and spics! Which is to say, Carl, I can't believe you said that! Black people and Mexicans. Technically, Latinos. But black people and Mexicans. You know about IFC Yipes, right?
Yes, I do.
And you remember the people who helped develop Power Rangers Legacy of the Grid, right?
Yes.
Who knew the game? Niggas and Spix! And also Justin Wong. So one Asian. And we all know that Maximilian Dude was responsible behind the remake of Killer Instinct. Guess who designed the game? Niggas and Spix! And 5 Asians and a white man! And then, when they brought them in, and they made a big notice of all the money and all the attention and all the fan faves, who were the core developers behind fucking 2XKO? A nigga! And a Mexican. 2 niggas and Mexican, technically. But niggas and Mexicans.
Chan brothers.
And the Chan brothers. So 2 Asians. And then the Riot team, a little bit. They had to bring in some people for netcoding. And then the entire Riot team standing behind them being like, we made this game. But remember, we made this game, but these guys, they put it on the map. The game couldn't be bad. It has FGC Legends, bro. Every single competitive scene is made up of the niggas who learn the mechanics and lab and the Mexicans that learn how to intervene and how to interpolate the combos, the block strings, and the technical magistry per character, so one-trick ponies, that make up the majority of the gameplay that is considered fun for those people. And it's the same thing inside of MOBAs that are wireframe based. You cannot make these games possible without minorities, because each minority plays the game differently. Because blacks can play games casually, but they play games casual competitive. Are they leaning up in the chair, or are they leaning back in the chair? That's the difference. A game like Deadlock is a game much like Marathon and Arc. You have to lean forward in your chair. You have to make active callouts. You need to say, hey bro, you have to perform the game better. You're not doing what you need to do in order for this to work. Because you're not doing this, and because you didn't do that, this and this and this happened. Or, as an example is the case with all of the shit that happened in my content, whenever I choose to fucking play Deadlock, I'll have to go to my podcast list because I delisted them. They should be in here if they're not inside Carl
one
at
thing
home.
that I did find, because
Play
I
Deadlock.
knew that this
I'll have to go
motherfucker
to-
would speak on it and behave like the dumbest fucking asshole possible, was, of course, the fucking Melee players.
Yep.
Because they're like, well, this could have been avoided if it was like Melee. No, the fuck it wouldn't have. In fact, it would probably die faster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but like, and the reason why I say that is because Hungrybox commented on this shit, and I'm gonna send that to you, and you can read what he said.
No, I saw his comment. I'm pretty sure I upvoted it too. It should be the same tweet.
Yeah. The potentially hot take incoming, but I don't care.
Yeah.
That. Yeah. And the thing is that I'm just sitting here going like, no, that's not how this fucking would have happened. There is no freaking evidence, nor any justifiable showing that this would actually have worked if it was instead Pool Party. Because I'm sorry, the minute that it shows that it's a Melee-like, because everybody fucking jerks off Melee to the up team's time, which, I mean, yes, I get it, it was a very good game, but holy shit, please, different games.
If it had been a Melee-like, people would have jumped onto it, because it would have been the kind of game that would have allowed them to actually play for fun, and also play to get better. But the problem is, and ultimately the point of what I'm trying to bring up here in the background, making sure that it's the game that I'm thinking of, the kind of matches and the kind of experiences and the kind of games that would have made up the majority of what makes games a fucking abysmal experience to have to get through and have to go through are the kinds where you effectively are held hostage by people that refuse to actually understand what is important, which ultimately leads to the conversational experiences of what happens in this particular situation. I'm making sure this is the right one. Should be this game. Somewhere in the course of the game that's on the screen, the Shiv player, who is a black man, and what I have to assume is, at the time I said Bebop because in Deadlock's original code, they had switched the name of Dynamo and Bebop to the other character, but is Dynamo, actively allow this Vindicta that is in this match on screen to get away with the game, walk away with the game, and actively beat shit the rest out of us. These two players then toxically try to sit in my chat room, talking shit instead of following the instructions that I always give to the shit talkers that I expose, which is, come into my broadcast room, turn on your webcam, state not your government name, but your ID and your handle to the camera, and then explain the reasons why you said what you said and did what you did. In this game, this Shiv refuses to turn around and fucking shoot the Vindicta in her face as we are cutting her off from the bridge behind Yellow, and he literally allows her to walk behind him, and get away with her soul back. And then, when exposed and called out by me about why he allows it to happen, as he sits there with the most nonchalant voice and experience, saying that, listen bro, I didn't know that she was there, like, I don't know what the fuck you want from me. And I very clearly cut him off and tell him no. The reason why it happened is because you didn't give a shit. You weren't playing the game. They then decide to do what all toxic players do, which is, listen, you just need to shut that guy up. Isn't it great when there's not a bitch in your ear? And this, at its corner cores, is the difference between the people that play League and the people who are actually good at League, let alone good at team-based games or just general games in any kind of exactum. The problem, at the end of the day, is that you cannot... It's not on the screen. The problem, at the end of the day, is that you cannot have it both ways. If you are playing a game such as Deadlock, or Apex Legends, or Battle Royales, or anything at all, you have to somehow take accountability for your gameplay. But casual players will never do that. So, you can't define and design a game like 2XKO and expect them to jump onto it. Only the competitive-minded and gameplay-responsible ones are going to. If you had made it into a platform Smash clone, it would exist longer, but it'd probably have a faster crash rate. Mainly because multiverses and PlayStation Player All-Stars and other shit like that. them as fighting herds. Games like that exist in this place where it's competitive enough that if they invest time into it, they can get good at it. But it's also free and loosely based enough that more of the people who are going to basically be the cannon fodder that get grounded up and played against in this scenario are not going to be the ones that experience the shit that happens to people like me and you in these games. Because there's no cross-comm shit. So you don't have to deal with that level of toxicity. Because they have to take responsibility for their gameplay, they can't say, oh man, that Mewtwo clone only got the fucking spike off me because you guys were holding me back. They either have to accept that it's basically a party game, and so it plays a lot more like Mario Party, but if you were able to actually ground smash Bowser into the fucking void, featuring all the other characters from Smash years past, it'll have to be closer to Brawl and to Ultimate than it would be to Melee, but you want to get somewhere where it has the energy and the feel of Melee, but without the broken concepts that came from Melee, like wave dashing. You feel me?
Yeah.
And in that space, you're able to design something that gets to the period that Deadlock is. Because one of these things that I have noticed about Deadlock is that it is the most demanding lane-based MOBA you could ever experience. There's no teleport. There's no fast method to get back to lane other than running down the zips, and that is basically the equivalent of backing. You have to transition between lanes and play the map with nothing but vocal cues and sound cues to predict where people are inside the environment, including footsteps. No vision items, and plays more like Smite than it does like League or Dota. So, clicking on someone's head doesn't just mean, I'm Caitlyn, I click on you, I crit you automatically, you can't counter my auto attack, I'm within range of you, you die. You need to build a gun build, and in 180 views and directions of looking, you have to be able to fight back. While still paying attention to everything around you. Because if you have to turn around and there's 5 people behind you and there's one person there's 5 people in front of you, but there's one person behind you, and the person behind you is throwing you into the other 5 people, and all 6 of them beat down on you, you automatically die, means that this game punishes a person who refuses to work with team. Because you cannot manage all that by yourself. There is no putting yourself in the driver's seat, and because you just happen to be so far ahead, you automatically win. That doesn't fucking matter. And it's the 6th man effect. But, more specifically, those people are not going to play this game. Because they have to take accountability for themselves. Versus the people who would play the other game, because at the end of the day, it's just a game, it doesn't matter. Because there's so many random concepts that are in play that it's much like if you were playing Heroes of the Storm, which is another game that is on permanent emergency maintenance mode, despite being one of the better MOBAs in existence in history. If it wasn't for the fact that people have already sworn off Blizzard games, because they have been corrupted by things like Activision, and then now taken over by Microsoft because they're now a Microsoft subsidiary, to the point where they had to release a 25-year sequel to a old-as-fuck boomer game in the form of Diablo 2. It is one of those games that you didn't have to be a pro in order to play HOTS well. But if you did take the time to learn the characters well, you could actually have fun and be experienced and be a leader at it too. If there was not the communal, we will never play a Blizzard game in existence thing, with the exception of Diablo 4, because you have to play it on the Battle.net store. You can't, Battle.net launcher, and you have to play with your own Battle.net account. It's not one of those other games that are being released to the platform through things like Steam, which is the biggest concession from Blizzard that, our game is so bad that we have to sell it on a third-party marketer because nobody will interact with us otherwise. That factor is what creates the problem that destroys 2xKO. Which then brings us to Hungrybox's tweet. It's a very, very silly, very, very funny tweet. But it's what brings us to his tweet.
Which, to be fair, Max also had an opposite take on it.
Potentially hot take incoming, but I don't care. I sincerely believe that if Riot had gone forward with the original plan of their platform fighter, which was Pool Party, which I talked about earlier, and gone Melee-esque, the game would have been all over everybody's timelines. FGC saturation is a real thing, and there is legit maybe 4 relevant platform fighters played by a large number of people, dominated, of course, by Smash. Famously, Riot saw what happened to Multiverses, and they got spooked. I want to remind everyone that MVS at one point had over 1,500 concurrent players on Steam, which is an absolutely mind-boggling number to think about for a platform fighter. Which, if we're talking about something that is multi-platform, 1,500k concurrent players on Steam is basically the baseline of the player base. Not the community, air quote, but the player base. If you can have 1,500 people that are going to basically keep the game relevant for the people who are then going to buy it on a handheld console or on another platform console, be willing to play this, that makes a great environment for the game to get development. Because those are the people who are basically going to constantly keep the chairs hot and keep the table circulating, that they will always be able to have numbers that justify active development. But the failure of MVS was due to strange dev division, such as the decision to keep the game extremely floaty and slow after a 2-year hiatus. I don't think this is the mistake that Riot would have made, especially after seeing the good polish that 2XKO has. I hope that they give Pool Party one last good attempt, because it really could have been the one. With him correcting himself saying Melee-esque typo whoops. Somebody then mentions, I severely doubt that it would have done any better as a platform fighter, because Riot has ridiculous standards, and as a free-to-play live service in an ultimately niche genre, was never going to satisfy them. Which I 100% agree with, because, and as Hungerbox explains, I agree that the modern free-to-play model is cumbersome if people have to constantly grind or buy things to get new perks, but I want to believe that a major dev will one day do away with the model and take the ROA2 approach, which is pay once, get all characters for other, which is known as God Pack, which is something that they actually already do, but they only allow it for Xbox consoles for some fucking reason. If you do something involving signing up for Xbox Pass, you get to have all characters in League unlocked free. I don't know why they're the only one to do it for that platform, but that's what they do. It's been the standard for all other types of fucking freemium, free-to-play titles that have been in the games-as-a-service model system ever since Smite 1. They did it as a $30 play pack for Smite 2. They did it as a $30 to $25 pack for Battle Right. They refused to get out of that mindset, which then ultimately brings it to RA2 as the main model that would have worked especially well for a fighting game, and I do want other games down the line to learn from it, but I don't have hope that any major developers are ever going to give it a chance. And ultimately, the problem, at the end of the day, is that no matter how you look at it, no matter what 2 ways you give them a chance, Riot as a company, if they were or weren't owned by Tencent, but very much so since they are owned by China, is that they are doing for China what groups like Shift Up are doing for Korea. Or rather, I should say what NetEase is doing for Korea / the Southeastern Asian continent, just as much as they would have been doing across the pond for China. Both of them, NetEase, the designers behind The Last Descendant, which is Nexon, my fucking sworn nemesis, all of these people, they are not satisfied with the numbers that they have. They want bigger, more steadier numbers. They want the numbers that are currently being pulled by titles such as that as Deadlocked. Which, when you look at Deadlock's numbers, especially when that is on the platform, you can understand the reason why they're looking to them for that ratio. Because this game is only based for Steam and Steam alone, so that means Deadlock, despite being an active playtest, instead has the numbers that you would expect for a title of such veracity. Which basically is, at any one time, there are at least 7,000 people online playing the game actively. Wrong screen. There we go. About 70,000. Carl can't speak. 70,000 people playing the game actively. And during its peak times of the weekends, or any time during that, you can go from 35, which is half the number, to 74, which is double the number. And it stays like that throughout, and then on the weekends, getting closer to 100k, but only capping out at 87. How many of these people, Marcus, do you want to say are casual players, who are just friends slopping it up with their friends?
20k.
20k to 40k is my high estimate. And then within that number, you've got people that are actually a part of the reality that is what Deadlock will become. Because if you look at Deadlock content, you will find plenty of people who are telling you how Deadlock pros are winning the game in the first 10 minutes. Most hated versus most loved Deadlock streamers. Every role in Deadlock explained. Accounts. Content short spam. For a game that is not released to the public! So who's actually consuming this content if they can't get into the playtest? Nobody! But that is the reality. And yes, the next one that it will happen to will be Deadlocked. Rest assured. Because as much polish and as good as Deadlock plays, it's not the game. It's the people. It's not the game. It's the people. And it's the same fucking people. The same people who will tell me that I should go back to League are the same motherfuckers who come from League and never learn. Titles such as Deadlock is a shooter, just not a MOBA. Or excuse me, not just a MOBA. The attitude of, listen bro, you have to be able to pass your fucking frame labs in order to click on their head. No, I don't. I just need to run your stamina down and then I walk your ass down. And if you try to run from me, I connect dash after you and I kill you as Drifter. Or I just fucking heat-seeking missile nuke you as Mokrill. No. They are trying to turn these genres into something that they're fucking not. And because they do, what's going to happen, and has happened here, will repeat itself again. And the reason isn't because, well, it's the genre. No, dummies. People do play MOBAs actively. There are friend slop versions of MOBAs that are going out there that have plenty of numbers on them that justify their player base numbers. It's the fucking player mentality. It's the player mentality. It's the player mentality. These games appeal to people who don't want to put in the effort and don't want to learn. And as long as they put in the effort and they don't want to learn and they want to be a part of that number of people who are taking part in the concept because it's popular, you're always going to have situations like what happens to me happening to you in your games. And like I said on the Sunday, where I said I'm going to change the way that I choose to approach these situations, it is a better way to deal with them. Because these people will never take accountability. So the only thing you can do is make content out of them and move on with your life. Because they're never going to take the option to come on camera and explain, well, see, the reason why I should have the reason to mute your comms is because your plays and your calls, despite being successful, it just throws me off, bro. I can't think in this game when I hear you yapping in my ear about the enemy who's over my head coming across the gangway that's about to kill me from behind. They'll never do that. It literally is just, they want to, as we already know, they just want to play the game by themselves. Let me play my game, bro. Let me play my game, bro. Well, you can play your game inside of a Smash-like. Yes, because you actually have to play your life. But put that in Eternal Return. Doesn't work. Put that in League. Kinda works, but only because they actually had the ability to deafen the entire chat room. Both the communication from the voice comms and the text. They don't have that inside of Deadlock, do they, Marcus?
No, they really don't.
Which means you're losing matches the same way that people like myself can be losing matches in this match here, and these niggas are typing the entire fucking time, and they never stop.
Holy shit, I just saw a fucking wild crash out from a 2xKO FGC player on Twitter about the announcement.
Probably deserved.
I'm gonna read it off.
Go ahead.
27.8 million views that you killed a game in 4 months after release, knowing it was never going to be given a chance to live. Capcom did better, ArcSys did better, Bandai did better, just because they didn't put a dent in your pockets. So it's fine to murder your growing child. Worthless developer, and I have no hope for the MMO. Go ahead and cancel the game. You don't have the guts. High key Faker gave you longevity and you're unable to father anything intelligently. Going to play Dota 2 and give money to Valve. I'll be looking forward to my 2xKO stimulus check. Do not text back.
It's kind of justified, although the Faker comment is probably not the biggest one. He's definitely a part of why League is good, which leads into an entirely different conversation. But I'll simplify the conversation. The majority of these people do not care about esports. That is already obvious. Because if they cared about esports, then League would have remained as the #1 title in the game in the world for the esports audience, and it would have had the kind of excitement that would have then justified them selling out to Saudi Arabia. But it's the other way around. They didn't sell out to Saudi Arabia and become a vassal of Tencent because they were making a lot of money in the esports scene. They make money in the esports scene because they were already sports washed, because the casual player base are the face of the brand, and the esports are the justification to allow multimillionaires to basically play Fantasy League. which in the casual player base, what do they actually do, Marcus? It starts with a P. Pick'ems.
Yep, they do pick'ems, that's right.
That's the furthest extension of the casual player base's extension to the actual esports scene. Your teams are facing off in the summer split, the spring split, MSI, world champion events that happen before DreamHack and after DreamHack. And then, when it gets to world stage, Pick'em's knockout. Pick'em's semifinal. Pick'em's quarterfinal. Pick'em's grand final. And that's it.
Yeah.
Smite was actually better about this. You got involvement, and they do this inside of Eternal Return too. And they also do this inside of Dota 2 as well, especially for teams like Fnatic or the one Navi, that's the team. European team, Navi. If you watch the
one that barely anybody talks about.
Yeah,
unless it's in CS.
Yes. If you watch the game from inside of the client browser, or you are watching at the time of the event, and then you claim the campaign bonus from inside of Twitch, you get points for team skins that you can only buy if you are actively watching the league and making pick'em predictions as the season is happening. Not during a client-based pick'ems event where, oh, you were lucky, 50-50, you get a skin, you get this bullshit skin, you get a emote. Because to actually get the team skin, you actually have to still pay real money. When the other way around is, hey, you watched all of your team's division plays this split off. Now you get to buy the team skin for free. And a older team version of the skin for another player character back in the day. So, let's say you watched all of G2. You get a G2 banner, you get the G2's team skin for every single person who's on the current lineup, as well as your choice of a G2 skin for a character that was already played in one of the quarterfinals or grand finals games. So, G2 Singed versus, obviously, the first SKT Telecom win, including Shen, Echo, Vayne, and whoever the fuck else was on the team at the time. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Like, actual loyalty to your brand. The kind of loyalty that you expect out of real sports ball. They have never brought that to League. They've only ever done it in the context of, do you play Clash and that's it. It only comes up around Worlds. Yes, they do tell you that they're actually playing the matches concurrently, and they do put in the energy for each of the broadcasts, of which the American one is the shittiest one, and the European one is the best one, and LPL and LCK and LEC follow directly as a part of the product. But they don't care. Because they're not actual competitive players. They are friend-slopping their way, and they're just burning and wasting time. And when matches take up to 35 to nearly 55 minutes to an hour and a half, because they refuse to say, okay, we've obviously lost, our synergy's off, let's go next. No. What do they do instead? They hostage.
Yep. They'll hostage, or the, like, because I'm, like, look, I'm the one that says, I'll play it out. I want to play the game out because I think that there is hope. But there are some times where I'm just admitting, like, yeah, no, there is no fucking way we can win this because none of you want to actually fucking play. Y'all just want to fucking behave as if, well, I don't know why you're so upset, man. I don't know why you're so upset, man. Because they want to just constantly behave as if they can do no wrong.
Yeah, rational
the do no
reasoning.
wrong. Yeah. The do no wrong players are the issue and the reason why there's always constantly somebody just behaving, like, constantly, how do I put it?
Constantly misbehaving, but pretending that they're not the victim, and then framing the situation so they can get people to win over on their side.
Yeah.
Which, again, I bring you back to the graph. That's the reason. For all the people who exist in the peace position, and all the ones that exist in the jaded position, they turn into these things. That's the problem. If you actually look at the graph for what it's worth, the people that are the paragons, the people that are jaded, and the people that are toxic, over time, as they watch nothing happen, the paragons turn into the jaded players, and the jaded players, if they finally get sick and tired of the shit, turn into the toxic players. They can go back if they still find a love in the game, but if the system is broken and there's no trust, they stay in this position forever. That's the problem. You know how I know? Because even Quad is sick and tired of the shit inside of Rivals. Because Rivals is a good example of this. Overwatch and Rivals, but specifically Rivals, because that's the one that people are currently trying to make careers out of. Quad put out a video the other day where he was announcing that he is pulling back from content creation, and he is focusing only on his own channel, because there are people who have gotten out of their minds trying to victim blame him for things that he is not responsible for in his matches, and trying to blame him about on the platform. Now mind you, I don't like Quad. He is the reason why I do not play those games. But console player, PC player, these players are fucking insufferable. They are fucking insufferable. They will always be fucking insufferable. They will never not be fucking insufferable. Because right now, the game, as it is, inside of Rivals, is cooked. It's fully done. It's fucking burnt. Burnt bread. Because if I can unload from the match, and then reconnect to a match, and I can disconnect that match using a system, you basically get a game, as he says himself. Genuinely, what's the point of queuing up games when every single game is just thrower/ego slop? All of this controls the person's ability to actually have fun playing. Doesn't matter if you put up good numbers, doesn't matter if you put up a good game, doesn't matter if you were carrying the match, doesn't matter if you were putting up good statistics and you actually earned your statistics and you were doing well. What the fuck is the point if your game literally gets ruined because, oh, I didn't do as well as I thought I should have. I didn't get the clips that I wanted for the game that I thought I should have gotten. Everybody's playing at Lord level with players that are only ever focusing on 1 to 2 characters at a time, but they can't play the entire comp and they can't play the entire matchup. Well, if I bang my head into the enemy enough, that actually justifies my bad gameplay, right? No, it doesn't. Oh, am I winning a match and I'm actually dominating? Oh, the person unloaded from the match and then used a cheat config to basically cancel the match and get back their MMR? Something that League spent time developing a fucking kernel root level anti-cheat that will fry your system if you try to cheat in it, and the game's still fucking piss poor shit? Yeah, that doesn't work. What the fuck is the point? Why waste my time? Or rather, the conclusion that Carl 8 months ago came to, why waste my time dealing with people who are going to try to bait me into a 5-on-5 customs match to try and troll me because they're mad that they got their asses whipped in ranked? Just as bad as the people who are going to rage bait and try to find situations to justify their attitudes and their comebacks, only to get their asses beat, and then I prove my point and leave. If I can instead go play 2 times the matches in a turnover turn, and if I die, okay, load back up, load back in again, and actual ranked environment play means I can't just stat pad. I actually have to play the match. You can't be a vegan. As long as that is the mindset that exists in these games, especially when the game is supposed to, quote, be the casual-minded concept for those people, this mindset and this graph, where'd my shit go? I hate when OBS does that. That concept and, bring it back up, that concept and this graph and graphs like it, because once again, we can't escape the circles. I might as well copy that one and bring it over to this page. As long as that is the mind state and is the attitude behind how people are choosing to invest themselves and develop themselves into the concepts, this in its totality, in its entirety, is actually the reason why the games remain bad and will never improve. That is the only reason and the only answer. Which is to say, the reason why these games suck is because of the casual players that refuse to actually treat the game like what it is. They refuse to actually treat the game like the paragon great game that it is, and they instead turn it into an experience that we did not ask for and we did not agree to be a part of. So as long as this is the attitude, please copy, paste, and find a section to put into. A little bit too big. Shrink it down. I'll put it next to the impression tab. As long as the game and all the concepts that apply to video games and its perspectives and their audiences remain the same, once again, we cannot escape the circles. Which then means that the cycle will continue. The friend slot players will wash out from the competitive scene of all the games that are being played actively that you could, quote, build an audience and build a community off of. They will always flesh themselves out between all of these different titles that are owned by all these different companies. Looking at you, Activision, Blizzard King, and Xbox Game Studios. They'll flop between all these ball and gun gamer titles because the kinetic narrative games are designed for ball and gun gamers. Do you agree or disagree, Marcus?
Kinetic narrative?
Kinetic narrative games, movie games.
Oh.
Like the upcoming Wolverine games.
Okay, yeah, I know. Which I'll get to that in a minute. Holy shit.
I saw the fucking gameplay design and I already mocked it.
Again, Insomniac is at it again with the gameplay, which they think is, wow, this is so great, and all this. I'm sick and tired of fucking movie games.
Back in that fucking bullshit.
like, I'm sorry, the first Spider-Man was actually pretty good, in my eyes, but like, then they doubled down on it, it just got really shitty. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, no, there's so much shit in gaming right now that's so funny to witness, and everybody's just like, nah, like, everybody's just like, it's so fucking wild to witness it. I don't know how to explain it any more than that. It's just,
I do.
It's insane.
I do. I know exactly what you're explaining. It's exactly how I was explaining it. Without the obsidian screen though. But you have people that are casual players that wash out of all the competitive and clanner games that require you to give a shit because they don't want to try harder than they actually have to. If it requires them to put in 50% of the effort to get back 20% of the product, they're not going to continue playing it. They want to put in half the effort and get out 90% of the ability to look like a badass. So that when they actually try, they can prove that they're good, but they're only good amongst the people that they are basically washing, that are also not putting in enough effort. If they wash out of those game markets, so if they wash out of Overwatch, if they wash out of Rivals, if they wash out of League, if they wash out of anything, not choosing to stop playing them, if they wash out of them, they're hard stuck bronze, they're hard stuck iron, they're hard stuck silver, in every game they play, and they bring that attitude and mentality to every other game they play, like that one guy that tried to accuse me of being ranked in silver in the game after trying to antagonize me, but then they had their profiles hidden inside of Deadlock, so you could not look up their actual game stats. Bitch made. They bring that attitude into all the other friend slot games that they play. They waste their time with their friends, friend slot playing a bunch of couch co-op games, and things like Helldivers, forever games. They leave the marketplace to go to the single-player ball and gun gamer content, which includes the kinetic narrative games, and then they act like gaming's so good, gaming's so back, and then they repeat the cycle again at the next launch of the next MMORPG or the next MMOARPG that they wash out of because they're only willing to invest into a 3-day weekend, and they don't really play the this fucking stupid ass title they came up with, Potion and Spell Gamers, or what is it? No, Sword and Potion, that's what it was. Sword and Potion Gamers. And they completely wash out of the player base that is basically Souls-likes, but with various differentiations of the gameplay philosophy, which I'm calling Exile-likes, because Exile has beaten Diablo. But if you wanted to still use that concept, Diablo-likes, and thus the cycle begins again. They go from friend slop to single-player titles to JRPGs in single-player isolation. They decide to start playing a new MMO or a new MOBA. They wash out because they only play part of the game. They don't play the whole game. And when people like me call them on it, they get self-conscious, they get angry, they get spiteful, they belligerently hostage people in the content in the game, and they ruin the game for themselves and for others, and then they start the cycle again to the next title, and the next title, and the next title. It happened with Apex. It happens with every single new season of League. It happens with every title that is like Dota 2. It happens with every new upcoming title, like Strinova. It literally happened on the day of its launch, when I played it. And every title since, and every title afterwards. Heroes of Newerth being restalled, and it happened there. Every season of Dota 2, and it happens there, including the season that they ruined the jungle. Every single season of League of Legends, including League Classic, which basically is friend slop to begin with, because how many people actually really play Summoner's Rift? They only really choose to play ARAM with their friends. casually, which is probably the correct way to do it, because you can only socially engage in that way. That way there's no stakes. Smite 1 and Smite 2, but only in Clash, Slash, or in Arena. And if it doesn't have those gameplay features, or they can't just throw matches like the fucking vegan Hiswees I keep getting doomed on my team with in fucking Eternal Return, they go back to their single-player games, and they're the people that are bitching and whining and moaning, because then they finally settle on the place where shitter casuals go to retirement. Say it with me, Marcus. Dead by daylight. And they stay in the upright actuary position forever. You didn't play the game the way I told you to. You guys are such shitters because you won't ever let us have fun. Behavior, we need more survivor-based buffs for our characters. New killer comes out. Man, this killer's so broken. This killer's so broken. Gets completely countered by rage bait fishing teams. This shit is so fucking ass cancer. I can't have fun playing the game. I'm going back to being a survivor. And over and over and over again. Fucking Friday the 13th, the game. The upcoming Nightmare, or not Nightmare on Elm Street. The upcoming Halloween game that does the same asymmetrical survival content. Same attitude, over and over and over again. And bonus points if you live in Australia or New Zealand and you're also a woman and or transgender doing the same shit in your matches. It has to stop. It has to stop. The only way it stops is taking accountability. And at least engaging in the material. But if the current year marketplace continues to allow the spiritually Alana Pierce of us... Oh, what an insult, Carl! If the spiritually Alana Pierce of us in the player bases of these matches and these games and these environments and these communities continue to be allowed to bullshit their way through bitching, whining, crying, complaining, exaltation.
Shitting, coming, tears in their eyes as they hold up a list of all the personal things about themselves that prove why they shouldn't be mocked and antagonized, and how you're actually the loser who's bitchless and has never had vagina, literally as I hold... You don't see it, but I got a Father's Day gift of a trophy that's painted as best dad ever, but he painted it in almost all dark colors. So it's like got vitiligo, and it's a picture of Zulian on my shoulders as I'm carrying him throughout the Walmart where Star took the picture. Calling you bitchless, the person who has a loving relationship and partners, or just you're not an incel, doing the most incel shit possible, only to eventually retire into these places. Unless you spiritually hold these Alana Pierce likes to the standard, gaming will always be fulfilled in this cycle forever. Because what happens when the game finally releases and it's actually public? Because mind you, the game in its current state, you don't pay any money, the characters are all already released and already unlocked, there's no augment system, in the sense that you're equipping augments before the match, so there's no runes, there's no masteries, it's just you, the gunplay, the game, and that's it. You can learn in 25 minutes or less. Faster if you have somebody like myself as a coach, and you're actually engaged, not just like itching to try to get your hand on it. You actually learn the game from the fundamentals. Until that happens, that game is going to get ruined when it gets launched. Because the same attitude is going to come to that game, and it's going to ruin it, and then they're going to piss off again, and go back to parts unknown, and it's going to be the same shit forever. With horror games here and there. To horror friend swap games, like Lethal Company and whatnot, to hold the tide until then. And then it'll be the same massive marketing base to the popular and or the public new gaming environment, Twitch streamers, Twitch users, as it already is. And nothing will change. It's depressing. Yeah. It is vastly depressing.
Because... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
I lost my train of thought, sorry.
Okay. It's really depressing, because not even speaking as a content creator and not as a broadcaster, but as a individual player, it is very fucking annoying where I try to get my friends to play something, but they're so hyper-focused on something like Deadlock that when I begrudgingly get pulled along to play the game, they are so in love with the version of the game that they think that they're playing that when they start losing matches because they don't have battle IQ and they don't have map awareness, which ultimately leads to them having bad macro play, when you try to pull them up to your level, and I don't mean yelling in their ear, bitching and moaning at them, actually literally telling them exactly the mistake that they're making and how to correct it. Don't tell me how to play! I'm trying to play my game! It's heartbreaking. Every time. It's heartbreaking for you, because you experience this with your people in the gateway. It's heartbreaking for me, because I experience it on camera, and even off camera when I'm playing through my matches. There was a match, I believe, from that session that I was talking about, that I had on camera with the example, where we had literally 5 people all dominating in the queue alongside a 1-7 Viper who was just the weaker player of the team, but said, yeah guys, I'm new at the game, I'm sorry, I'll try to do better, I apologize, and not a single person flamed him, or her, or them, or her. Nobody flamed them. Nobody treated them like shit. I'm trying to find it on the VOD here, because I'm pretty sure it's the same fucking play session. Nobody flamed them. Nobody antagonized them. Everybody gave them the chance to prove that, listen bro, it's okay. It happens to everybody. It's not that big a deal. Because all we want is accountability. That's it. If you say, I'm sorry, I'm dog shit, I don't know what I'm doing, please help me, we're never mad. Never. It is not the session, it is the other session. So it should be this one. Bum, bum.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of an ARAM right now because I decided to just play something casually.
Let's see here. Not this one. Not this one. Not that one. It was the one for 4 last, I bet.
Alright, so I high rolled into Ash and I have triple scoped weapons.
Fun.
So I basically have I have 900 attack range.
Mm-hmm. Trying to find this fucking thing on my playlist. Trying to find it. I see what you guys are typing in the chat. I'm just hyper focused on finding this particular fucking play session. I don't think it's the one that happened the day
honestly,
before.
the issue is that the issue for me is that every single time that any type of game gets made, God, this vein is actually balls.
When any game gets made, is that the end of your thought?
Sorry, I'm trying my best not to fucking die in this game, but yeah, I fucking hate Nefuries. Sorry, like there's a lot of issues for me as a whole, because every single fucking time that I play League and I play Summoners with my friends, it becomes a game of, I'll just give this as an example. Liam, person that doesn't really like you because he doesn't like being criticized to the point where he feels like he's an idiot.
But he is.
But Yeah. Again, I'll get, I like no. Again, there's a lot of things, but that's beside the point. Wants to play ADCs, but he wants to specifically play Jhin. You can already see where this is going.
Yeah. Yep. I found it. I found it. It was on Sunday, Dawn of New Carl. Everybody in this lobby, right here on screen, is literally on fire. Never died once in this match. And the only fucking person who is dying is the Viper. And the Viper is literally apologizing. And I'm talking back and forth, sharing ideas with the Venator player on the team, while everybody else comments in chat. I'll post this screen cap here for you to see it. I'll also post the timestamp so you can see it later in case you're interested.
Sure. But the main issue for me is that he wants to play Jhin. But he wants to play like a lane bully. So whenever he plays like a lane bully, and it's always the issue of I have to dictate the lane, but he doesn't want to dictate he doesn't want the lane to be dictated. He wants to do that, right?
Yep. He just completely tries to command you from the back seat, and then he falls on his face.
Either falls there, or just completely gets absolutely doved on because double mage bot lane and he fucking hates it.
So he can't play against the fucking Korean meta.
Yes.
Oh boy, I hope he's getting his shit pushed into this meta. On Jhin of all characters, who literally is designed to scale into the late game because that's what he's supposed to do. He's a fucking caster that people get tricked into playing as a backliner, but that's because he's an AD caster.
Yeah. He's an AD caster who is designed for front and back kind of fights and scenarios, but because he has to. I'm going to even go into my match history and go look back at those, because I want to remember what they were. But I've been playing so many ERAM games, I have to go to like op.gg for shit like that, or u.gg.
You don't have to on the spot. I can take your word for it, because I can just imagine it. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I found myself, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But the point being that this it becomes the same loop where like if I play as his support, I can't say shit, because if I say shit, I'm obviously going to Jesus Christ, that fucking poor ass bitch. Anyways, but point being is that if I say anything, he's going to be upset. And because I have to be the one to like try and carry everybody, where I am like, it's me and Dax, and then there's Ninja, who is very good at the game, but he is dog shit at fucking comms, and just goes, what? I didn't know. Like he effectively he how do I put this? Very good micro-wise, but macro is dog shit.
Yeah, that's exactly how you say it. It's like in a situation, you have the inverse problem that you would have with me in a game, where I will never hold your performance against you, but it's like, unless I'm narrating literally every single thing that I'm doing, it is going to be the case where it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, Carl, how are you running at Mach 10? You don't even look like you're moving. Meanwhile, this motherfucker, how are you still there in that lane pushing? Well, I don't feel safe. Every single time I step forward, they gank me. Why don't you use traps? Don't tell me how to play, Marcus! Oh my god, I got ganked again by Rengar! But your tower's still up. Well, I didn't think that he would kill me if I stepped out that far. How many times has he killed you like that now? 7! So, why are you leaving the range of the tower? Well, would it matter? He's already fed out of his mind! And how did he get fed? He killed me 7 times. And how did it happen? Well, how did I know that he'd have the damage to kill me from that level? Because I told you he would. Because I'm not retarded. And I'm your support. I'm trying to help you live. I literally gave you everything you needed. There are wards all around the lane. You could see him in the brush, coming. You saw him before he even stepped over. From the red side Krugs. And you stayed there. Will, fuck you, Marcus! X 15 times. In a 7-hour play session.
Oh, I can't even share my screen. Feels bad.
Yeah, it doesn't let you do that inside of broadcast rooms. Only one person can share up time.
But I'll frame it like this. So, the one thing that I can think about is, the times that I play support with him, he you know what? Played a game of Renata with him. It was me as Renata, him as Jinx, versus a Senna Pike. Do we win laning phase? Hell no.
Here you are, laddie.
There is no feasible manner where we win laning phase unless they are so fucking brain dead, but they weren't.
Well,
but we also had a new mid, so that was already bad enough as is.
No, let's
Against
not
a
We'll not give you
it was Daxon top lane as lock top because he wants to play cheese picks. I'm not surprised at this fucking point, but it is what it is. Wants to play cheese picks, plays cheese picks. Suffers for it, but he's actually doing really good. Because he can't cheese the Vladimir top. But he again, it shows a lot of stuff that happens with every single person that wants to play what they're really good at. And that's fine. You can play what you're good at, but at the same time, if you play like that, it gets to the point of just either you play really good and you understand how to fucking play your role, or you just stop trying to do that. The issue is that with my friend group, they flip-flop so much that it becomes asinine for me to do anything. You get what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, darlings.
So, I tried playing support with him. I do not want to play support with him. Every single time that I play support with him, it becomes a game of I can't do anything. The team can't do anything because I'm not around anywhere to support them because I have to basically babysit. So I go back to jungle. First time I get back into jungle, it's immediately a loss because I have to deal with quad fucking tank meta, where we have a Trundle, Mia Shyvana, Katarina, you know who's playing Katarina.
Yeah.
Jinx, you know who's playing Jinx.
We don't have any real clue.
And Ninja as Blitzcrank versus a Tank Karma, Nasus jungle, Gragas top, Nautilus support, and a Jhin. They are babysitting that fucking Jhin, and he is their top damage. There's no way we're winning that. So we lose. Next game. Ball out like a motherfucker because I'm hyper fed against an 80 Katarina. I can 1v1 her until like late-ish game, until the late game, where she actually has the damage to like kill everybody. But I can kill everybody, get the map, get everything done on the map, and just absolutely destroy them. because Lilia is a fair and balanced champion. Play Vi. Vi is a fuck-ass champion because she's piss easy. I can easily win that. Lilia, again, win that. And I get a perfect on it. Every single time that I've played jungle, it has shown that I myself have an intensive macro play, because every single time I always have my timers all the way down. I always gank people who are hype too greedy. I always take objectives. Cannot do that as support. And it's a fucking annoyance, because every single time that I do, it turns into a moment of I get absolutely yelled at and screamed at because of people not wanting to just fucking play to their role or play safe, because I have to get farm, I have to be ahead, I have to do this. Instead of just listening to me and going like, you know what, you're actually right. I need to just play safe, and I need to just, not get hit by the 17 fucking blitzcrank hooks that are coming my way. But because of how people behave, and because of how people want to just straight up be, they'll always have this momentary feeling of, well, I don't see what my problem is. I don't know what my problem is. And it's like, because you want to play at 50%, where I'm playing at 100%, and I can easily tell you what's wrong. So that's the issue, especially with ADCs. ADCs have such a hyperinflated ego; it's insane.
That pre-Tyler 1 2014 era attitude that got him banned. The same attitude that got Tarzan and half of the fucking top laners banned that were somehow also interested in Europa Universalis 4 and kids. Like, it's a very specific thing, but every single time, literal pedophiles. I couldn't explain it to you if I tried, chat. I couldn't. Just constantly pedophiles.
I mean, there's a reason why everybody is fucking upset over the fact that, what's it called? Whenever they see a Jax player, the Jax player is, oh, well, that Jax player has to be a pedophile. Because of one individual. I'm not gonna say it's fucking name. I know. You know who it is, I know who it is.
There's like 5 people that describes, and 2 of them are Hishinshin. But Hishinshin stopped playing Jax and started playing Aatrox.
Yeah. Which is even worse somehow.
Yeah.
Because now you have Aatrox players who are fucking obnoxious pricks like Nihil, who constantly fucking behave like shitters, and nobody wants to fucking call them out for that because they're really good at playing their role, even though he ends half the fucking time. Or, TF Blade, or whatever the fuck his name is. Like, thank fuck that Dante's exists, because admittedly Dante's had a rough start, but he actually shaped up to actually be proper.
See, what happened is that nigga got some pussy, and then he was going to become father, and then Tarzan's like, over a game of Nocturne Jungle, yeah, let me just go ahead and tell everybody about the abortion that you and your fucking wife had. And then that nigga locked all the way the fuck in.
Yeah. And then just absolutely decked him in the mouth. And then proceeded to get on a coaching stream to teach, what the fuck is his name? The one popular streamer that I don't understand how he's popular.
I don't think it was Ludwig. Was it Ludwig?
No, it wasn't Ludwig.
It was one of the two. I'm envisioning it in my mind, because I remember him...
I can understand how Ludwig is popular. I can't understand how this one is.
It was a stream where the person he was coaching told him, I don't understand why 5 seconds matters. And Dante's gets in his fucking ear and counts every second of waste time between him not finishing the small crugs to him standing there doing nothing, waiting for the raptor camp to spawn. I know what clip it's from. I can see his face, but I can't remember his name.
Jinxie.
Yeah, Jinxie.
Yes. Jinxie. Yes. He gets in his fucking face and basically just straight up starts screaming at him, going like, do you see now? Do you fucking understand it? And this is the mentality that I fucking have now, because I'm just like, timing fucking matters. It's the unfortunate drawback of being a jungler main, because you understand how everything fucking works in the game the minute you get into the jungle, and you're going like, oh, so that's how this is supposed to happen. This is what's supposed to happen. That's what's supposed to happen. And it feels like that episode in Futurama where Fry fucking basically becomes like God for like the entire time and saves everybody because he unlocks the coffee cap and everything.
Like, it's a combination of Fry drinking his 100th cup of Joe and Always Sunny crying with tears in his eyes going, I get it now.
Yep. And then you have to understand that everybody else on your fucking side is fucking drilling piss babies that doesn't understand how the fucking game works. And you can't, if you're like me, you can't say jack fucking shit because the piss babies are your closest friends, and you can't, or they get extremely upset and think that they're better until you fucking show them and that you're actually much better than they realize, and then they say, you play like a pussy, you play like a pussy. And it's like, you mean I don't play hyper aggressively to immediately counter your style? Because the majority of you all play so hyper aggressive that you don't realize that I'm already stabbing you 15 times in the kidneys and you're already dead on the ground. But I play like a pussy. Got it.
Yep. That's exactly what I said. It's so fucking disappointing, especially as an individual playing with the people on the team that will look me dead in the face and be like, I don't understand why Carl's like that. And it's like, you don't understand why I'm like that because you're not on my wavelength yet. And then when you get on my wavelength, I can't respect you because it's like, well, it'd make more sense if you just like you should chill more. And it's like, chilling is not going to help you because I chilled while you were playing casually and you didn't learn, right? So if I call you out and I point it out and I money match you and I beat your ass up and down the hallway and you say, come on bro, you should have gone easier on me, and I'm going 25% and at your 90% you can't beat my 25%, and the one off chance where you were able to get a kill in, I lean forward and put in 125%, and now it's ducats with a straight face while it's happening. You can't say it was because of magic. Why am I walking again? You can't say it's because it was magic. It's because that's how bad it is. Reading it to filth isn't as bad as I told you it was not that hard, but because you wouldn't listen to me, now you have to deal with the fact that I'm exposing you for filth. And the exposing for filth makes you feel like, well, if I'm gonna just get my ass whooped, well then I'm just not gonna play with you anymore, man. And it's like, I have to hold my tongue and not say anything and not expose you and not treat you like the easy lick that you are. I have to do all these things in order for you to feel safe to play the game. And at what point do I have to untie my hands? When do I get to unbind my hands? When do I finally get to see you become a better player? Never? Because then the attitude stays the same, the energy stays the same, and in a month, you've quit the game. Which is exactly what happened with the friends group that was playing Deadlocked. And night after night, I tell them, we're doing this game for a month. Where are you guys at? Because I'm going to teach you guys how to properly play the game. Because you said, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to teach you what the fuck you're supposed to do. But when it comes time to teach you, and to tell you, and to show you, octopus time. when it comes to teach you and to tell you and to show you, you don't believe me the first time I say it, and now you're just, well, we're still doing movie night. We're still doing movie night again. Now we're watching Gundam. Now we're watching Pat Labor. Now we're watching the second season of Ghost in the Shell. No, you're doing all these things because the alternative would be practicing and realizing you don't want to play the game no more because you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. It is what it is. It is what it is. Because if you were to have the honest conversation with half the people that have that mentality, especially the ones in question that I'm thinking of that specifically play Dead by Daylight, despite knowing and saying every time that they play it, they don't enjoy it. It's like, what do you expect of me? Granted, the key part here is that I say this because I say it to myself. But it's like, did you expect me to give you the same mercy that I would give to a new person who's playing as Friendslop? No. You know why? It's because that person has no experience. Why would I treat them the way that you, who knows better, demand to be treated as though you deserve the special appreciation and attention? No. You know better. That's why I say it to you this way. And I say it to you the same way I would say it to myself. Because you think I got this way just by talent, by being good? No, I got there by work. I ground out. I grinded. And you somehow think that you don't have to grind? Nigga, be for real. Like, do that thousands of times. Thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And eventually, you're going to get tired too.
Let's go.
But make that all of gaming.
Pretty much.
That's why I say every single time it becomes relevant, I just want real people to be real. I want people to engage, and I want people to actually behave with the same energy that they use all the time. Not the specific choice that they choose to have when they want to postulate for the niggas at home. Because I do the same shit. I do the same shit to everyone. Which is the fairest thing that I can do. But if I'm going to be accused of being evil and rude and toxic and mean, then I'm just going to accept the fact that that's how people are going to behave, because I can't expect different. It would have already been different if those people put in that effort. And I don't say that to be toxic to those people and to try to call them out, because I've said it to their face. And they agree. And they say, yep, you are exactly right, Carl. I say this with peace and love in my heart. Because at least for them, I know the reason why is because they can't see it how I see it. And as disappointed as I could be, I'm not fucking furious with the people who damn well know that they're being hypocritical, but they'll never take accountability for themselves. Because those people are the ones that, just like I said the other day when I said this was a controversial take, those are the ones I'll strangle to death. I will actually go to jail over violence of it. And it's because it's the flagrant disrespect along with the refusal to try. It's not that you suck, it's that you know you suck dick and you keep sucking dick. You know how to play better, but I'm not going to try that hard. And then you get mad that I hold you accountable. Again, nigga, be for fucking real.
I think the most profound one that obviously makes me always pissed is that whenever I call specifically Ninja out, this is the friend of mine, not the actual streamer, different person. And I call him out for this, and he goes, I just want to play the game. I want to play the game how I want to play it. Or, more exactly, I don't care if I lose. That's a bullshit fucking lie, and I'm sick and fucking tired of people saying that. You care. Now, you may hide it that you don't, and admittedly, that's fine for you to do. Doesn't really fucking matter that if you do or don't. But deep down, everybody wants to win. doesn't. If somebody wants to lose, there's a reason for it. Doesn't matter. But innately, everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to fucking win. You cannot sit in my face, fucking inch super hard, and when I tell you, hey, maybe you should stop doing that, maybe you should not behave like that, like out of like just sheer spite or, you know, sheer stupidity, and listen to calls, he goes, well, I'm going to do my own thing. That's not how this fucking works. That's not how any of this fucking works, if I'm being fucking honest.
If only if doing your own thing also included doing the stuff that keeps you from dying. Because it never involves not overstaying and then getting caught. It never includes that. That never is inside of doing your own thing. Doing your own thing basically means I ignore that the map exists, and then I get surprised that I'm getting fucked in the ass, and then they become the one saying, what the fuck happened? And it's like, bitch, I told you 15 times to back the fuck up, and you didn't listen to me. Well, how was I supposed to know? By listening.
It's the same thing that happens with fucking Helldivers and shit like that. It's that there are currently 130 people in Helldivers right now. Nearly 20k of them are fighting bugs. Nearly 10k of them are fighting bots. The rest of them are in Illuminate space. Why? Because of the major order, which I'm actually currently doing right now. The major order is we have to get rid of the source plane. It's not going to work due to estimation times, and so on and so forth with that. But that's beside the point. The whole issue with it, time and fucking again, is that people don't want to listen. They want to play their game, play their quote lives, but then they behave like fucking assholes. And when you finally call them out on it, they just straight up Darvo you. Because what better way than to get out of accountability? Because people don't understand that shit right there, the accountability gets fucking thrown to the wayside because people don't want to fucking be actually fully called out. And when they're fully called out, and when they actually deal with their nonsense and finally have to face it, they feel ashamed and they feel guilt and they feel all that. And that's normal to feel, but they don't know how to comprehend it, so much to the point that they just shut down because nobody taught them to handle it. That sound about right?
Basically. The friend slot version in things like Helldivers is not as frustrating as it is in the MOBAs, but they speak to the exact same frame of reference.
You want to know what's really unfortunate about that? It does actually speak to that in my eyes, because what the fuck do you mean that I have a level 10 player in my fucking 8 plus tier difficulty lobby? Why? Why do I have that kind of person in my lobby?
That would be because they did not balance the game around having low-level players involving themselves in difficulties they don't belong in. There's a long explanation, but the short version is they got carried into a higher lobby by their friends, and they said, listen bro, it'll be fine. And now it's not fine.
Yeah. And the worst part is, you know, I'll give an example right now. I join a random lobby because I do the quick play variety where I don't have to wait for people. I go to people. Because that's a lot easier than just, you know, dealing with the weight and issue of that bullshit. Get what I mean?
Yes.
So, deal with that. I see a level 10 player and a level 16 player. One of which does not speak English. Why? Because I can hear him constantly talking into his fucking mic. And speaking what I can only assume is Spanish or possibly Portuguese. Sorry for my ignorance, those who can tell the difference. Regardless, the reason why how this does connect to both of these scenarios is because if you have to constantly carry people, you get resentment. If you have to constantly deal with people just absolutely behaving as if like I do no wrong or I don't like have any like fault in the matter of what's happening right now, you gain resentment. You gain a lot of resentment, actually. So much to the point where you can't look at them the same way without you getting visibly mad. So people will always have a sense of resentment, even though they don't say they have that sense of resentment. They actually do. It just unfortunately comes into a moment of I can't do anything towards you, because if I actually do something towards you, I'm going to be in jail. So yeah, that's why I say it connects.
I suppose. I think we fleshed out our concepts very quickly, or our concepts as thoroughly as possible. And now on with the event.
Thank you. Let's continue with the event.
Hello? Yes, this is Sean.
They're still doing sketches. If everybody doesn't mind, I'm just going to skip the sketches. Because by the look of the pre-show content, at the 18-minute mark, they switched to doing these dumbass sketches that PCGamer Showcase always does, and they're always skip-worthy. Yeah, I'm just going to skip those sketches. Because it goes through the entire time. There's like maybe 1-2 video game segments where they're like talking about the games in question. The System Shock remake, Blade Runner Enhanced Edition, Lightweight,
It's really
what is this called?
Obscure. It's a game called Lightweight Ninja. But the
Lightweight Ninja. They present these games, but they present them in the most cringe way possible. I'm just gonna skip those things. I'm so sorry. PC Gamer Show is one of the most Game Journo-esque events possible because of this, and I refuse to fucking be inundated by their jokes.
Every step, we boldly explore the unknown. And piece by piece, we build an understanding of the strangest mysteries in the universe.
Captain! Our sensor array is getting unusual readings from... What is that? That is have open! Repeat! That is have...
Completely nothing burger game. How do you make Star Trek look shit?
Simple. Modern Star Trek. I wish I was joking. Starfleet Academy was the worst thing I've ever watched in a while.
We build an understanding of the strange
Fucking Kurzman.
mysteries in the universe.
Captain, our sensor array is getting unusual readings from... What is that? Let it have open! Repeat! Let it have...
Like, the way that this looks like it plays is it plays as a 4X, which, congratulations, you made a 4X game look dog shit. Like, this shit came directly out of Paranormal... No, not Paranormal. Paranoia? It's Paradox Interactive. And you made the shit look like it costs $2 million.
Also, why? Tell me why this looks like fucking Spore.
Exactly.
Like, no shame to Spore, but Spore had a stylistic choice. This doesn't look like it's a stylistic choice. This looks like this was here by happenstance. What is that ship design?
Kurzman. The fucking Kelvin timeline design. It's not a classical design, it's a Kurzman design. The best kind of concept for Star Trek is literally a cultivation sim. Literally a cultivation sim. You make it an SMP, you put it in third-person perspective view, you don't make it a god game. You make it an actual cultivation sim. If you could do it for Dune, you can do it for Star Trek.
Welcome to 95, the start of a new revolution. The information superhighway. A world ruled by the transistor, where power is measured in hertz and bytes. A place where us freaks and geeks can be free. No nations, no race, just ideas and knowledge. They call me a criminal, a hacker. While corporations spy on us and governments control us, they murder and kill and tell us it's for our own good. I'm not the criminal. I'm a freedom fighter with a motive. They can try to scare me, but they'll never stop me.
Axiom Systems takes very seriously
So
any
we're
attempt
playing...
to hack, infiltrate, or otherwise elicit.
It seems like it's a roguelike card game, and it's trying to do a Jack Mullins, but it's not doing it very good.
With the same likeness of Command and Conquer. With that shit. Okay.
Access our servers. Should you be found to do so, we will not hesitate to apply the full force of the law.
How much, like, I could see myself buying that game for like $10.
Most of the ones that are on Steam that are under that number, just like MMO 95, they basically are incremental games. Horrorphilant, MMO 95, Rift Wizard, 1, 2, and 3. They don't go for the kind of price you'd expect out of Caves of Good. And most people have ignored Caves of Good the same way they ignored Trench Warfare. Because it was well provided.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's a good game. Company of Heroes Remastered. Oh, excuse me. Definitive Edition! What a misleading title to put behind a remaster creation. First off, you're remastering it. If it was the Definitive Edition would involve the ability to have basically the same level of care put into it as Diablo 2, what do they fucking call the fucking sequel? Resurrected. But various games, to their credit, with what they did to Spyro and to Crash Bandicoot, it doesn't work outside that cartoony design. Because the entire idea behind Diablo was, I want to have designs that look good on a monitor that is CRT based. And then when you update the designs and you make them, for lack of a better word, woke, you get female, obvious Hungarian Celtic descendants that are happy to look like a female barbarian, and I mean that in the rudest sense possible, crying, sniveling, and then they fucking move on from the video game. Meanwhile, for RTS genre types, like Warframe, and yes, I do mean Warframe, Soulframe, Warcraft, StarCraft, Warcraft 2 and 3, rest in peace Warcraft Reforged, StarCraft 2, rest in peace Blizzard game that deserves better, although they still have a competitive scene, so I suppose it's not fully dead, but nobody plays the fucking single player of that game, because RTS as a genre in that capacity, completely fucking done away with. They're playing Ages of Empire, they're playing Paradox games now, they're playing 4X, they're not playing the yesteryear boomer games, unless they're really cool, or they're gay, or they're Loping, who is gay and that. They don't play those titles. So the people who are going to be playing a redefinition of a actual RTS genre, they're probably 50. Or they're going to play it because now that they remastered it, now it's worth the price. Or should it be like Dungeon Siege? The game literally cannot run on the modern console or on the modern computer because it was designed for a computer that was coded in Windows 95 or Windows 2000. So, like, who is it for? Was Star Trek Online the only good online experience in the Star Trek franchise? Yes. Pretty much. There was like one other Star Trek game that I know that Lenore plays, but I don't play it. Yes, those were the only ones that are worth it. Everything else is basically a mobile game that is not worth your time. Modern Star Trek is a fucking dead-end pool of ideas, because none of them are willing to actually do risky concepts. Literally, there should have been a Star Trek game that was on the capacity of the Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, and eventually the third game, but they named it something different. They should have had something on that capacity, but they will never have that because they can't do it, because they don't know how to.
Would you believe me if I told you that there was?
There probably was, but it probably didn't get enough playtime, and they eventually closed the servers.
No. I don't mean like in like, I mean like in KOTOR styles of like. So there was a old 90s game that was based off of Voyager. Now, for those who know what Voyager is like, Voyager is considered, well, was considered the red-headed stepchild of the Star Trek series. It was considered nothing like fucking Star Trek, because it didn't feel like Star Trek. It felt like one to be like Farscape. If you know, you know. Yeah. The point being is that it was a game based off of it was a old, slightly Doomer-esque boomer shooter that was actually pretty well made, and it played pretty fucking well. The only issue with it is just the time it was made and the story it took, because nobody liked fucking Voyager. That was it. But yeah, no, that game actually had pretty good writing in it. It was very well made. Sorry for the side tangent, but continue.
Okay. '20th anniversary.
I love to see a strategy classic reborn to the modern age.
Well, that was a great show, so better get to sleep, you know?
Mika, the show just started.
Yeah, but...
Black women aren't funny. And here we have some cutesy goth girl sexy time outfits for a game that I'm pretty sure I skipped over the proper title at the beginning of. Yeah, I did.
You could have turned back, but you didn't.
I know that taking the step is not for the faint of heart. It is taken by those who seek something more.
So basically, a game that has a really bad example of what fake grunge, punk, and camp look like. Yeah, that's a hard pass for me.
What is it?
I don't know what the title is yet, but the art design looks like exactly the shit that just happened with that dating show that Drake went on, that PCG went on, and all the girls look like fake goth.
Oh, yeah.
I will give you a kiss like that. The sweetest kiss of all.
Red Kiss. And it seems to be one of those types of decisions matter pseudo dating sim games where you build a bond with the characters and all the characters look way too fucking tryhard and or stereotypical for the genre. Now it's stylized and you could say, well, Carl, that's the point, but it's like, no, this looks like it's trying way too hard.
Listen up, you donuts. I'm going to test you on everything it takes to run an arcane restaurant.
Roguelike deck builder.
If you want to earn a mithril star from legends like Guy Fieri, Julia Craigchild, and me, Gordon Ramsay, then take my advice. You need to cook up tasty combos, hire the right crew.
I believe they showcased this one before, but this one actually has an animated and voiced trailer.
And stand tall in the face of cosmic horrors. If you think you can take the heat, get in that kitchen and show me some magic. Don't just stand there like a troll.
Yes, they have. Arcane Eats, they have shown this off during the first pieces of SGF at the beginning. This one is just them announcing the expanded demo, probably with voice acting.
Play the demo.
And like, you know, Gordon Ramsay is yelling at me to play his video game. And it's like somebody doing a haphazard version of Gordon Ramsay. But it's the voice that they thought up for a tabletop experience in their very soft theater kid roleplay of Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, no, I don't know if I want to play that, bro. New Age boomer shooter. Oh, it's Serious Sam.
Getting serious now.
And he's bringing friends. And it looks like a spread of DEI hire.
Getting serious now.
There's a brown one, and a Mexican one, and an alien one, and a black woman, and what looks like a short Asian guy who doesn't blink. Yep, that's what I want to see in the lineup. The jokes write themselves, ladies and gentlemen. The jokes write themselves. Why don't you just leave him in his grave?
Oh, you're a big one. Nobody gets to be harder than me.
Rain is about to start. Let's fight.
This is our best one yet. It's cat time, baby.
So here's the question. Is it an actual campaign game? Is it a boomer shooter? Or is it actually a third-person, first-person survivor shooter? Which means it's actually a auto-battler. Serious Sam Shatterverse. Sign up for Steam playtest coming 2026. Wishlist now. Let's look here. Serious. Get my input. Serious Sam Shatterverse. Serious Sam Shatterverse is a co-op roguelike FPS for 1 to 5 players. Blast through shifting universes, stack wild boons. Yes, it is a survivor-like. Bend the rules with run modifiers and hunt mental's deadliest foes. Fall fast, come back louder. You can play as Retro Sam. He gets an ultimate called Decoy Sams. You could play as... Hold on, you need to see this fucking shit, guys.
This just looks like fucking Fortnite.
You get to play as Serious Sam, who is retro. You can play as Orphan Sam, who is a natural leader, just like her old man. And she uses pistols and her fists, and she can also use a gun that looks like it came out of the fucking back end of a Portal game. And she uses an ability called Razor Portal. You can look at Broken Sam, who's basically a fat guy who's trying to look like the king himself, but isn't. And he's got a deagle, and he can also use a catalyst beam. And then you got a fucking alien Sam who's got 4 arms, and he uses a Tommy gun and a spell book and a ray gun and another ray gun, and he has the ability to use a quad-wielded Tommy gun and or machine gun. You got a cartoon Sam who's also quirky and unpredictable, and he's got a boomstick and double-handed cannonball guns, and his ultimate turns him into a cannon that lets him burst down enemies while having a ray gun and other such weapons. But don't you forget the last Sam if they ever show it off, which should have included the other one. Oh no, those are all the ones that were available. This is coming August 31st, 2026. Consider joining the playtest. Try to add it now. And they've already concluded the second round of the playtest. And now they have the release date, where they'll be opening the doors August 31st. With nothing in its likelihood to consider what it is. So, another Survivor-like in the adventure roguelike shooter genre. From the minions at Behavior, from Devolver Digital. This one is a massive active turd, and considering we're talking about Devolver Digital, where everything potentially could be a clusterfuck to a gimme, that's really sad. Survivor-likes don't need to keep existing. Now, it's Vampire Survivors that is responsible for causing it, because basically you take a franchise, you take something in existence, and just like how you had the Deep Rock Galactic Survivor-like, and Soul Sword Survivors, every Survivor-like, just like Vampire Survivors, ends up believing that it deserves to exist, but it's like, let's look at what's available from Behavior, in the forms of actual video games. Dead by Daylight, Meteor Maker, Flippin' Misfits, and that's it. Not even joking. Everything else is DLC for Dead by Daylight. That's not a good sign. And then, of course, there was the small chibi game that they released in 2004 called What the Fog, which is basically a video game that is also an action roguelike, but it's meant to be cartoony in the world of Dead by Daylight. And barely anybody plays it. But I own it because they were selling it as a free giveaway from the free games bot that we use inside the server. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. So a black one is fatherless? Yes. That's not a good sign. Now, this does not have the date on it, which means at the time of the actual SGF event in June, in the beginning of the first week of the month, they were gearing up for the playtest. So whatever they've done to then reach their release date during August, that means this dog shit, if it doesn't get a lot of clicks, basically is going to justify Behavior putting more time into Dead by Daylight.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
So they have to make money off that game. It's not worth $20, but they're probably going to try to sell it to you for $49.99. Hard cut. If it's not being sold for more than if it's not being sold for more than $30, I will put $20 of my own into the next pot for the next tournament.
Oh, I've missed Serious Sam. It's lovely to see he's still in good shape, Lord.
People want a single-player Serious Sam game. They did not ask for a Survivor-like for multiplayer. We're going to Get the fucking bit.
Here's an exclusive new look at Control Resonant, straight from Remedy HQ.
And now a new look at Control Resonant, also known as the actual video game that was supposed to bring us the non-stop breakdown beat-em-up action that we were supposed to get out of titles like Kazan the First Berserker. But first, I must take a poo. Fun fact, there will be no blocking and no parrying inside of Control Resonant. You just have to do your best way to combo mad your character while trying to avoid getting punched from 15 different directions, including boss battles. Now, I never played the first Control. I don't plan to either. But, if it's good enough, I will play through it on stream. Since it's launching in my birth month, it is a consideration. More than likely, we can either raise the money for it, or I can pay for the money itself, myself, without the audience helping. But I'm not buying the Digital Deluxe Edition. Fuck that noise immediately. It doesn't appear to be worth it.
Control Resonant is a third-person action RPG where you combine the use of supernatural powers and melee combat to fight against otherworldly threats. You play as Faden, and all of this is taking place in Manhattan, New York. In the first game, the whole game took place.
What possessed them to make the choice to make it so that you can't be able to parry? I suppose the parry slop that is the majority of the Souls franchise. There's a philosophy when it comes to calling something slop, where they make fun of the main concept of the design, and then they slap slop on the end, like, haha, parry slop, stagger slop. But when I say parry slop, what I mean is, there's a subsection of Souls-likes, where the combat, especially for a game like Nexon's concept, or excuse me, not Nexon, Neopal, Neopal's concept of Dungeon Fighter Online, where Kazan is a berserker, and a berserker is literally a class that has little to no super armor, and the only offense is the good defense, which is the ability to attack, 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 attack. The combat of that Souls-like is instead less, bitch, I caught you on the off-guard swing, so now I'm about to cleave you for 22 combo points. And it's more like, please sir, wait for your parry. It is not yet time to block and or attempt to parry. If you parry too early, I will now hit you really hard. So, Jedi Last Order, Jedi Survivor, which is the definition of parry slop. Technically, Jedi, Fallen Order, and Survivor are actually stagger slop, but you get the point. The difference between the two is parrying actually gives you the window to do more damage. So closer to Sekiro, and staggering is just I'm mashing one button to kill you, and therefore if I'm trying the same combat over and over and over again, it's because I took too much damage when the enemy was mashing attacks against me, and me not mashing attacks against it, which is closer to Jedi Survivor. And somewhere in the middle of that is Soulsborne, which actually requires you to dutifully learn when to parry. And for examples of that, I direct you all to the VsChat live video from my playthrough of Elden Ring, where I parried the shit out of Loretta the Mage and several other bosses, as well as many hosts as I was invading. And then on the other side of that spectrum, closer to the Jedi Survivor type, you have Stellar Blade. Basically. You can call it slop all you want, but some of these techniques are important if it boils down to how you use them. Well, the point is that, yes, actually you are correct, Sidwin. It's all about how you use them. The problem is that with so many games trying to be Souls-like and trying to be Diablo-like, what they end up hitting is a very weird space in the middle of the JRPG, RPG, Western RPG, and ARPG timelines. Did I say the correct? Yes, I think I said them in the correct order. Roguelikes, Souls-likes, ARPGs, JRPGs, and Western RPGs, where they don't get the mechanic correct, and they end up pivoting into some variation of closer to Sekiro, but imperfect, closer to Jedi Survivor, but imperfect, and then in the middle, you've got No Straight Roads. Shoutouts to Exocrusher for showing that one to me. Looking forward to NSR2. Underneath that is Elden Ring / Dark Souls correctly. And then in the middle of that is Stellar Blade. And then the other side of the spectrum, which does it all wrong but still remains in the middle, is basically the ATB active system of Final Fantasy VII / Final Fantasy XVI. We're getting closer and closer to September. So, once I complete this, that's when I'm supposed to start playing Final Fantasy 15 or Final Fantasy 16. I'll probably have to pick one over the other first, and then throughout the entire month of September, it will be going through 13, 13.2, and 13.3 to really cement in what I mean when I say the active ATB system of the Final Fantasy VII revival shit. Because every single version that gets it wrong spectacularly different in an all-new way that doesn't make sense. Because you think if they get it wrong, they all get it wrong in the same way. No, they uniquely get it wrong in a way that has to be compared between each. But to save time, you just call it all slop.
Inside a place of power called the Oldest House in this kind of brutalistic architecture environment. With the sequel, that whole thing is kind of broken open. The containment failed from the first game, and now all of these supernatural forces that were inside the Oldest House have leaked upon the streets of Manhattan.
There's a new threat affecting Manhattan in our game. It's called the patterning, and it is basically taking what is already there and restructuring and reorganizing it with this strange, otherworldly algorithm. And the resonance themselves are often found in this epicenter or this focal point of this localized patterning. And it becomes more than just a creature design. The bosses are almost married into the surroundings and into the scene, so they get patterned into the world. And it is not just a gimmick. The patterning is at the very core of the whole experience, so it touches all of our themes.
The game is very responsive. The navigating, traversing the world is fun and fast and easy to do. For instance, we have the shift ability that allows you to access these different gravity anomalies.
We have the 90-degree gravity shifts, we have 180-degree gravity shifts. Very minimal UI elements, but everything that looks like a walkable surface, like a ground, floor, road, anything that looks like you should be able to walk on this is a gravity anomaly. We do have some spaces in the game where every wall you see is actually a gravity anomaly.
And you get into this really mind-bending sequence where, yes, you kind of lose yourself a bit as well, but you kind of react to the immediacy of the situation and so on. And then it becomes part of your natural way of moving through the world. Incomprehensible in one way, but once you kind of get it, you just get it.
Guess what? You just described every single fucking movement system, combat system, gaming system, and game algorithmic learning disability all at the same time. At first, it seems hard, but then as you learn it, it gets easy. No shit, Sherlock!
The combat change from range to melee, I would say on level design side it's a lot more about deciding like what kind of enemies, how many of them. I'm thinking of like some interesting environmental things you can do in the combat space.
How many enemies do you make? How do they interact with the environment? How do you counter them? How do they complicate range to melee from the ground? And how do they complicate ground from melee to the air? Congratulations, that's Devil May Cry.
It's like these things that create variety into the combats. We do have more enemy types than we did have in Control, so that definitely helps.
We have always wanted even the paranatural things to somehow feel connected and married into the normal, mundane, everyday world. So even if you are able to perform like superhuman feats and telekinesis, for example, it still should feel that it's strenuous. It doesn't come easy to Dylan. Dylan is fighting dirty and he is able to perform these powerful telekinetic pushes and ground slams, but he does have a toll and it does hurt him in the process a little bit as well. So there's this physicality that we always try to retain with our visualizations and audio, even if the thing that you perform as a player is inherently somehow superhuman or otherworldly.
When you take these different elements, these different pieces, the enemies, the shifting environment where gravity has gone bonkers, what you can do with your melee weapon, the supernatural abilities, we create this really interesting sandbox, and you feel like you have all the means to improvise. I think it's unlike anything else.
Recreating combo mads is hardly to say something like anything else, but let's put this in perspective of the ball and gun gamers. Marcus, are you still here? Marcus is not still here. You're still here, chat. Let's put this in perspective of the ball and gun gamers. This is about to blow a nigga's mind. And I do mean a nigga's mind. Black people are going to love this game. We're impatient. Let's be honest. Black people are impatient. And the black people who play Control Resonant that get really good at understanding incoming combat and how to counter it, especially if they have on-button react parries that aren't actually parries, but are more like, this ability interrupts this enemy's attack before they ever has the chance to attack, and it also has super armor, so it basically acts as a hard interrupt to stagger the enemy, to give opportunities to then combo the fuck out of them. They're gonna really love this video game. I think Control Resonant is going to be a very well expected game of this year, that if it gets its flowers, should be a contender, not a shoo-in, but a full contender for Game of the Year next year. But it's not doing anything that hasn't already been done before. But let's see how it performs. First, let's get the game in our hands first, and go from there. And this is the roguelike cooking game. And then the murder sim game, Gone Feral.
They left you for dead. They buried the truth. Time for revenge. Puncture targets. Cause destruction. Disguise yourself. Use anything as a weapon. Hunt with your friends or by yourself. Every run is different. Revenge never dies. A cooperative roguelike assassination game. Gone Feral. Wishlist on Steam now.
This will probably make a lot of money, simply because this is an idea that's never been done before. There have been plenty of Friends Lop games that are designed to be 1-on-3 and a 4-op co-op lobby game, but I don't think I've ever seen a co-op roguelike run murder sim.
Hey, Mika, would you be interested in teaming up with me on my bloody mission for revenge?
Once again, black women are not funny! Another title game from PlayStack. What do we got today? Abiotic Factor and Tropic Break.
So, you're the new owner of the Grand Hotel, huh?
I'm not staying. I'm just here to sell the place.
Well, I hope you do better than the last guy. He disappeared, you know.
My father? Yeah, I know.
I've been looking into his disappearance. Have you come across anything as you restore the old hotel? A clue, a lead, or even just something weird? You let me know. I always wanted an American partner, like in the movies. Yeah, this is gonna be so cool. Come on, get in. I'm gonna show you these mean streets. When I turn the corner, let's better run. I got one hand on my back, Jenny.
Reggae rapping. Yeah, okay.
I'm a rummer gun, whether you're calling 999 or it's 911. Look you up in the whack, I know you bad guys are done. When I'm around your neighborhood, it's no risk goodbye. Door breaker shaking in the roots when I'm past by. Looking good like Swayze back in 1989. All of the ladies going crazy saying who is that guy?
It's a good idea to keep the cop close. Be careful. One background check and you're done.
Yes, I know. I'm gonna need them to trust me if we're gonna pull this off. But don't worry, they don't suspect anything.
I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about that hotel. That place messes with people's heads.
Hello, sunshine. Aren't you the spitting image of your old man? You know, he was in way over his head. If you want to know what happened to him, you better expect a wild ride.
Hey, did you guys see anything weird?
Weird is this town's entire deal. I mean, it's been featured twice in Britain's Most Haunted Towns.
And Britain's most crappiest.
Oh, this is really beginning to creep me out. Listen, I've been through worse than this. I'm sure I'll manage, seriously. It doesn't look that hard.
One of these days I'll show them something. One of these days yes, I'm gonna go far. Out of this place, so I know it's coming. Yo, sorry, boy. One of these days I'll show them something. One of these days I'll hear.
So what I'm understanding here is that it's effectively a cozy game cleanup sim, but actually it's a haunted house investigation sim. And apparently your play session begins with 30 in-game days to investigate what happened to a player character. Close enough! Welcome back, Hello Neighbor, Grand Tour Edition! There Are No Ghosts at the Grand, a musical Lovecraftian renovator. So, a jukebox musical that is also a relative humor Lovecraftian cozy sim with extra steps. Once again, welcome back, Hello Neighbor. And listen, look there, in the bottom left corner, chat. What's that? That's right! You can get one a gay pass! And I'll be honest with you, Carl, I don't see it. I just think that Control Resonant looks like a ripoff Infamous. I mean, Infamous is the blueprint that allows for Control to happen. But realistically, what Control is, what Control is, what FBC Firebreak is, what Control Resonant is it's really a Lovecraftian-like, or a MC Escher-like, a non-Euclidean-like, much in the taste of things like Once Human, an SPC-like, if you will. Carl has a problem with Game Pass. I do. It is a place where shit mid-games go to be saved on the franchise list because the only way that a game would be played on it is that they offer it to you for free by selling you a shit service and overpricing it to $30 a pop. $30 a pop at a player-based standard that, let's say you have 1.5 million. 30 times 1.5 million. Controller. Calculator. Window. Calculator. The current stanza on Xbox is $30 for Ultimate. $30 at a number rate of 1.5 million user install base is that much money. Multiplied by 265 days of the year, 365 days of the year. Carl, 365 days of the year would be this number of revenue. $16 billion. But if you're paying on a monthly basis, then $30 multiplied by an install base of 1.5 million, multiply again on a monthly basis with 52 weeks in the year, $2 billion. So we're looking at a differential of $16.4 billion to $2.3 billion made off of Xbox Game Pass, predicting a 1.5 million install base of popular hard-cut fans. And that's assuming that you're paying for Xbox Ultimate, you work a daily 9-to-5 job, you're upkeeping it on a weekly-to-week basis. God forbid you choose to pay the yearly subscription costs straight up, at which point they don't even have to worry about the money being invested on a monthly basis, because then you're always making money off of those people in the install base. That's where the 16.4 comes from. The 2.3 is, ooh, did you see the game that's coming up on Game Pass? It's that one thing from that one event. We should play it, bro. And you play a lot of it, you play all of it, and then you uninstall a game at the end of the month, and then you install the next game at the beginning of the next install base of the next period of the month. I'll take it like this. People who chose to play Expedition 33 and completed it within the month that it was available on Xbox Game Pass, you are this 2.3 billion that I have a problem with. You are a sheep. Is it your fault that you're a sheep? No. You were trained to do this. You're paying for a subscription service to play games online on the internet you already pay for. But you at least get to play a game completely free in the time period in which it is available for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. The only version of this that is worthy is Ultimate. Every other version of Xbox Game Pass is not worth the money. Sunken cost fallacy at its highest. The other justification of it is that you would play these games on Xbox Game Pass, and if they're worthy to keep, then you pay for the game again. So you get the game free and playing it day one on Game Pass, thus bypassing the entire purpose of playing a game with other people. Instead of playing it at the same time everybody else is playing it, you have played it to completion 4 days before everyone else has. So now you don't get to share in the same moments. You don't get to share in the same experiences. You're always going to feel like an outcast to the experience everybody else is having. But then you're paying for the game again. But now you're paying words are hard. You're paying full face price for the same content. So if you feel exposed, you should feel like it. Yes, that's why I'm annoyed by it.
Hey, hope you're all having a great time at the PC Gaming Show. As captain of the ESS Starseeker, trust me when I say, this crew is ready for anything. Here's a look at what's waiting for you when the game drops June 11th. Wishlist it now and prepare for launch.
Cultivation Sim, and I haven't seen a single person talk about this game.
We'll be checking back in for a sit rep on that Star Seeker mission.
No. Virtue and a sledgehammer.
gonna be devoured by electronic demons of our digital excess or something like that, you know?
Is that a good thing?
Well, it seemed to work out okay.
Great!
Yeah.
Because we're nothing if not digitally excessive. Let's see some more previews.
How often do you think about death? Who is the most important person in your life? How often do you fantasize about hurting other people? How often do you masturbate? Now, what would you like me to do with your corpse? Virtue and a sledgehammer. No idea what the game's about. Another title straight from Devolver Digital, which makes at least 5 in this showcase alone. Available now for demo on Steam. Couldn't tell you what it's about. And now, Happy Bastards!
Adventuring is not for everyone. I risk my life every day, you know. It's not that easy.
Hey, boss, we're ready. I call dibs on that goblin with the tiny shield.
Yeah, sure, but don't interrupt. So I spent years developing tactics. Like now, it's all about offense against these greasy goblins. You see? I can do this in my sleep. It's really all about knowing.
Enemy reinforcements, boss. Some cultist and a big-ass goblin.
Getting creative, huh? Lonzo, you benched. Gary, get out there. Let's see how they like that.
What the fuck, Gary? Now! My bad, sorry.
Marks these days.
Hey, boss, they're chanting and the big one's going berserk.
Oh, Gary, move!
Oh, but it's not my turn. No. Ah, my arm!
Oh boy, that's not good. We need a meat shield?
Oh, I get the big? Well, then, Jenny.
Fuck you, Clive. Maybe you're the meat shield.
Shut up! I'm talking about the prisoner.
Okay, buddy. You take one for a team.
Now, Jenny, use the terrain.
Don't dodge, don't dodge, don't dodge.
Yes!
All right, Gary. Take that time.
Finish him. Take that!
And there you have it. Just another flawless victory for me, the Kev.
If I said this is the final state of what happens when Ubisoft gets its slavering fucking hands all over Rayman, you wouldn't believe me. Because you'd be like, Carl, what do you mean? But I want you to look very, very closely. I want you to look really closely at the art design. Alright? Imagine Vanillaware. Now imagine Jason Schreier. Now imagine Jason Schreier and Bobby Kotick, the Goblin himself, just positioning itself in front of the mage and just raping and raping and raping, and this is the bastard love child that those two end up conceiving into the good world. That's Happy Bastards. Here is your millennial Final Fantasy Tactics. Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it? I hope you hate it as much as I do. Boy, do I hope you hate it as much as I do. But Carl, what does Rayman and tactics have to do with anything? Sometimes people get tired of explaining this thousands and thousands of times, but do you think Sandfall Interactive was the only studio that was locked inside of a studio closet being forced to churn out dog shit that nobody necessarily asked for? Nobody asked for this shit. Nobody on PC asked for Happy Bastards, to be specifically. That's why I know exactly what it was before it even said its name. And nobody on console asked for this. But it will be released. It's already a game on the public that's available for play. But it will be a game that will find revigorated life on the console, and then they will number pad, just like they number padded for everything else that got released on console. A turn-based, retro sim, I should say, called Another Door. Player characters basically make decisions in a run with your friends. And you won't know who sabotaged who. But let's say you're on a run, and the run is basically 5 instances deep in Double or Nothing, and it's time to fucking leave. You know you don't have any more in the tank. But assuming that they do random co-op, you and 2 other people on the team get dragged through the door because somebody wants to go in and double down a 6th time, and then you lose it all in this run. Imagine it as a version of Raven's Watch, but instead your ability to survive is based entirely on how retarded everybody is collectively, and you don't get a choice on leaving until it's very obvious it's time to fucking leave. Same thing with runs inside of The Last Descendant, inside of the special defense, tower defense, and or team elimination matches, where the rounds get harder and harder and harder, and you have to survive longer and longer. And if you can go basically double or nothing 4 times over, you might find the module you're looking for. If you're lucky enough, and if you're strong enough, and if you're fed enough to do so, if you haven't already done all of the other campaign versions of what you're doing, that gets boring really fast. So they found a way to turn it into a roguelite, and this is what they have.
All the games from today's show can be found over on the PC Gaming Show Steam page. Head on over.
I'm certain that the game is fun. Most retro throwbacks are. But believe you me, niggas, this shit will make you angry. That entire segue bit between myself and Marcus, where we talked about the frustrations of multiplayer online video games. Oh, you think runs with your friends in Slay the Spire 2 are hard? Imagine it where somebody's actively sabotaging because, bro, it was funny, huh? Goes on for 6 runs deep.
To PCGamer.com/wishlist to check it out.
After Quest. No idea what the game's about. Won't even tell us. On to the next one. It's moving by so quickly, they don't even have time to talk about the shit. Here comes a high-octane, side-scrolling, roguelike action platformer. So, Radial Hearts, but even more complex and button-mashy. And it's called Slash Zero! Hone your power, choose your style, mash your buttons. Close enough. Welcome back, Dungeon Fighter Online! Oh my gosh. We keep reinventing the same shit again. And we keep turning it into survival likes. And roguelikes. And it's worse than you consider, because realistically, just like Touhou Dystopian and just like Entropy Effect, this one is going to be another one of those titles that people are like, oh my god, bro, look at the fucking game, look at the colors, look at the game style, ah! And you're going to see nobody playing it. You're not going to see anybody playing it on Steam, you're not going to see any, well, you should see some people playing it on Steam, like me, but you won't see people playing it on Twitch, I should say.
Will technology ever get better?
No. For love's sakes, please, stop it. I can't take the skits.
World turns into scary monsters with cassette tape. All of it. Come on, what have you dressed me into?
Cassette Beats? I believe that's what this is. Yes, Cassette Beasts, 2002.
Return to Earth. Are we not on Earth? You first came to Elmich looking for your friend, correct?
You see, I I have all these guys helping me keep this city locked down.
Come on, I can take you lot on all day.
All who step foot on this land are under my voice.
It's basically Otherworld Pokemon by another name.
21st century now. The time has come for change.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, if I believe it is what I think it is Voidbreaker. Another one of the PlayStack titles. Really good game. Really good motion shooter. It is not covered in Goy Slop. It is not drinking the Truneshine. It is just a good movement sim. There are two versions of the game. There is Act 1 and Act 2. Act 1 happens after Act 2. Don't want to spoil it, because it is technically a story game. But this is the newest update launch, and it is a good one. It is a solo dev product, and god damn it, it is finger-licking delicious. Now, unlike most games that are basically infinite survivor-likes, this one can loop infinitely. You win the run, you get to the end of the run, you do multiple victory laps. Every victory lap makes the run more difficult. You get to choose the gun type you play with. They've got shotguns, they've got MP5, they've got obviously new Magnum pistol as well as a basic pistol. They've got sniper rifle in the form of a crossbow-like weapon. They've got grenade launchers. They've got different forms of digiconstructs that apply elemental and destructible forms of damage both to the enemy and to the environment, and active abilities like bombarding missiles and armor from the air, as well as elemental effects and cursed effects that can alter the methodology of the run. Like, if your FOV is scaled all the way up to fisheye view, you get thousands of damage. And if you play the run in such a way where you have multiple repeating effects inside your inventory effects can get crazier and crazier the more that they scale, the more that you multiply them inside of your equipment. So, verticality, melee, which has been rebalanced, and the rest of this shit is just... It's hard to describe without using the word Truneshine or Truneslop. But it is the kind of gameplay experience where you infinitely feel like the more you invest into learning how to play the game, the more invested you feel about learning, and the more mistakes that you make, the more you learn about the particular playstyle that weapon has. And by the time you mastered a gun type, now it's time to master the next gun. It is definitely worth your time. I played a lot of it during its first release. I played a lot of it during its secondary Ascension update. You should play this game if you do not already. The creators of Fights in Tight Spaces, they make another card-based roguelike with online cooperative multiplayer. Two fights, two tight spaces. What a fucking stupid way to name the goddamn game.
Yes, it really is called Two Fights, Two Tight Spaces. And if you can believe it, there's one more surprise. Shadow Drop! Oh, we love a good Shadow Drop, don't we? 2 Fights, 2 Tight Spaces is out right now.
And that's not the only surprise. This old-timey scroll came in the mail and it's addressed to Malord. It says, the granary is full, sire?
Oh, I know what that means.
I don't.
Another world premiere. Our next title is from a series that's been around for more than 25 years. Here are 2 of our very favorite PC neighbors to tell you all about it. Hello, everyone. I'm Ben Starr.
And I'm Samantha Bayard.
And we're incredibly excited to be...
Don't you guys get tired of ringing out the people who are part of Baldur's Gate 3 to sell you on new titles and new games that they effectively are helping remake because they're the voice actors hired for them? Don't you guys get tired of doing that? I know that Ben Starr is a slut and he will do anything for money. And so are the rest of the voice actors because they like money too. But don't you guys get tired? Don't you guys get tired of constantly being like, and now to get you excited in a game genre you guys never play, here's the voice actors of here's the voice actors of beloved Game of the Year game, Baldur's Gate 3! Don't you guys get sick of that shit? You have to get sick of that shit. I know I'm sick of that shit. But you have to get sick of that shit. You just have to be. There's nothing nice about it. There's no way to be nice about it. It's just mean. It produces nothing but mean. And I try to be reasonable. But bro, come on. Come on, man. It's time to let it go. Let them be themselves. Stop making them have to be this... That's a soda burp. Stop making them have to be this thing. Please. Stop making them have to be this thing. Let them be what they want to be. Let them exist without being performative fucking puppets, man. No, Carl. I love voice actors from other games selling me new games. Give me Goysop. Give me Goysop. I will pay all the money in the world to play the Goysop. I don't know, man. I love voice actors when they give a shit about their jobs, especially being the faces of content. But I think they should be allowed to be more than the voice actors from Baldur's Gate 3. And that's assuming that we accept that Larian made a Larian game inside of the franchise of Wizards of the Coast in the Shattered Continent. Okay? That's assuming that we allow ourselves to remember that. Because Baldur's Gate 3 is not a game for the Wizards of the Coast. It's a Larian game. But come on, let them be more. I want them to be more. Ben Starr can be whatever the fuck he wants to be. The man knows what he is, and he is a slut for money. But let them be more. Please. Has Neil not suffered enough? Has Jennifer not suffered enough? Has Samantha not suffered enough?
Your first look at our new game.
Stronghold 4, the brand new Castle Sim and RTS from Firefly Studios.
That's right, another chapter in Stronghold where you can once again launch cows from Trebizond.
Another game that people don't play, that is in the RTS genre, that might as well just be a lark from the majority of the people who are not playing the content. Look at Samantha's face! Look at her face! The way she looks is the way I feel inside.
Sounds absolutely delightful. Let's have a look at the new exclusive reveal trailer.
Welcome to Stronghold 4, my liege. This town has seen better days, but I'm sure you're up to the task of bringing the place back into splendor. Might I suggest next placing some farms to feed our population? Food stocks are back up again. We can train soldiers and build defenses to prepare for further bandit raids.
My bow calls. My sword is needed. Just me and my little pitchfork.
That's a nice thingy bob the church has there.
What's going on with the pens?
It's my time to shine. This inferno is punishment for our sins. A huge invasion force is marching on the castle, my liege.
Another village taken then. Make no mistake, I'll keep fighting.
To hell with you.
I have a favor to ask of you. Let's get to work.
And now a commercial to sell you on Team Red. I don't care what version you choose to play on. Team Green, Team Blue, Team Red, Team Hacker. Play it on whatever fucking workspace you want. It's all the same shit at the end of the day. Just basically take the same shit that I said about Logitech, but the difference here is that I really don't care who does what. I will care that the game plays. If it gives me stable frames, I will buy it, I will put it in my workstation, I will build a workstation, and gift my old workstation to my woman. It doesn't matter. Just make the shit do things. Make the shit do things. Windrunners. Shoot 'em up.
My brother has betrayed us all. His legendary knights of the Round Table have all fallen prey to corruption, or have simply disappeared. Avalon, once a glorious kingdom, is now falling into despair, and corruption ravages the land. Thus, I have created the legend of the Twilight Knights, for salvation will not come from a single knight, but from many.
And so, another 4-man couch co-op sim where you are fighting through 2.5D environments designed after the Lords of the Fallen and No Rest for the Wicked.
Wardens of Avalon.
Oh, a new take on the Arthurian legend? That makes me want to go upstairs and get my life-size handcrafted, dual-tempered carbon steel replica of Excalibur.
Sean, nope. Remember what happened last time? We do not need you swinging that giant sword around the living room. We just got a new lamp.
Well, don't worry, everyone. I promise I won't do it. See, I said I wouldn't. I don't know why you would think otherwise based on my tone. Look, our new neighbor's rooster sure makes a racket, but I've been thinking it must be worth it for some of those farm-fresh eggs.
First, roosters don't lay eggs. Second, that was an elephant.
Wait a minute. That's an elephant. Do elephants lay eggs? Can you imagine? The omelets you could make would be massive.
Well, he'll be gone for a while. The real reason our neighbor has an elephant is because we're here to see the world's first gameplay reveal for Planet Zoo 2.
If the women are busy murdering their children because postpartum depression and sudden infant death syndrome, otherwise known as I murdered my child and nobody realized that's what I did because I'm a part of the demographics that aren't reporting SIDS often. And if the girlies are not playing The Sims 4 because they can't afford the thousands of dollars of expansions, and they're not playing Enzoi because they think the game sucks, and they're spamming the same cozy games over and over again, what the fuck makes them think that they're about to play a new God game where you basically LARP as an animal? I know who it's made for. It's made for women. Because women enjoy that kind of thing. And, you know, the autistic men too. Shout outs to the Aussies. The autistics. But they're not going to play this game because they're paying attention to the Lindsay Clancy case. Even when this was being produced, before that shit happened, I can promise you they're not going to play it.
Welcome. I'm Eric, the chairman of FEN.
I'm Alice, the zoo operations manager at FEN.
We're here to help you on your journey in building and managing zoos, as well as restoring wildlife reserves across the globe. You'll be creating habitats for all kinds of species, and making sure they're well cared for. Not to mention managing your staff and keeping your guests happy, too. With that in mind, let's begin.
Meet Lamarty, the Maasai giraffe. He shares his space with a pretty big family, so we need to make sure there's plenty of vegetation for everyone. And with the warm weather, we need to keep the fresh water flowing.
Speaking of water, we'll need an aquarium large enough to house several of our aquatic species, including our endangered hawksbill turtles, Mia and her family.
You'd be surprised how quickly these tanks get dirty. There goes one of our keepers now. We have one more stop to make. We're building a brand new kind of habitat. An aviary. It'll be the perfect home for our white-tailed sea eagles, Hamish and Freya. We've made sure there's plenty of space for them to spread their wings and to have some fun.
Conservation is Fenn's most important goal. Like in the Scottish Highlands, where we're releasing our eagles into our wildlife reserve. We've done a lot to prepare this environment for them, something you'll be sure to do more of on your journey. Together, we can create a better world for all living creatures. So, are you ready?
This is the kind of game that should have been released as a part of Frosty Fest and a part of Green Games. I'm not joking. This is a game that demonstrates the greatest in excesses to the demographic of online gaming, but does so from the right perspectives for the right reasons. This is where the graphical fidelity chuds should actually be considering, no, I don't need to be able to see every single grain of dirt on the dirt texture. Actually, what I should see on the decal is the focus on the optimization of the random number generator and how my creatures inside of my reserve are moving with the water and are moving and interacting with the interactables in the environment. Because this is being made for Steam, it's going on the Epic Games Store, because obviously it has to, PS5, Xbox XS, Xbox on PC, and it is supported by Team Green with GeForce RTX and GeForce Now. So, this title is something that is expected for a lot of reasons. So why not make a diversity quota where 2.5% of the dollars of payments, so remember the 2.4 to $16.4 billion cash number, 2.5 to 10% of gaming proceeds made from Xbox Game Pass, because this game should be Xbox Game Pass sold, because this is a very, very specific niche. And all of 10% to 2.5 to 10% of Xbox Game Pass sales go towards donating it to a wildlife charity foundation of your choice as a player, or collectively to a wildlife preserve, in the name of Steve Irwin's family, for his daughter and or son, who are 100% on their way to being just like their father. You just donate the money by buying or playing the game on Xbox Game Pass, and boom, you're done. And imagine the trees that you save. Imagine the trees that you save. And imagine the wildlife that you'll help preserve. Compared to you spending your money on Doctors Without Borders only for a person to get kidnapped and executed because they're not actually willing to save that person. But what if my autism needs the sand grains to look perfect? Then you do that in your title specifically because you jacked your shit up to Ultra and you're using a patch that lets you do it. Patch it in with a mod. Don't make it the baseline of graphical fidelity chuds. Because that's why games are too expensive now. And why they're poorly optimized. They make them do it at the dev level instead of doing it at the patch level. And now, another potential battleground arena gameplay in the form of EMP Impulse. They have an opportunity in which this game, much like Splitgate 1 and Splitgate 2, you either make sure that everybody can do these very simple, practical, outplayed maneuvers, or you're going to have a dead game on your hands because somebody's going to perfect a perfect way in which they can never be killed, and the game is going to die because of it, because the sweats are going to piss off all the casual players who are going to show up to play this game.
unleash minions of the damned to procure the secret of a mysterious tower that spells certain doom for all who dare to enter. I'll miss those minions.
Thank God the segue ended quickly. Bonfire Studios should be Arc Heron, unless I'm mistaken.
That is not the end in our Quran. That is...
Nope! I am correct! I pronounced the name incorrectly. I said Arc Heron. They said...
to enter. I'll miss those minions. That is not the end in our Quran. That is...
Archeron. Arc Heron. Archeron. Basically, ARPG 3-on-3 squad combat similar to Arc Raiders and to Marathon. But it's isometric top-down, and it's closer to Diablo and to Path of Exile than it is to all the other games that came before it, including things like Absolver.
Merely the beginning.
Combat is dictated by the weapon system and by the weapon style that you choose to pick. If you want to be an assassin, you can be an assassin. If you want to be a mage, you can be a mage. If you want to be a warrior with sword and board, you can be a warrior with sword and board. But 3-on-3 combat, and you basically have to survive the encounters that you have with other people. And if you don't, while also fighting off the PvE and the PvM, then you're going to get shit on. A lot of the broadcasters of Path of Exile got invitations if you spent enough money in the game, and also if they were involved in the game enough to be notable creators, to come try the game. It's worth the time, but the question, is it fun, is hard to answer. If you're a competitive player, yes. If you're not a competitive player and you're a casual, you're going to hate the shit. It's not as complex as, say, Naraka Blade Point. But you are going to hate the shit if you're a casual.
Archeron is a top-down isometric game where you play as an echo, and you find these very powerful items, and then you play as a team of 3 to ascend in this very dark fantasy, hauntingly beautiful tower. You fight monsters, find the items, put together your build, and fight showdowns at the end of each floor. Then you ascend the tower until there's only 2 teams left, and only 1 team can win.
So basically, Eternal Return for people who are junkies of ARPGs. Basically. That's what it is. This is the new version of Eternal Return. Again, if you're a casual and you are not capable of carrying your weight, you're going to get exploited by people who are better than you, and you're going to feel like you don't know how to progress. But because the game requires you to learn how to play character archetypes, you either figure out what archetype you like best, and you learn it, so you can learn the game flow, and then after learning the game flow, you learn how to counter what's going to target you, or you're going to hate your life. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's the same thing as Eternal Return. Those of you who were inside the server, who were actively playing Eternal Return, while we were actively able to do recorded on-screen Negrohood hangouts, you know exactly what Eternal Return feels like. Those of you who do not know what Eternal Return feels like, the combat you're seeing here is a truncated version of what was happening in Eternal Return. Now, Eternal Return is more of an anime fighter, but this is more of the gritty, dark fantasy action. The shit that they do here is not nearly as bad as the shit that they do in there. But, unlike that game is more like League in the sense that every character that you're playing is an archetype with a kit. This game, the archetype is not the player character kit. It is the weapons you choose in the player character kit. So, you have to learn what each weapon does. And you have to accept that sometimes you're going to get a bricked build because you don't find good items. And the reason why you're going to get shit on as a casual is that if it is random procedurally generated, you need to be lucky enough to find something good, to pair it with something else that is also good. Good here does not mean you need to have a rare item, and the rare item needs to be placed with another rare build item that is just top tier, best in slot. I mean, you need to learn what pairs with what. A staff to be ranged, daggers to have coverage in melee, an escape tool to get away from what's going to hard counter you, and the ability to dip in and out of ranged combat and melee combat instead of just being a person that basically gets stat locked by the Holy Trinity, where a tank walks up to your face and you're a support and you say, "Mommy!" and the dick flops out and they say, "Kiss me on my hot rock," and then all you hear is raping noises.
Your whole goal is you start with nothing. You want to go get items to form your build on the fly. Items are distributed throughout the tower. You can find them in chests, kill monsters, and the best places to take them off other players. When you're new, you kind of like will gravitate towards a certain playstyle, and as you continue to play more, you'll start to unlock different builds that you didn't know were possible. I think the item system is designed to have people embrace the playstyle that they want. We don't have traditional roles, so we don't have a support or a tank or DPS. You're all kind of on the playing field, but you can lean into playstyles. You can lean into a ranged build or a hybrid build or a dive build just on the fly, what you uncover. We want you to land and feel the tension of trying to get items quickly, knowing that the fight is coming when the beacon spawns.
Exactly what he just said. What I'm trying to describe here, without saying the words exactly, but I'll say them explicitly, you need to play with a sense of urgency. There is no friend slopping. There is no slowly learning. You need to move with emphasis on urgency. And if you don't play like you have urgency, well, take again the conversation we just had between myself and Marcus. If you don't play with urgency, and you friend slop your way through it, and you act like I'm going to play it on my time, none of the time is being offered to me, well, it might be the case if you come across me, I might rape your ass on camera. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's suffice to say, that's the nature of this type of game. It has a lot of potential. It's going to be one of the worst victims of all of the fucking casuals, especially the weekend warriors. But they're going to eventually thin out the herd. They're going to get exploited. They're going to get exposed. They're going to get fraud exposed to the maximum. And when that happens, the game will hit a healthy player base number. And then it'll be like Absolver. It'll have its day in the light. And it's either going to stay around and it's going to be there. And it's going to be like, yeah, I can play some rounds of Archeron. Or Archeron. I can play some rounds of Archeron. Or they're going to be like, Archeron? But I suck dick at Archeron.
This place shows us how we could have been. What we should have been.
Archeron takes place in the afterlife, so everybody that's here is dead. The only way you arrive in this place is if you've died with some kind of unfinished business. So everyone here has something unresolved that's kind of pushing them forward. Our characters are all called echoes when they first arrive, and in their chests they have these things called anchors. That's where their memories live.
They're almost pebbles in the filter. They're stuck there. They can't escape. The anchor represents a memory or an emotion of unfinished business that they have from the living world. So it gets them stuck halfway. They cannot let go of the thing that happened to them in the living world.
Everybody starts out with one memory, and it's just one piece. And it could be a sense memory. It could be your mother's voice. It could be just a thought. And from that memory, the echo goes into this tower and tries to figure out who they are, why they're here.
And we always say that the enter is always at the top, so that's why they climb the tower. The enter is up to get out. Players have affected a lot of changes over the years now for us, but the biggest thing we got on our next feedback was the player gap between training and Ascension. They were really awesome at helping us come up with the idea of Spires. Spires is kind of a arena-based 3v3 where you can climb up a spire and have like a run where you have 3 attempts before you fall to the bottom. So big goal there is lots of repetition with our items in combat to get you familiar with how pace the game and how combat plays, so that when you go to...
So literally the gameplay mode of Eternal Return. The same way where you have 3 lives between day 1 to day 3 to play with your team and figure out how the fuck you're gonna fight, and then you fall down, and then you go again.
Ascension, you're prepared. You know, Ascension has a different vibe to it. It's more methodical, it's paced out, there's lots of decision making, where you loot, what items you pick up, how you and your team synergize against other teams. As they get into it and understand combat more, it starts to open up, the combat creativity really starts to shine, and I think they'll get used to the pace and hopefully have a blast.
Battle IQ develops. You begin to learn how to play the game versus learning how to counter what's happening to you. As you get more battle IQ and you continue to carry your teams, you then have to teach those players how to do it too. The ones that can stand individually at the head of a pack will be held back by the worst players. Hopefully, eventually, they will find better players to be with. Then the Spires will allow those players to figure out how to climb against different types of economies and different types of team play. And then finally, when they get to Ascension, they're fighting the best of the best. Ideally! And they're 2 different playlists, hopefully that do not require unlocking to play one or the other.
It's so smooth. The combat is so fun. The kind of like team play that I've seen coming out of it is it's insane. Players generally have a play style. They either like to go full eternal, meaning 4 pieces of the same set that we know synergize together, we've built to synergize together, or get a little wild and do a shattered build. Get 2 pieces from one set, 2 pieces from another, and kind of see how it goes together. But it's very personal play style.
You get the benefit of 2 set bonuses with shattered builds. You get the benefit of the eternal ability if you do full eternal.
When you fall in combat, there's so many ways to come back. You can be revived at a shrine. You can go and pick up your friend if they're crawling around on the floor. Then there's this totally clutch moment that happens sometimes where you've died, the beacons are there, somebody runs through a beacon, and all the way up to the next floor, and then you're revived again. And you just start all over, pick yourself back up, dust yourself off, and get back in the fight.
They even have a fog, which forces a final circle. Also like Eternal Return, and Fortnite, and all the other games that are similar.
You know, if you join now and start playtesting with us, you know, we're still shaping the game. You know, I think it's such a great opportunity for players to play closely with the devs, give us a...
And like I always say every single time, the best time to start playing is not when the game's released! Start playing in the playtest. Help shape the game into the direction it should be. Because if you wait until release, then it's going to be very hard to sway them, because all of the people who have been in their ear, assuming that it's all the fucking casuals, will make them have casual leaned and casual filtered choices that will make the game not as satisfying.
Your feedback so that we can make the game better and build a community with you. Go to the website and we have details there. You can join the playtest as we get prepared for early access later in the year.
The Great Tower of Archeron summons you and 2 of your finest battle-hardened companions. Head over to Archeron.com to sign up to the playtest now.
Speaking of worldly entities, this next trailer is sure to send a chill down your spine.
Ages come and go. Yet mortals never learn. Foolish enough to challenge me. Only to see you rise. Deadlier, bloodier, thirstier. You'll never defeat my army, nor conquer my castle. We're cursed.
Tower defense game where you are playing a Dracula-like and you are designing a tassel in which cannot be impregnated by adventurers.
Fight, night after night, for all eternity. For my master, for her.
They called it revamp because you're a vampire and you have to redo the fight night after night. I hate puns. And now, a Black Ops-like War Dogs Tactical All-Out War.
War Dogs is a tactical all-out warfare FPS where 100 players split across 3 teams fight over 1 control zone to earn themselves cash.
What makes War Dogs unique is its underlying persistent economy. Every life you spend in-game cash, building your own custom loadout, purchasing whatever equipment you want to suit your playstyle.
You then earn cash by performing any team play action in the zone, such as spotting and killing enemies, reviving and healing teammates, driving or piloting friends to the control zone, or building bases and even resupplying and selling items to other players. Anything that helps your team win earns you cash, with Prof piloting friends to...
I will skip the gobbledygook for you. This is a clanner. Pause. This is a clanner. Pause. This is as close to a milsim in the form of PlanetSide 2 that you will get this generation. Pause. Your cash is connected to the global pay system of the match you are in. Pause.
The control zone, or building bases and even resupplying and selling items to other players. Anything that helps your team win earns you cash, with profits from every game banked into your account to spend in your next match or next time you play.
Investing in better equipment is risky, but the right choice at the right time can yield massive returns.
With this unique cash system, 100 players fighting across 3 teams, destruction, base building, playstyle freedom, with unlimited squad sizes and proximity chat.
6 Northeast.
War Dogs is a new twist on the FPS genre, made for people like us who are tired of seeing AAA Battle Royale and extraction shooter clones.
Straight up, War Dogs isn't a game made for everyone. Instead, it's a grounded hardcore shooter that doesn't forget it's a game. We're making what we want to make and play with FPS players to get what we're trying to do.
War Dogs is coming to early access later this year, and we're open.
Damn, Carl, how did you hard read that prediction that they were about to make? Even though they're still going to get casual players that think they can hang, but they can't. Well, you see, there's this thing called my front amygdala. It's really big. Really like really big, really big. And it's really obvious too.
Opening our closed pre-alpha testing to new players this month, which you can sign up for right now. This is the new face of tactical all-out warfare. This is War Dogs.
It's worth giving a try. It's dropping September 10th, by the way. And now another roguelike card game.
Why just defeat your enemies when you can cook and eat them? Shroom and Gloom puts the fun into fungi and the guy into fungi too. You know, now that I think about it, yeah.
It's true. Yeah. And trust me on this. You'll want to get your volume cranked up and your air guitar fingers warmed up for our next world premiere. Let's go, Maximum Thunderness. It's a game where you shoot stuff. Go!
Roguelike twin stick shoot 'em up. Slay the Spire like map combat and traversal. Basically, take the gameplay of Golden Axe and Streets of Rage and put it on an always moving map, and then make it a roguelike and a survival shooter, and put it with pixelated, unique style graphics. There's your game.
Welcome to the prestigious International Space Station, Ares. Earth is counting on you to witness the binary wave of matter for humanity, particularly regarding the mysterious magnetic fields around you.
I wake up. Same bunk, same time. The station resets. But I don't.
Another time loop video game.
Our food supplies are dwindling faster than expected. If we're careful, starting now, we can still avoid early rationing.
This makes no sense. They're moving, like in a solar system, like planets.
Am I going to die here? Is this how I will be remembered?
It is all connected somehow.
Revenge! And yes, it also too is a Game Pass game.
Is this how I will be remembered?
It is all connected somehow.
One of these days, we're gonna figure out how to not make Raw Fury, Devolver Digital, and PlayStack effectively have to carry the PC showcase for all the games that are being made. Because even though these games are supposed to be PC focused, they are always multi-platform with a focus on trying to get it to be Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox Game Pass. And I can promise you, they will be selling the most on console despite being focused on PC. And another boomer shooter. Effectively, that is a boomer shooter that is one part tactical stealth and tactical execution, and time and space manipulation. You can manipulate the space around you, you can manipulate time around you, you can manipulate destructibles and throwables around you, and be able to create new interesting methodologies of how to clear the levels, where it's basically Tenshin Ninja Assassin with guns, and with the ability to manipulate time as to give you a sophisticated tactical strategy edge. Not quite real-time strategy, but exactly up the pines of what you'd expect out of a boomer shooter.
Whoa! Come on. One time. One time.
Won't let you.
Enough with the skits, please.
You're gonna lose.
And why are we using Nintendo 64 controllers for the skit? Stylized more background with black and white editing. Clearly, it's going to be a game about disease and fungus, and something to do with humanity spreading like a fungal disease. Signet City? Another Behavior original? And it's a fucking card game. Mr. Magpie's Harmless Card Game. Exclusive rewards coming to Dead by Daylight. Wishlist now. From Giant Light Studios, Gambit Digital, and Behavior. So, Dead by Daylight game, What the Fog, a game nobody plays and has ever cared about, a new title that's coming out under Behavior that is going to be treated just like Dead by Daylight, and a fucking card game. Granted, simulation table card game, but a simulation card game that will only be played by people who are effectively players of Dead by Daylight. It hurts so good.
Well, that huge dispute we had off camera has finally come to this. Biting the house in half.
Yeah, well, you just...
Not funny. Very gay. Very fake and very gay. And now they're going to try to talk about this PC Gamer show build.
The sleeper build, so effectively, I mean, it looks kind of badass, but, you know, it looks old, it looks beige, it looks like it's from your, you know, parents' house in the 90s, early 2000s. But inside, it's actually a 9950 X3D, 5080, brand new M5 motherboard, 32 gigabytes of DDR5, 6000 megabits per second. We haven't skimped on that this year because of the prices, so you're welcome there. 1000 watt PSU and a 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 5 SSD, and of course an Arctic 360mm cooler. So yeah, sleeper build. Doesn't look it, but this thing is an absolute beast. And don't...
So we're LARPing as a... Can't say Zoomer. We're LARPing as a hipster millennial who wants our device to look like an old computer.
Forget to head over to PCGamer.com/survey for your chance to win this seriously cool piece of hardware. Oh, and when you're done, head over to PCGamer.com/wishlist to add all your favorite games from today's show to your very own wishlist. Back to you.
Check back in with that Salty expedition. Let's see how those spacefarers are doing. Producers, roll the next trailer. I've got a service lamp to test.
Hi everyone, I'm Edward, creative director at Ludogram. We're building Ascenders Beyond the Peak, a turn-based exploration roguelite about a team of climbers hunting ancient artifacts in mountains that hunt back. And
What? Watch how niggas turn into a goddamn roguelike!
Higher you climb, the more you realize something else is hiding up there too. Every expedition starts long before the climb. You build your team, develop your headquarters, and choose which peak is worth the risk. Your team is connected by a single rope. You're never just moving a character. You're managing a chain of consequences. And sometimes saving a team means leaving someone behind. The mountain is your weapon. You use gravity, terrain, and the environment itself to survive, with 9 classes that each interact with it completely differently. And its inhabitants will make sure none of it comes easy. Between climbs, your team recovers, but not everyone feels the same way. And what you bring back from the mountain will force you to choose between power and allegiance. The question is, whether you'll make it back to choose it all.
Take it in. The warmth of the fire. The smell of your hard-earned meal. The feeling of discovering a new land. This is what adventure feels like. So breathe deep. Savor this moment of peace. At dawn, you'll make for the ley line. And by this time tomorrow, you'll have made your sacrifice and harnessed the power of magic. Soon, there will be no limit to what you can achieve. Huh. Well, at least you're still alive. Now dust yourself off and get back out there. But this time, maybe bring a friend.
I honestly couldn't tell you what genre this is. It doesn't look like a cultivator sim, not one that I played with. And it certainly doesn't feel like it's a game title that would be worthy of being a cultivator sim. It certainly is a couch co-op hop in, hop out game, I can tell you that much. Dime a dozen random store roulette videos that you could pull off of fucking Steam in general. Doesn't look interesting.
This summer, venture outward.
Yeah, no, doesn't look interesting.
How many great games can PCGamer fit into one show? The answer is
Debatable. Don't care.
more. Lots more. Keep watching.
Thank the Lord it was short.
Your parents go home. One night I saw a man.
Ah, sorry.
Something valuable, so I snuck up on.
Idios Montreal! This might be valuable.
I made a grab.
Could it be? Could it be? Could it be so? The sound effect that can only come from one genre of franchise! Could it be? Are the legends real? It is real! It's really real! However, it's a remaster and not just a fucking rebuild. But it is real!
What was that noise? Now this is worth the price of admission. Did you hear something? I got it. Just keep looking the other way. What have we here? Not so secret anymore, is it?
Unfortunately, it's only the Dark Project remastered. However, that is a lot to ask for. Thief the Dark Project might as well be 5 games pushed into one. Remastering it means that you're going to have better light features. And at the end of the day, that's what we're asking for. Now, if they have contracted Night Dive Studios, Atari, Kex Engine, and EOS Montreal, and please, do keep in mind that says PS5, PS4, and Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2, so they're going multi-platform, multi-generation. If Thief the Dark Project is being remastered, despite the fact that they could have just ported Thief Gold, what this means is that Thief the Dark Project is going to get remastered, Thief Metal Age is going to get remastered, and Thief Deadly Shadows is going to get remastered. I don't think they're all going to come out within months of each other. I hope they don't come out within years of each other. But they're going to get remastered. Hopefully the remastering is them just doing better sound occlusion and better lighting and texture. They keep the gameplay the exact same. They don't try to do a Medieval 2 or a Medieval PS4 edition where they basically change the entire gameplay. I should only hope and pray that they do right by it, and that the content that would have been available inside of Thief Gold is the same content that's available in the Dark Project. Extra levels and all. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that they finally stopped trying to fucking give us trash and actually just decided to give us the fucking original Thief. However, they're remastering it because the other people refused to play the original version. So it's going to be the same shit as Soul Reaver. So, you know, there's that. But beggars can't be choosers.
We need to talk about what we just saw, the remaster Thief the Dark Project, is the studio head of Night Dive, Stephen Kick. Thanks for joining us, Stephen.
It's awesome to be here.
Now, I will shamelessly say that Thief was one of my absolute favorite childhood games. I adore it. And for those who did not get to experience it back in 1998, what is Thief?
Thief is an amazing, immersive sim. It's first-person perspective where you take the role of a master thief named Garrett, and you're infiltrating castles, cathedrals, all kinds of wonderful medieval-esque environments, and you're getting wrapped up into this mythology and this conspiracy that crosses ages and time and uncovering secrets. Garrett is not a great fighter. He's very nimble, he's quiet, he's small. He can infiltrate, he can get into places that he's not supposed to be, but he's not really a good fighter. So you do have a blackjack and you can equip a sword, but it's not your best option.
Yeah, it's mainly used to swing a few times and then run away and try again. When it comes to doing a remaster, I know that it can take many different forms. Some is just updating some of the art models, some is rebuilding the engine from the ground up. When it comes to Thief the Dark Project Remastered, what's familiar, but what's new? I want to kind of understand what players can expect.
For any longtime fan of Thief, the game is going to feel very familiar. You're going to be going back to a place that you love. I hope you want to stay there. For new players, it's going to be an exceptional experience. It's going to run very smooth, 120 FPS, 4K, widescreen resolutions, all the wonderful quality of...
Yes, all the incantation words. That's right. No excuses. Learn how to play the game or you suck dick. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Life improvements that you've come to know and love from a Night Dive remaster. And probably most exciting of all, we've got Stephen Russell coming back to reprise his role as Garrett.
Even the original voice actor.
Well as fan favorite Terry Brocious.
All right, well, if you're someone like me that immediately has their curiosity piqued, where can people go to find out more information about what's next?
NightDiveStudios.com is a great place to start. It's got links to all of our social media, but I would advise that you come and join our Discord channel. All the team members are in there. We're very amenable, we're communicative, we're friendly. Come share your thoughts with us, let us know what you want to see in Thief Remastered, and take a vote on what game you'd like us to do next.
Both for Thief the Dark Project Remaster and for all the great games you're seeing on the PC Gaming Show, don't forget that you can go to PCGamer.com/wishlist to keep track of all the titles right there. Stephen, thanks so much for coming out. We appreciate it.
Thanks for the opportunity.
And now, let's check out some more great games.
Another driving game. Jay Funk, you will love this one. EXO Rally
Exo Rally
Championships.
Championship is available on Steam right now.
Frankie, as fun as all this is, I'll admit, I am feeling time sick. This decade is strange. I can't tell if the blazers are big because of fashion or everyone's just deeply confused.
It's both. But if you could use something familiar, I've got just the thing. 2 surprise sequel reveals for a pair of beloved indies. Let's take a look.
Jin, if you're hearing this recording, I'm sorry. I've been unable to determine what caused the mass extinction. I'm looting derelict ships with these old salvage drones to send you with the equipment you'll need to survive on the best planet I can find. I wish I could go with you, but humanity needs as many shots as I can give it. These odds are not good, and these cryopods I'm finding have kids, families. They deserve a shot. I can give them that, but I have to stay behind. Maybe someday you can forgive me.
Duskers 2.0. And that didn't tell me shit about what the game is.
My name is James Savage. I investigate folklore and the truth behind it. I'm a scholar. I'm a vampire. I'm 15 months sober. And 3 hours ago, my best friend buried me alive in the middle of the desert. Would you believe me if I said I didn't have a ticket?
El Paso Elsewhere 2. So, basically, a combination of Max Payne and Blade with some MC Escher combat inside of a boomer shooter-esque background a la Blood and all the other boomer shooters of yesteryear. I can dig it!
You mean to tell me they put a ball in there, but you're not supposed to play with it?
It was a cruel age, Mika. Some of its sins are better left forgotten.
Well then, let's look back to the future. Here's some more previews.
ゲームフリックの古島です。ビースト・オブ・リンカネーションのディレクターをやっています。この世界、ビースト・オブ・リンカネーションの世界です。
We don't care. Your game sucks dick. You can only make Pokemon. Holy shit, Beast of Incarnation is bad.
ですけども、汚れというのは蝕まれています。この汚れはですね、あらゆる動植物に寄生して、この存在をですね、腐食体というものに感じています。この汚れを生み出しているのが輪廻の獣という存在です。で、この輪廻の獣を倒すために主人公エマという相棒の腐食体クープですね、一緒に旅をしているという物語になっています。人類がですね、この世界がもうこの汚れに蝕まれてしまっていて、汚れに追われてですね、もう山あいのですね、かつての文明の遺構のようなところですね、コロニーを作って住んでいる。この主人公は今ですね、先ほど言った汚れに侵されていてですね、植物の力を使うことができるということです。ただし主人公のエマには、感情も記憶もないということがあります。で、感情も記憶もなくて汚れに侵されているこのエマをですね、コロニーの人たちは気味悪がって、むしろ腐食体として扱ってしまうというそんな存在になっています。汚れの植物の力を使ってですね、いろんな場所を登ったりとか、植物を使ってですね、自分で初めてこう伸ばすことができるんですけど、それでですね、崖とかこの歩かせてですね、縦横無尽に駆け回っていくようなことができたりします。エマとプーの両方ですね、能力を成長させることができます。普通はステータスを上昇させるということもできるんですけども、それがですね、独自のスキルをエマとプーどちらも覚えていくことができます。シチュエーションとか自分の覚えた技によってですね、スキルをどんどん組み合わせていって、どんどん試していって自分のプレイスタイルを確立するような感じになります。まずですね、主人公今石川優さん演じておりました。で、それ以外のキャラクターたちは逆にコントラストを持ってですね、感情も豊かで、バックグラウンドあるいは秘密のあるようなキャラクターたちを大塚明夫さんをはじめとした素晴らしい政治の方に演じておりました。このゲームビースト・オブ・リンカネーションの詳細についてですけども、ウィッシュリストに登録いただければですね、新しい情報出ておりますので、ぜひウィッシュリスト登録いただいてお待ちいただければです。よろしくお願いします。
And then there was the experience that everybody at this point should definitely have already experienced.
Serve a purpose grander than your lives ever could. You pathetic creatures have no claim to this power. It is my fate to wield it, and yours is to kneel before my might.
Fair enough. Heroes of Descent. But it's basically just another version of any other turn-based CRPG that is on the marketplace. You might as well just play Divinity Original Sin. And for another Survivor-like. Kill a God!
If you're enjoying the 90s aesthetic in today's show, this next game is for you. Grab some COD companions and dive into some familiar-looking screensavers that are filled with new surprises.
Oh, I didn't even notice you'd come in. Welcome to System 60. You've been hired, which means that in this training video, you'll learn everything about your new workplace. Work in our company requires expert-level skills in basic, built-in programs. But your primary responsibility at System 60 is testing our new products and identifying any possible bugs. You'll be using our revolutionary geometry testing system. It's so advanced you'll feel as if your consciousness is really inside the program. The bugs can be found anywhere inside, so be very observant when traversing virtual landscapes. But thanks to the world's first fully visualized bug detection, even a brainless mannequin has a chance at success, which means so do you. While System 60 is a technology company, our greatest asset will always be our people. Guys, how am I supposed to work under these conditions, huh? Here at System 60, you can look forward to free lunches. Join our friendly team. Together, we can make Geometry OS the shape of the future. All you need to do is answer the call. After all, we've already hired you.
Pipes.exe, another horror sim, but this one is basically tongue-in-cheek. Honestly, there's been a very big boon of games that harken to this era. One of the ones that I tried and I've tested, and the demo's good for it, is basically Windows XP Antivirus 2003 Professional, which is another survivor horror-like, or excuse me, a survivor-like. But the idea is that you're surviving the horrors of a survivor-like while basically scanning through the files of an actual system running a OS that is based on Windows 95/2000 Professional. This one is not doing that. This is doing the horror-based version of basically visualizing jump scare-like environments. I'm certain it's probably fun, but might not be for everybody, which means it's going to basically be one of those types. And another Team Red fucking showcase.
This is why we came.
We're going on a skill trip.
Let's go to the... Oh no, I'm scared of heights. You have to climb to the top of this mountain.
Yippee! Whoa, gamer.
What you're gonna do is get to the checkpoint.
We're already at the checkpoint.
Don't follow me. Jump, jump, jump. No.
Hey, who's the queue? You go first. You go first.
These boomer booster pills here are like the best item.
I'll take the Viagra, please. There's beans over here.
I was thinking about those beans. True. Activate.
No.
Oh, we're at the last one.
What? Just
Beans just basically just let you fly.
This is going really well, guys.
Streamer rage bait video game to follow after Peak. Sunset Summit. Be an old person climbing up a mountaintop. Fall. Play with friends. Troll them on camera. It's a title from Future Friends, which, assuming that you remember that Future Friends are the people who put out, in collaboration with the other team behind, Clover Pit. Yeah, this is for money. By all means, Future Friends, get your money. I won't play it. Somebody will. Get your money!
What is this? We're all each other's obstacles. Let's put it that way.
You know what? I jumped. You guys just let me throw you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm guessing I gotta color my card.
I wasn't paying attention, to be honest.
Oh, I don't remember what it looked like. Okay, let's do that again. I love you, but I gotta do something to you. Oh, kill me! What? Oh no! Come here! Come here!
Another internet rage bait game, Clown Town. Fun enough that there's no way you could fuck it up. You literally could not fuck this one up.
Y'all bunch of traitors.
Coming up, you'd better make some extra room on your wish list because we've got a lot more new game trailers to show you. Take a look.
The ritual. An attempt to part the veil between planes. We broke the pact. Now we're paying the price.
Monks with guns? Question mark?
This is it, warrior. Wake up. Arbiters.
Only one man has what it takes.
That shit said the asylum. You've got the horror movie place making video games now? This has to be worth it.
To defeat this jungle. Nope, not him.
Ready to dive, Cobra.
Welcome to the jungle.
We need to investigate the entire village. What up? Is that too long? Nature in this region has become unstable. Now that is Sula. What can I serve you? Sula, eat this. Suit up. It's a good day to die.
It was a shitpost. They were shitposting. It's Dave the Diver. From the creators of mouthwashing. Carcass clad.
Carcass Clad is the next game from the devs of Mouthwashing, and we can't wait to see what new horrors they have in store. Hey Sean, are you gonna introduce us to your new friend there, or?
Well, Mika, I thought it'd be a nice time to brush up on my miniature painting. Thank you, I did deserve that.
No, you didn't. But Sean, we're back in the 90s. You couldn't have picked a worse time. The world hasn't accepted nerds as a, lucrative market yet. If you step out of this house with one Space Marine, just a jungle full of football captains will be waiting to tear you apart, just like they tore apart your Pokemon cards.
Mika, I don't have a death wish. Listen, since we took a one-way trip through the time hole, I figure if I start brushing up on my miniature painting right now, then I'll be winning Golden Demons left and right by the time we age back to the 2020s.
Hold on. What do you mean by one-way trip through the time hole? Sean, are we stuck here?
I'm sorry, Mika, is that unpalatable to you?
Oh my god, I'm sick.
Hey, speaking of sick, we sent our intrepid PCGamer team to Creative Assembly's Secret Citadel for an up-close look at Total War Warhammer 40k. Here's the latest news from the 41st millennium.
Why have you done this to me?
That's not funny. Why do you keep making nerddom look so fucking gay?
There is no peace amongst the stars. There is only war. Total War Warhammer 40,000 is really like a marriage of IPs made in heaven. We create authentic worlds. And we have a really precious IP currently that we're working with, which I know lots of you, just like us, we really love. We've read a lot of books, played games, painted minis. We want to insert you in that authentic universe. The galaxy is an unforgiving place. Everyone is fighting. There's no option to stop because, the world will eat you alive. But you as a player, you will make the difference. And what's really unique about Total War is you can experience that whole universe from the galaxy running an entire faction across the stars to the soldier fighting on the ground, just clinging to life, try to survive another day. It's like being that armchair general who is like, I'm at the command of vast forces, doing big flanking maneuvers, doing smart moves like jumping over and like covering big spaces, especially the jump backs or dropping bombardment of the enemy. And that's what's unique about it, is the scale, both the horizontal and verticality of it.
It's a big, vast franchise, a massive setting that's been around since the 80s, but luckily we don't expect players to know everything. We don't even want them to know everything. We have a brilliant onboarding experience, it's a very story-driven set of campaigns, and there was only one iconic location to start.
Yes, it is Armageddon, the quintessential.
This effectively means they're going to try to get the non-RTS marketplace to try this game, and it's probably going to not work very well. It'll probably get RTS mainstays, but it's not going to pick up the casuals. Unless they're really into Warhammer.
Place that represents the fight between humanity and orcs. They're like larger than life characters. Like one of my favorite ones is Yarick. Yes, we will have in the game.
Well, don't get his arch rivals there too. We have Gazgul Fracker, the prophet of the war himself. Yep. But it's that journey that's going to be the interesting one.
Yeah, it's a path to Armageddon. Yeah, the stakes are galactic, so we are going through between systems. The systems where the end goal, at least for the orc and the Imperium, is definitely Armageddon.
And Armageddon's certainly not where we're stopping. It's just the start.
We're looking at all of the details of the different world types that are present in Warhammer 40,000. So we've got hive worlds, agro worlds, mining worlds, frontier worlds, and layered on top of that, we also have all of the different biomes. So we can have icy mining worlds, arid mining worlds. Ultimately, what we've done is we have created a planet-making system. There's two things we want to do with the hive worlds. One, we want to make sure that the planets themselves look like hive worlds, so that we have huge cathedral, very much like we're in a cathedral here, cathedral-like cities stretching into the sky, going through the clouds, and whole planet's surface covered in urban development. And then we want to make sure that the battlefields match the visuals on the planet.
So one of the challenges, of course, there is like the staggering sort of architecture and scale and verticality, and then try and pull that into like a really engaging gameplay space. The sheer volume of potential lanes and routes.
Building zones, traversable lanes, cover zones.
We have some maps where your focus will be on sort of like navigating through these choke points and blasting apart areas to get a bit more sort of room to maneuver, or bring down a building on someone that's trucking along past. But then there's actually some pretty significant open spaces within them, like gigantic landing pads, and sort of the scale is so utterly off the chart.
Total War's always been a game about scale, right? You're from the bird's eye view above your empire down to the individual battlefields that decide its fate. With this one, though, we've had to go much grander. You're fighting across a...
If you really wanted to be impressive and you wanted to really get people to play this game, what you needed to do is you should have gotten Henry Cavill to try the game. I know he's busy doing the whole Warhammer thing, and he's also busy potentially being signed on into the MCU, while also expecting his first child with his fiance/wife. I don't think he's married yet. But if you really wanted to test if this would pass the snuff, you should have had Henry Cavill do his gamer check. See if it passes the sniff test. Then nobody would question it. But you guys didn't do that, did you? Y'all didn't. I think I want sausage and chicken and Cajun pasta. Yeah, I'm gonna be a fat ass.
Right, imagine you're looking down at your ship's bridge at the hololith that's displayed. You're now deciding, which planet do I wish to assault? Which regions should I conquer to give myself the most strategic advantage? Every decision you make as a player is not impacting just your current turn, but it's impacting every turn that goes on afterwards. Those decisions, they stick with you, they follow you. It's not a linear path through, right? And also narratively, the decisions you make as an individual drive the outcome of the story itself and how that plays out. So even playing through with the same faction multiple times will yield a different experience for you as a player.
We want their strategic decision making to pull their forces through the game, but they will certainly encounter narrative events or the framing of why they're there, what their objectives are, how do they win. So the narrative framing will influence the rewards you'll kind of get for conquering a certain system. If you're the Astra Militarum and you take a plant on a civilized world, they're probably going to get a boost to tank production. If you're orcs and you come across a world rich in scrap, that's probably going to help you build some stompers much faster than going to agri-world, for instance.
If you love Warhammer 40,000, we are bringing that to life in a way you will never have seen in any other video game that's been made. If you love your strategy gaming, right, in general, if you love your turn-based or real-time strategies, we've got you there as well.
We cannot wait to spend the next many, many years crafting the ultimate grimdark experience. And you can help by joining our closed beta, which gets launched later this year. We are on social media, so please follow us for more news, and thank you again.
Now, for a Pixely, that's basically about fishing with horrors of the abyss beneath, also from Playstack. Really looking forward to that one.
You died. That night, you became one of us. Many were destroyed,
And so we bring back yet again Vampire the Masquerade, but this time it's not Bloodlines, it's an actual narrative-driven CRPG. And it's being written like it's being written for the people who like Disco Elysium. Vampire the Masquerade, Eternal Whispers. Flyos, Quali, and White Wolf. So there are some interesting concepts about that, because it feels like that's their kibosh before the end of the show, before they show off any other pieces of trash. Here's the thing. This is an actual CRPG game, similar to the design of Disco Elysium, which is obviously CRPG for commies. I'm not concerned whether it's going to be a CRPG for commies or not. I'm more concerned on whether or not this is going to really accomplish the halfway point that people really are coming towards. The halfway point that I'm talking about, of course, is it going to be a CRPG designed for gay theater kids, or is it actually going to be a real CRPG? Because the gay theater kids only like playing the theater kid version of Baldur's Gate and of Path of Exile and of insert titles here that make them feel like what matters more is customization of the character, not actual gameplay in the universe that they have to be a part of. Where they design a kindred that will look like themselves. Like, that's guaranteed to happen. Nothing you can do about that. But after they press play, if there's gameplay that they actually have to play through, that's going to be the factor that decides whether or not this is dog shit or if it's good. So yes, is it made for men or is it made for women? If it's made for men, in the sense that it's made for actual gamers, you're going to see a lot of people get really annoyed. If it's made for women, you're going to see a lot of people really get retardedly annoyed. Like, really, really retardedly annoyed. What do I want as a side dish? I don't know what I want as a side dish. I'm going to scroll through the appetizers. Honey chipotle mozzarella. Nashville hot mozzarella. Texas cheese fries. This all sounds like a fucking heart attack. And I'm gonna get a burger and pasta and be done with it. Santa Fe burger. Sure. But if it's designed for people that actually want to play a CRPG adventure and not people who are basically playing one part dating sim and one part CRPG in stages of gameplay, such as Baldur's Gate 3, you're going to see a very, very successful interpretation of Vampire the Masquerade. And here's why. If they try to do the shit they did before with Bloodlines 2, basically turning in a shitty, broken video game that has broken movement, broken gameplay, broken quests, they're not going to survive the night. If they turn out this CRPG, and this CRPG turns out a great big fucking profit, then they're going to go and do this again. And here, right now, This is your chance to take it back from the gay theater kids. Yes, if it's made and it looks like Disco Elysium, it's going to be really shitty, just like when they tried to push Avowed onto you from the franchise of Pillars of Eternity. Yes, it's going to suck dick massively. You're going to have to bear it, because if you don't, then you're not going to get them to fucking turn in better product. Because those are first-party things. This is a IP from a third party. You want it to be good? Here's the chance to tell them that you want it to be good.
Oh, hey, that reminds me. Sean, if a vampire comes to the door next time, please don't invite them in.
Okay, look, I was just trying to be polite. Like, he was my door dasher. Give me a break. But look, it's now time for something millions of Vikings have been circling your longships for at long last. Here's a look at Valheim 1.0.
Why do people still care about Valheim? The game's come and gone. Let it go. It doesn't need to be remade. Let it go. There have been other fucking cultivation sims. Titlings look so fucking bad. Valheim 1.0, Deep North. Please play our revamped game. We really need the money.
Tell me, officer, do you remember the feeling of your skin being peeled away?
I do not remember what PON is, but I believe this is one of those games where the engine was designed after the philosophy of what if you were a person who was doing crime and what it looks like to get picked off by a superhero like Batman. I really sometimes hate our new fucking phone base. What if you were to play a game where you are a criminal who's getting picked off one by one in the dark by superheroes like Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, in an environment where it makes it feel like a horror film? This one looks like it's going for a supernatural killer. Could be good, could be bad. I swear to fucking God, they will make it. So, who knows what geolocator is? Geotagger. It's an online video game where basically you get shown a map of a location and you need to geotag where it is in the world. Well, they made a video game which is basically Geotagger inside of an alien environment, and you basically have to look at the environment from the top down and try to place where it is. Remember what I said about PlayStack? Sometimes some things are a hit, some things feel like they're a miss. Me! I am not a fan of games like this. But if you are a fan of geolocating games, by all means, please sign up for the playtest of this game if it's still active, and or sign up and or buy this game when it comes out. Because if it's being made by PlayStack, it means that they put some actual quality behind it. I have yet to see a game made by and supported by PlayStack, yes, because of Balatro, and yes, because of Voidbreaker, that has never not turned out to be a wonderful fucking title that's worth your time. I'm not gonna play it, but somebody's gonna enjoy this shit. Someone's gonna really love it.
Up next, a look at the McConaughey starring space epic RPG Exodus, which aired 15 minutes of gameplay during yesterday's Future Game Show. Check out the Future Game Show YouTube channel for the full gameplay reveal, but here's a sampler to whet your appetite.
I care not for this fucking bullshit. It looks way too fucking cheesy.
Hi, I'm Chris King, Game Director on Exodus. For those that didn't see the extended gameplay reveal on Future Game Show, here are some highlights. Exodus is a cinematic science fiction action role-playing game, where you become the Traveler, leading a crew on high-risk missions across the stars. You'll journey to deadly planets, derelict ships, and the remains of lost worlds, facing relentless threats as you rely on your companions and the unique weapons and abilities only you can wield. You play as June Aslan, someone with a rare connection to ancient alien technology, one that may be the key to saving your homeworld. Along the way, you'll decide who stands with you, what risks you take, and what you bring back, shaping your path and the future you return to, where time has moved on without you. We also share a glimpse of Persepolis, where you'll return between missions. It's where you reconnect with your crew, prepare for what comes next, and see how your choices are shaping both your character and the world around you. This was a quick peek into the larger world of Exodus. To learn more, check out the full extended gameplay reveal.
Oh, I accidentally clicked not where I was supposed to. All they're really saying is that this is the New Age Mass Effect. And this being a New Age Mass Effect means that it has a kinetic narrative that is also playing as a ARPG and as a CRPG. We really need you guys to give this game a fucking chance. Because if gamers reject this shit, this is going to be a fucking bust of $1 million loss of a video game.
Your presence here is the most precious gift you could have given me.
I smell yandere.
Don't worry, dear. I'll put you right in no time.
I will not die rotting in hatred.
Remothered. Red Nun's Legacy. Wishlist now. Escape later. I'm not aware if this is a part of a franchise, but oh my shit. Haunting Ground eats your fucking heart out.
Red Nun's Legacy is the final chapter in the Remothered trilogy, and you can get caught up by claiming the last 2 Remothered games for free on Steam.
Ooh, what a gift! And while we're closing in on the end of the show, we've still got more to get. Mika.
Yeah, Sean.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Only if you're thinking of the one last world premiere.
You know me so well.
Yeah.
My dearest Milan, today marks attempt 179 to uncover what hides in that peculiar cloud. Maybe it's time for me to take a step back. Let you run the delivery firm, eh? And Hermes misses you very much. There is a good life for you here on Santa Rosa, full of adventure, full of wonderful people. I know you will help them out as best you can, no matter the challenge. If I don't return, come find me up there. Signed, Uncle Umberto. And as always, take off into the wind.
So, Kiki's Delivery Service in a cozy slop game with occlusion lighting and movement and a anime-esque cartoon aesthetic.
This has definitely been a very special episode of the PC Gaming Show. We laughed and we learned.
I don't remember laughing. That doesn't count.
Well, that's it from us. Thanks to all of you for being part of our live studio audience. And remember, set those VCRs to record our PC Gaming Show, Tokyo Direct, in September.
And of course, the PC Gaming Show Most Wanted will return in December.
Blorpy! I need a ring. If I don't hear a ring, I'm not picking up anything. I need Foley here. Whoa!
Pre-recorded segments. I cry every time. However, I'm pleasantly happy that they are remastering the Dark Project. And I'm also happy that Archeron is going to get better coverage moving towards its release date, as they pin down when they would like to have a release date. However, all of this fucking PC slop, with the exception of some card games and some sim games that I'd be willing to play only because of the fact that they aren't fully connected to the universe that the game company that's making them are tied to. Especially that behavior card game. That is not a good sign for my level of interest. It's really fucking sad. It's really fucking annoying. There are some titles here and there that are actually good mainstays and cut-ins. But everything else, I don't want. I wouldn't support it. I wouldn't pay for it. The only one that I actually think is a hard standout that would actually interest me is War Dogs. My back and my spine. Oh my god. I need a stretch. Muscle tightness. Remember, kids, always stretch. Otherwise, you're going to turn into an old man that moves like you're being held up by a girdle. Anyways, games made for gamers. Not necessarily a part of this year's game shows. My report card overall is a B-. Each individual game show. In order. Bring up the original site because I closed it on this browser. Summer. So, this year, this showcase, all of the showcases together. Mix Game Showcase gets a B-. Black Voices in Gaming gets a C-. The PlayStation State of Play gets a B-. Lags gets an S. Women-Led Games gets a B+. Day of the Devs gets a B+. Southeastern Games Showcase, SAGS, gets a A+. Wholesome Direct gets a C. Story Rich Showcase gets a B+. Green Games gets a B+. Gaming Pride is a fucking F. Frosty Game Showcase gets a B-. Xbox Game Showcase gets a nigga I don't care. PC Gaming Showcase gets a nigga I don't care, with the exception of the titles I just mentioned. Deutsche Indie Showcase gets, ow, my chest, gets a B+ to A-. It depends on how some of those games turn out. India Game Showcase gets an A-. Nintendo Direct gets a N for Nintendo. They were pretty much the midline baseline, which is a 7 out of 10, which I suppose means a B-. And the actual Summer Games Showcase itself gets a nigga I don't care, which basically means a D-, which is still a failing grade. So many showcases were full of shit and bullshit. They didn't matter. They aren't for games that we as a gamer audience, my audience, would necessarily care for. Because most of my audience is not made of people who are necessarily consumers of gamer slop. In the general sense. Boy, my chest hurts. And for what it's worth, there are many ways that it could have been shit. And there are many ways that it could have been bad. But the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, the thing that really matters is the energy and the vibes of whether or not the developers and the people presenting are gamers like us. One too many times they used Ben Starr. 1 to 5 too many times they kept trying to pivot to say hello fellow gamers. 2 too many times they basically did from the voice actors of Baldur's Gate 3. So many times they tried to hello fellow gamers, and actually we're all about pride in events that didn't have shit to do with pride. But fortunately, in many of those events, those happen to be about the demographic pride. And we're not gonna talk about what the fuck was it gaming pride. We made enough of a joke about it the day we reviewed it on day 5. All together, the Summer Games Fest has learned a couple of overhand caveats. Number 1, they've learned that the partnership showcases and the community event showcases need to learn how to run a tight hour to a nice tight hour 30 minutes. The partner showcases that are the sponsored events that are almost always guaranteed every year, they continue to become bloat-worthy. Obviously, PCGamer is the most bloat-worthy because they keep writing these fucking trash-ass jokes that are not funny. And then the games that they're presenting are, you know, the ball and gun gamer slop that will hold them together between the titles that happen. So, that same discussion that we had today, apply that to War Dogs. It's a clanner game. When I try that clanner game, I can promise you, it is going to be the case that we're going to get a bunch of, I'm trying to play my life, type gamers in the environment. I can promise you it's going to happen. Those same people are going to bounce off that game, and they're going to bounce onto other fucking titles that have been released and have been announced here. And then they're going to bounce onto the multiplayer titles like Archeron. Already saying it wrong. Archeron. They're going to bounce on the titles like Archeron. They're going to suck dick. They're going to fall down. They're going to suck dick at the next game, too. They're going to find their way into things like Deadlock. They're going to find their way into the next season of Exile 2 when it launches in November. As 0.1 of the full launch, should they actually make it free-to-play at that point. They're going to find themselves into whatever newest, upcoming, big tentpole circus game is going to be. Whether it be a friend slop game or a well-expected game of the year. They're going to shit it up, and they're going to find themselves back on the ball and gun gamer grift. Guaranteed. All this event has done is really make people look forward to those single-player-esque casual experiences, which I'm pretty sure is just the entirety of the Final Fantasy VII Revival. That is probably going to be the award bait slop that most of those people are going to go out for. I am not one for it, especially because I did not like that showcase, and I am not a fan of the Revival series because I'm not a fan of being a fucking hypocritical hipster. Thoughts, comments, concerns, please make them before I leave, because I will be shutting out on my fucking pasta. Yes, no, maybe so. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch it, go by his toe. If he hollers, his afro will not grow. Nothing? Okay. Assuming that people have opinions that they'd like to give before I press the button, please direct them to the inside of the Discord. If you're a fan of the content and you would like to see more, please consider clicking all the algorithmically promotional things and supporting the Negrohood in your specific ways on all the platforms that are available, and consider becoming a subscriber on each of them. That is YouTube, that is Twitch, that is Kick, that is potentially X, that is TikTok, and all the other places where Carl and Carl-related accessories can be sold. Good night, everybody! I'll see y'all tomorrow. Eventually. I'll probably be shopping tomorrow. Today was payday. Pasta! I hope it tastes like pepper jack. I haven't had food from Chili's in a while. I gotta tell Star what it tastes like so that she can get some too. Anyways, I love you all dearly, but not as much as I love myself. Goodbye now!